You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, lovely.
Good morning and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News for September the 22nd here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca. I don't know where you're located, but I know that in this part of Ontario, Canada, today it looks like it's going to be a rainy day, but here's hoping yours will be an awesome one. Before I get started, don't forget to, if you like what you're seeing or hearing, to hit that subscribe button. Today in the news, I have stories coming from the USA, Germany, Canada, as well as Venezuela, which is where I am going to begin. And this one comes to me from the International Cannabis Business Conference. Headline says Venezuela's president doubles down on cannabis prohibition. Yes, Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro recently participated in a press conference after authorities in Brazil intercepted a plane transporting cannabis from Venezuela and made it clear that he has no intention of letting his country monetize its cannabis laws. He says in Venezuela it's still illegal and will remain illegal. In Venezuela, we will not fall into the foolish trend of legalizing any drugs. According to Maduro, he was credited as saying this during a press conference, according to some local reporting. He goes on to say, if you want to look for marijuana for it in the United States, which is producing synthetic super cannabis, and the production and consumption of marijuana in the United States is legal, the South American president also reportedly stated it is unclear when President Maduro was specifically referring to his comments about synthetic super cannabis. Beats me. What do you guys think? He says that he goes on to say that while synthetic cannabis products are sold in the United States, in some instances, such products are not preferred by consumers and patients and are typically imported from other countries. So there you go. If you're in Venezuela, don't expect your cannabis to be legalized anytime soon. It just doesn't look good from what they're reporting there. And let's hope that down the road, sooner than later, that Moderna changes his mind on that and allows people to, have access to their cannabis. Now, I believe they do have a medical program there, but as far as recreational and legal, it doesn't look like it's going to happen right now. Alrighty, time for me to move on to my next story of the day. And this one comes to me from the Marijuana Moment. Headline says, Colorado Psychedelics Board votes to recommend adding ibogaine to regulated healing centers. The Colorado Government Advisory Board is recommending that the state expand its novel regulated psychedelics market by providing access to ibogaine in addition to psilocybin and psilocin, which were currently allowed. Now, at a meeting of the Natural Medicine Program Advisory Board on Thursday, members discussed the future of Colorado's psychedelic program, which launched after voters approved a legalization initiative at the ballot. Now, in a 5-2 vote with 2 absenteeism, the panel agreed to recommend therapeutic access to ibogaine. They say there is a lot of work to be done by the board and both agencies if the plan is to be implemented. Ibogaine as one of the approved natural medicines in the regulated market. Now, Colorado Assistant Attorney General Ashley Mueller said at the meeting, she also stressed that if the board is moving forward with the ibogaine recommendation to the Department of Regulatory Agencies, statute will require the board to consider whether any of the existing rules should be different for ibogaine administrations, training, and the like, as compared to regulations governing psilocybin. Now, the recommendation from the advisory board stipulates that if ultimately approved, the addition of ibogaine to the list of permitted psychedelics under state law must comply with what's called the Nagoya Protocol, an international treaty meant to provide for stability and cultural protection. In the press release, Governor Polis says Colorado has been a national leader in breaking through outdated laws around cannabis, and now we are doing the same for the natural medicines. Yeah, he's right there. They were the ones there that jumped on the cannabis end of things, and now they're moving ahead with the ibogaine and other psychedelics. All right, from there we're moving on to the third story of the day, and this one comes to me from theounce.ca. And the headline on it says, pre-rolls overtake flower as consumer favorite, according to report. Now, pre-rolls have passed flowers as the top grossing cannabis category in Canada, according to a new report. Using data provided by sales analytics firm Headset, the report reveals pre-rolls generated more than $1.27 billion in revenue in 2024, with nearly 69 million units sold, securing 32.8% of the market. Now, second at the time to flower. But by the mid-2025, pre-rolls had overtaken flower in sales to become Canada's top grossing cannabis product category, the report says. It goes on and says that through September 9th of this year, pre-roll sales reached $982 million and a 34% of the market share. That's up 72 million, up from 72 million. That's 8% over the previous year-to-year period, and on pace to break last year's record. Now, it also goes on to say, by comparison, flower recorded $909 million in sales and 32% of the market share over the same period. That's down $23 million. Now, as far as what's the most favorable pre-rolls and stuff, they say general admission has risen to the top of the Canadian pre-roll market on the strength of its flower or flavored and infused pre-rolls. And they also say that other top performers on this list include Shred, famous for its terpene-rich blends, and Back 40, which is a heritage brand known for accessible, large multi-packs. The report also highlights Jeter. That's America's best-selling pre-roll brand, which made a powerful entrance into the Canadian market in 2024. And Redican, an Ontario-based company recognized for its iconic Ready Slim pre-roll packs. So there you go. Those are the pre-rolls have taken over flower. I guess the convenience of just buying something that is already made and ready to go. And all you got to do is take it out of the tube or out of the package and light it up. And you're not fighting the wind or the rain to try to roll one while you're out and about. Alrighty, from there, I think it was only a matter of time, but it'll be interesting to see what happens. Oh, I see I got a couple comments. Let's see what they say. Jessica Cox says, reminds me of Charlotte's Web in Colorado. And she says that pre-rolls have always been top for everyone. Now it's showing data-wise. Yeah, exactly. It is showing data-wise. All right, from that, we're going to move on to the next story, and I'll just get her all lined up here. And this one is coming to me from StratCan, and the headline on it says Germany, no new import permits for dried cannabis in 2025. Yep, Germany's Federal Institute for Drugs and Medical Cannabis tells Business to Business trade magazine Caught Invest that the current demand estimate for cannabis for medical purposes in Germany, which is 122 tons, has already been exhausted. No new permits can be issued for dried cannabis. Now, they say that exports for cannabis from Canada have dominated the German market in the recent years. And they say in the second quarter of 2025, Germany imported 43,257 kilograms of cannabis. Now, they say that nearly half of that came from Canada, an increase from the 16,000 kilograms imported from Canada in the first quarter of 2025. Now, Germany also exported 698 kilograms of cannabis in the second quarter of 2025 and 1,855 in the first quarter. Now, Germany's medical cannabis program has relied on exports as it ramps up its own domestic supply. There are 3 licensed cannabis producers in the country, 2 of them Canadian. Once authorized, Germans can access cannabis for medical purposes through pharmacies. The current rules in Germany have allowed online consultations with doctors and have allowed pharmacies to mail cannabis products to patients. More than 1 out of every 7 pharmacies in Germany offers access to cannabis for medical purposes. All right, there we go. I know that here in Canada at one time they were looking at that route, but I also know that the government wasn't hot on it, and neither were the pharmacies at the time. But I believe things have changed around a little bit from some of the language I've seen over time. And yeah, exactly. Now, as far as Jessica, I got some more messages. Says, you must be from Canada, eh? Yes, Jessica, I am in Canada. I'm in Ontario, Canada. And yep, we got all kinds of stuff going on up here. She also says that this is fantastic. Can you send me the link, please, when it's complete? I have to go into a meeting. All right, Jessica. If I can find you online, I'll send you the link. But if I can't find you, you can find Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. Our broadcast is on our Facebook page. You'll also find it on our YouTube channel, on the Pace Radio Network YouTube channel. We're on LinkedIn, and you'll find us if I don't find you. Alrighty, from that story from Germany, we're going to go to our last story of the day. And this one is coming to me from not marijuana, but MJ Biz Daily. And the headline on that one says, Trump Justice Department opposes challenge to DC hemp laws. The Trump Justice Department this week asked a federal judge to dismiss a challenge to Congress' power over Washington, D.C. drug laws brought by the district's oldest hemp shop. Now, in a federal lawsuit originally filed in June, Capital Hemp asked a judge to overturn a long-standing federal budget rider that in theory ties local lawmakers' hands on drug laws. Now, Capital Hemp has been challenging a Washington-led crackdown on hemp-derived THC for more than a year. At issue in the federal suit is the so-called Harris Amendment, a budget rider authored by the staunchly anti-cannabis Maryland U.S. Rep. Andy Harris. The budget amendment has for the past decade prevented Washington from sending money on cannabis legalization according to normal. Now, adult use cannabis is legal in the district, but the ongoing federal local conflict restricts sales to medical cannabis dispensaries. Now, Congress still wields significant power over local affairs in the nation's capital and has the power to override local laws. Now, in a September 15 filing, U.S. Attorney Janine Perro asked a judge to dismiss the Capitol Hemp suit for lack of standing. Capitol Hemp, they say, fails to anchor the suit with cognizable cause of action and seeks improper advisory opinions. Piro's motion to dismiss reads. Now, in its lawsuit, Capitol Hemp asserts that provisions of federal appropriations laws are ambiguous and require interpretation by this court. Piro added that ambiguity is the approximate cause of two injuries, namely a pending civil action against them and confusion on the part of the district the motion has added. Well, there you go. 5 stories, ripped through them all, got them all covered. And other than that, let me just check Jessica. She was talking to us on LinkedIn. We'll make sure we get a message to her. If not, then maybe you can pass it on to her for us. I would appreciate that. So other than that, I think I am done for the day. I've got my stories out, got them all read. And in closing, as I always say, thanks go out to everybody for tuning in to the broadcast, whether you're watching me here in the video format or whether you're listening to me in the audio podcast afterwards. Thanks for tuning in. And also thanks to our sponsors, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, the Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, as well as at ease.ca. We'll see you Thursday morning at 10 o'clock Eastern Time. And don't forget, as I always say, educate, medicate, and
you're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
you're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
I want to talk about news, don't want the drama. From no pretentious media Madonna. I found me a great ganja mama. Cannabis and coffee with some marijuana.
Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to Cannabis and Coffee with me. Looks like I might need some more light in here. It's a little bit dim. I don't have my ring light on. Maybe I should put it on. I'm not sure it's even plugged in. Anyways, I guess if that's the case, we'll plug the thing in. Hang on. Sorry about that, folks. We'll get rid of this guy and plug this guy, and then I guess we'll turn some light on because I didn't realize it was that dark in here. I've been outside most of the morning with the dog. And yeah, watching a lot of this, which I should probably turn off because it's super distracting to have Mark Carney in the background. So we'll just turn that off because we don't want to talk about politics. Well, cannabis and politics kind of go hand in hand sometimes, but right now it's just not. Like, I'm just not going there. So how's everybody doing this week? I know I wasn't on last week. Like even I said to Al this morning, like, I know it was menopause or attention deficit. Sometimes my brain's just not on. And I will go to, remember and then it's too late. So last week I don't even remember what I was doing. All I know is that by the time I remembered that I had a show, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It just like whoof. And Wednesday I had to cancel because I have a friend of mine that had an emergency with a pet, and I took the night off so I could be with her because losing a pet, just like losing anybody else in your family, a family member, is devastating. So I sat with her on Wednesday. We lost Vinny. And so and then it was my dad's birthday yesterday. So, it's been a kind of a shitty kind of like, the shit just keeps on rolling continually around here. Anyways, all you can do, 1 foot forward, right? Now, last week I had put up some stuff for auction for cannabis substitution, but nobody did anything. Nobody called, wrote, or bothered. So unfortunately, I've had to put the substitution program back on suspension again because I'm out of everything. I might have a box of tampons left, and maybe I don't even have a chocolate bar. No socks. I got some Tukes and Mints, but it's not Tukes and Mints yet. Just about, but not quite. I still have some Tukes from Dakota Evans from last year. But yeah, when you got no funds and you got no support and you got no, what do you do? And I didn't really realize that how much of my own money I was putting into the program, and me not working really put up into everything. And then not having the donations from the store and the chips and all the stuff that I was getting from donated from my bosses. That is a huge clinch in the program too, because I was getting all the off chips and anything that was outdated. They just sent home with me and I'd spread it around. So anyways, that's where that's at, which is super unfortunate because right now, my one client, she lost her spouse last week and she came to me and I had nothing to give her. And I felt horrible. And to be fair, I don't have a lot for myself either right now. Like, I can't even dip into my own to give because I don't have a lot to give. Like, I used to have bags and bags, and right now I'm sitting around with like a bud, and I have a week before I even get money. So it's pretty hard for me to be helping other people when I can barely help myself right now. And that's, like I said, that's just the way life goes, right? Like, I mean, we have good weeks, we have bad weeks, we have good days, and we have bad days. And right now, like I said, I've got the time and the energy to put into it, but I've got no volunteers, I've got no help. And my one girl that's been, that is my star survivor here, got a hold of me too, looking for some stuff. And she's clean, but she wanted a little bit of RSO for herself and the dogs. And I didn't even have that to do it. So if anybody's out there watching that wants to donate, I would be gratefully accepted because I can't keep going with CSP with nothing and with no response for volunteers or anything. I can't keep going by myself. And there's people that need us out there. Anyway, that's my stance on that because it's just, like I said, unfortunately, yeah. And I know we've got a new shelter in town. it's a 40-bed shelter here in town that they just opened, and it's got some better resources set up for people and such there. But again, they're all non-consumption. So people that can't consume anything on site using don't usually go to the shelters, and that's what you'll find why the shelters they do. Like, I mean, some people that do consume do go and use the shelters, but they don't stay long term and get into the programs because they can't. And not everybody uses that I deal with either. But the ones that do don't and that aren't ready for recovery. And that's the unfortunate thing, that not everybody's ready for recovery. And you have to do that in your own time. And you need a safe space. But you can't recover in a safe space if you're not able, if you fall, right? So you could have a good day where you're not thinking you're going to use again. You're going to go in, you're going to try, you're going to detox. And by day 14, 15, you're rolling right back and you got a bed, but you can't go back to that bed because you've used. It's a vicious cycle. I'm doing a show on TikTok now called Harm Reduction Connection. And it's our, whatever, when we get into it, a support group for people that either suffer with usage or people that have people that they love that use, that need support. Because I think that we're lacking in that. We're lacking in the empathy and the compassion with the addiction diseases. And I don't think that people see cannabis as a harm reduction. I had quite an enlightening phone call today. My daughter's probation officer called me. And I enlightened her about cannabis and the fact that I was a cannabis activist and the fact that I felt that cannabis was the gateway out. And she agreed. In fact, she said, I really learned something today. So education is the key with anything. Like I said to her, I says, the reason why people can mail 30 grams of marijuana in the mail is because I'm the one that got busted selling it. You're fucking welcome. I had 6 months house arrest for you all to be able to fucking mail 30 grams of cannabis in the mail. Was it worth it? I guess. That was one thing that I made clear when we were writing those policies. It has to be able to be mailed patient to patient. It has to be able to be transported cross country. It's legal and you have to. So the post office complied. You got a smell proof envelope now too. You're welcome. You don't believe me? Go look, Google it up. Too many cops in a Plains magazine. It's there on Google. You can still see it. The article is still there. In fact, I looked it up last week and let my son read it. Because he needed to realize, like, he sees me doing my show and, whatever. And, I talk a lot. And he's been around it his whole life. But I was going through my t-shirts and pulled out one that had been signed by Tommy Chong. And he goes, you got Tommy Chong's signature? And I have to remember that Taven was a baby when I was doing all these things. Like, I started this before I had him in 2006. I didn't have him until 2009. And he's a baby, right? I mean, Neil Magnuson held him. He was like he was Jody and Mark Emery, like everybody. Taven, he was our little hemp seed, right? Well, hemp seed's 16 years old now. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. Or almost. He will be in December. So the hemp seed didn't realize that, because he didn't remember any of these things. So I go, I met Tommy Chong. I said, I've got pictures of me with Tommy Chong. He goes, what? I said, yeah, there's pictures of your mom. Your dad's met Tommy Chong. Like, we've met Tommy Chong. He's like, what? So I pulled out, I put the picture away of me and Tommy Chong, but I pulled the picture of me and Tommy Chong out and showed him. And he's like, Mom. But he, like I said, he was a baby, little hemp seed, right? Like, he was there, but he wasn't there, right? So, yeah, we did that. And then I showed him the article. And he was 18 months old when that happened. And that went on until 2012 with the court and all the bullshit, right? Almost 2 years to get through that court. Like, just, it was fucking bullshit is what it was. In Tabor, Alberta, just fucking bullshit. And then who was standing beside me when I was in the courtroom? No one. You know what one of my fucking sidekicks said? Why we're not friends anymore? Do the time, or do the crime, do the time. And didn't show up. Lied to me. When she was coming, she was in the shower. She didn't show up. That was the end of our friendship. End of it. Fuck around and find out with me. And I haven't talked to her since. Not kidding you. Just like my kid's fucking godmother. Haven't talked to her in fucking, I don't know, 10 years? Something like that. I can write you off. Write me off. Those are just facts, Jack. Anyways, so the cannabis has always been in our lives. It's something that he's grown up with and been around his whole life. But again, he was a baby when I was heading off to Ottawa and Toronto and Montreal and doing all the things. He was left at home as baby. Like we were still living in Coronation. So that was like 11 years ago. So he was like 4 and 5 years old. He remembers none of it. Because since I moved here, I don't think we did the cannabis cup, but he wasn't here for that either. I shipped him off. He went to grandma's for those weekends. Like I didn't want him around. Like he was little. He was little. He didn't need to be at a cannabis cup. So the stuff that I've done over the years, my son was a baby and doesn't really realize, and doesn't really connect all of that to this, right? He just thinks I sit online and blither on about stupid stuff, but he's starting to learn a little more about it and how the politics go hand in hand with it, and why I do the things that I do when it comes to election times and everything else, because it's super important to keep our democracy and our voices loud and clear. And when it comes to when we were fighting for the legalization of cannabis, it was the same thing. It was a human right, right? It was our right to be able to, under Section 7 of our Charter of Rights and Freedoms, to be able to take care of our own health and take care of our own and put whatever we want in our bodies, right? That's that freedom, religion, expression, whatever. Section 7 of our charter. And cannabis fell under that. And we fought that, and we fought it hard. There's been court case after court case, because the fact of the matter is the government just didn't do legalization without a court case. And these court cases started in 1998 to get medical cannabis so that people could use cannabis for medicine, right? And that was the whole start of it. And through legalization and everything that's moved forward, the patients have been left behind. There's not one medical dispensary. You can't walk into any of these stores and say, hey, I've got this, because they're not medical. And they make that really clear. Like they don't recognize marijuana as medicine yet when they do all the cells and all the tickets to the ticket you have to take, like serve it right or something like that, with serve alcohol. You have to do the same thing in BC. It's called sell it right. And you take the course. And in that course, it specifically negates the difference between cannabis medically and non-recreationally. Yet there's only one medical dispensary in the whole fucking country. I think it's in Montreal or Ottawa. I'm not even sure. In fact, I might be wrong about that. And I think Al had mentioned that in one of his, when we had on Pace Radio. I have to double check that fact. But you can't go into any of the stores and ask them. Yet they've got canna caps, and they've got wellness center. They've got the wellness and the topicals. Make it make sense, because that's medical. And because of the medical patients growing their own and making their own product and going to court and getting busted and going to court and changing the legislations, you got what you got here. It wasn't because people just decided one day, oh yeah. It was a long, hard fucking fight. Standing in Ottawa, going to Montreal, talking to them, going to MP's offices, walking into conservative MP's offices in the Battle River Crowfoot riding. It was Kevin Sorensen back then when I lived there, not, but he is. Oh, fuck. I love that oh my God, I would cause him. Oh, but that would entail him being in his office in Battle River Crowfoot. Fuck, I'd cause that guy so much grief. I don't live there anymore, though. But I have. I walked into conservative MP's office. I drove Rick Casson and Lethbridge fucking crazy. We would show up at his office with our signs, and I'd stand over there, Stop Harper. Okay, so after DePape went and stood with Stop Harper signs in Ottawa in Parliament, guess who started to fucking make that happen? Oh, Stop Harper stickers. And we were standing in front of our MP's office. I was pregnant, for fuck's sakes. Protesting Harper. Protesting in front of conservative fucking MPs' offices, going in there and talking to them about about cannabis being a benefit for patients, for people that use it for medical purposes. If it wasn't for people across our country, like not just me, across the country protesting, going into MPs' office. In fact, Emery's flew in from Vancouver. Stephen Harper's office was in Calgary. He was never in his office in Calgary, but he was the MP for that riding in Calgary. They did a sit-in in his office. They all showed up and sat there. They sure did. That was when Keith Fagan was still alive, and God rest his soul. Who's founder of Calgary 420. But that happened. These things have happened, and these things happened long before legalization. We're talking 15 years ago now. right? We're talking like, what year was that? Fuck, 2013, 2014, 10 years ago, 2015. We were pushing. I think I was in Ottawa. I got my licensing. So 2012 was my first trip to down east to the Parliament Hill. Convention in Montreal was 2014. And here I am in 2025, still doing this and still educating and still trying to get through to people. And this, like I said to Al this morning, I'm done buying the product out of the store. It's not helping me. I'm finding that I'm getting absolutely no relief. It doesn't matter what I buy. It doesn't matter what product I buy. It doesn't matter what provider I buy from. I can buy small amounts, big amounts. It doesn't matter. Where's the resin on the paper? This is roaches, though, to be fair, because I don't have. No, this isn't. I just rolled this. This is not roaches. This is the cannabis. Where's the resin on the paper? Very little. Sure, it's burning gray. Where's the resin on the paper? Asking for a friend. Eradication, bouncing, steaming. What the fuck are they doing? But in order for them to make resin and to have blonde hash, because you know what blonde hash is, right? I'll show you. Here's a little fucking tidbit for you. If you don't know what blonde hash is, this is a buddy box, okay? These things have screens in them. So when you grind your keef, same as in your grinder, right? So when they take this and they press it, that's blonde hash. This is the keef off my fucking cannabis after I grind it that goes through the screen and it's collected here. So in order for them to be making blonde hash, it means they're bouncing all the fucking keef off the plants and then packaging it and selling the cannabis as cannabis. I mean, there'll still be some trichomes on it. Don't kid yourself. There'll be some, but not all. And then they're using it. If they're steaming it, they're because you can steam it to make butter. There are so many because you have to remember, these big providers were all involved with the big illegal grows before they fucking started. All right? They're all a bunch of fucking criminals. Right from the fucking get-go. I don't care if they've had millions of fucking dollars. I don't give a flying fuck. I'm going to say it. I'm going to say it loud. They aren't fucking all up and up and up, right? So these big providers are fucking us. Because I'm telling you, I'm spending $40, $50 every couple of days on fucking cannabis that's not helping me from the legal market. Not. Like I said, they're bouncing it. They're doing something with it. They're steaming it. They're bouncing it. They're eradicating it. I don't care which one it is. I don't care if you tell me that you grow this small provider too. I'm calling bullshit. I'm a chronic. I've been smoking cannabis since 1986. That's fucking 40 fucking years. It is. I was 16 fucking years old. I'm almost 56. So 14 years. Okay. I know what good cannabis is. And I'm telling you, what's coming out of the stores looks good, smells good. The back says, oh, it's 30% THC. So you bring it home. And then what do you get? No relief. I'm still in fucking pain. It ain't fucking helping me at all. And I'm not saying that cannabis has ever been a thing where it masked my pain. It didn't. But I'm having to take more medications like Advil and gabapentin. Okay? I don't want to take that shit. But I've had to resort to doing something because the cannabis that I'm smoking ain't fucking helping. Even the fucking vapor tip, the vapes, the tips. I'm calling bullshit. I'm calling straight up fucking garbage. What do you do? See, and the thing of it is I can't go to my local Legacy because I have no cash and they don't have debit, credit, nothing out there. And I have no cash on hand. So pretty hard for me to go out there and buy anything when I got nothing. That's where I'm at. So I don't go. And they actually probably have stuff out there for CSP for me. I probably should go. Maybe I will today. I don't know. See how it feels because my hand is like, see, like this is what I woke up with. One joint in my hand. Of course, it's the middle finger, and it won't bend. So it's standing straight up today. So that's the thing of the day. Isn't that horrible? But yeah, it's so swollen right now, and it's just my middle finger. You can see the difference, like between the two of them. It's all red, swollen, right? And that's the only joint in my whole body that's giving me shit. But that, I don't know why. It's kind of stupid that it does that. It just kind of drives me insane. And I'm like, why would it be just that? But thankfully, I can still function, right? When it's my hip and stuff, like, oh my fucking god, like that is the worst. And I can't walk. I can't. And it's not it's my hip, right? So, and when I'm rubbing it with Icy Pot, because Icy Pot, which is right here, this is my friend makes this, but this is my topical that I use all the time, right? Like it's just my go-to. It's like sitting beside my bed all the time. And it's got this is 60, it's got 2 milligrams per gram of tea, and it's a topical. And I love this stuff. In fact, I have a jar here that I would auction off for CSP, but nobody seems to ever want to join in on my stuff. Like I said, I've got a Georgia Tunes here that I, would auction off. I've got all kinds of stuff that I say, hey, just put your name in the comments and I'll mail it to you. In fact, I raffle it for free. Nobody even fucking comments. Like, I'm giving shit away. Put your name in the comments. Nothing. Crickets. Okay, so I don't bother giving anything away anymore. But yeah, I've got stuff to give away. Nobody wants it. I show it, and I say, it's free. It's free. In fact, I'll even mail it to you, and I'll pay for it. I'll even pay for the shipping, right? So you kind of give up on trying to, and I keep doing this, and I keep showing up, and I keep doing this, and I keep showing up. And someday, I hope that someday it takes off where, that we have an audience of 50 people listening to cannabis education, even on Pace. Like we hope and we pray that we do this. And I said, we keep showing up. And that's all we can do, right? Is we can keep showing up for our people and keep fucking putting education out there and hope that somebody stumbles across it sometime. I'm not a great self-promoter, to be fair. Like I don't go around tooting, look at me, I'm blah, blah, blah. I don't have a business card. I don't run around promoting the show. I probably should. I did have business cards at one time, but I just found that kind of cheesy. I don't know, hand them out, people are going, what's this? But apparently in Japan, if you don't hand out your business card and you don't carry your business card, and you don't acknowledge it, and you don't have a card carrier, so different cultures, right? Like here we're just like, oh, paper cards, you send me an email kind of thing, right? Where, yeah, in other countries, business cards are a huge thing still. Like I said, in Japan, if you don't have a card carrier and you don't acknowledge it, and that's how you bow and hand your business card, right? Like, and I found that out from a friend that was over in Japan. That, and even like, not if you're a tourist, of course, but we're talking somebody that works there as an English teacher. Not kidding you. And they have to have a haruka, which is a stamp that verifies who you are. So when you go to Japan, they give you a haruka, and it's a stamp pad with a seal, and that seal is exclusive to you. So any paperwork, you can sign your signature, but that haruka has to be with you to verify that that's you signing. Not kidding. So Japan has some pretty archaic ways, I guess, as far as their technical, technology goes. But when it comes to like even banking, like if you don't have your haruka with you, you don't get the money. They don't like that. You have to have your haruka. Sayonara. Funny, but those are, like I said, different cultures and different countries have different ways of going about it. Like, we're so trying to get away from paper and everything's like, even my bills come in my email, and I have very, very little mail that comes except for flyers and stuff, packages every now and then. But again, like people aren't using the mail system. Even like I said, with mailing stuff to Parliament Hill, it's free. And everybody's like, I don't want to send paper. And I'm getting that portion of it. But if you send so much paper to the mailroom in Ottawa that they tell you have to stop, it makes some noise. It's making an impact. We had flyers made up. Actually, they're like a postcard. They were postcards. I don't know if I have one anymore, but it was a postcard like this, right? And it had our message on the front of it, and then we addressed it to Stephen Harper at Parliament Hill, and mailed them, because anything you mail to Parliament Hill is free. So we had a whole campaign. I can't remember how. I think Dana did it. Dana Larson did it. Was it Dana? Shit, I can't remember what year that was. I'd have to go back in my archives to see what year that was and what the postcards were. But we had postcards, and we just plopped it. We just threw them, like we addressed them to Stephen Harper, Parliament Hill, Ottawa, Ontario, and then threw them in the mail. Like I would throw like 20 in the mail at a time. Oh, fuck. I wish I could remember that. Why can't I remember that? Potzheimers! Why can't I remember what that frickin' postcard said? I bet you if I went looking through my stuff, I probably still have them. Maybe during the break, I'll go through my books and see if I can find them. Because it was really like, it did make an impact. But Stephen Harper was never great. Here's the thing with Harper. He saw the money. He saw the benefits of making it so that it was industry, right? Like big industries, conservative, right? Fiscally, like they make it into an industry so they can tax it. Hence why they started the MMPR program and wanted to take our gardens away. They honestly believed that enough patients were growing to sustain themselves that they wouldn't use the licensed producer. So they tried stopping patients from growing their own medicine. They absolutely did. They told us that we had to destroy our cannabis, pull our plants down, and how we had to get rid of the cannabis if we were throwing it in the garbage was to mix it with kitty litter. Ottawa got some kitty litter sent too. Anyways, that was another court case. So we started the Cannabis Coalition across the country. Jason Wilcox, rest his fucking bloody soul too. Jesus, we lost him a while ago too. So Jason Wilcox went to John Conroy and said, hey, so we started raising money. And we had fundraisers and we did cross-country tours and we did fundraising and we raised $3.5 million to fund the Allard case. So that's how the licensed producers kind of got started. It was a Stephen Harper conservative, sideways, fuck the patient, make an industry so we can make money, but not allow the little guys in it. Right? So we did. We started the Canadian Cannabis Coalition. Well, Jason did. And we went to our MP's offices again. We had fundraisers. Like I said, we raised money. We did auction. We did all kinds of stuff. We really gathered together as a unit, as a grassroots activist unit. And we fought them in court. And guess what? We won. We did. It's the Allard ruling. And that's what put us back to the ACMPR, where patients can still grow their own medicine. But again, we had to go to court. And we had to pay $3.5 million in court fees and lawyers' fees to help everybody across the country. And if it wasn't for those witnesses that proved that everything that the RCMP were saying too, that mold and all the stuff that they were trying to fucking say about home growing and all, lies, all of it. We disputed it and defunct every fucking thing of any evidence that the prosecution or had. It was a prosecution because it wasn't a criminal case. What do you call them? We were the plaintiff. Yeah. So the judge put an injunction in because they couldn't prove that cannabis patients were causing anybody harm, because we weren't. But then when they legalized it, all these companies that own like condo units and stuff like Strata made it so that people can't grow their 4 plants. And as a patient, that I believe overrode. They're in my commercial. Oh my goodness. We'll be right back.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Camelford Lifestyle Shop. Open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats. And look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford, Ontario.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
That way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Well, that bang on my door was a delivery from one of my volunteers, one of my really good friends. She has been with me with this project since the beginning. She does everything in the background because she doesn't like being out in front. She's not a big fan of being around people, which I don't blame her. And but she does all kinds of stuff for me in the background. Loose shake to hand out. We have some granola bars. I love this. She does it, and I've got she packages cereal for me too. So I stole a bag of some of the cereal. I do have that. And then we've got some pads. I won't pull those out. Yeah. And then we've got some soups. Oh, Ja. I'm going to say your name, Jess. Thanks so much. This is fucking amazing. So that's a start. We got to start to the box. Plus, we got cereal still from your last donation, because I actually, honestly, last night I went out and I forgot it. It was hanging on the door and I walked out and just left it. And that happens sometimes. So we've got to start, and we've got a little bit of cannabis here, and I still got lots of papers. I've got papers, and we got roach buds. I've got that stuff, and I've got bags, and I've got toothbrushes. So it's not like we don't. Aw, this is awesome, awesome. Thank you so much. That is so terrific. So I'll put that there. I have a bag of roaches too. This is also I hate to do that, but I mean, if I've got a bag of roaches and somebody, it's better than nothing, right? So we got a bag of roaches. And we got this. And then, of course, we always have these. This is one of my other sponsors, Canadian Lumber. And these are great papers. They're great unbleached. So these are for sale in the stores, you guys. So if you go into buy papers, go buy some Canadian Lumber. They're Canadian made in Nova Scotia. So Canadian Lumber. And I've started promote, because I said we want to keep everything in Canada, right? We want to buy Canadian. So these are Canadian made papers, Canadian Lumbers. And like I said, I'll show you, they've got filters and everything. These are great papers. And they come in woods. These ones are actually, I think, unbleached pure wood rolling. So these ones are wood. They've got hemp ones as well. And the greens are a green thing. But see, they come with a filter and then your papers. And the papers are larger. They're not they're a nice size paper, right? And they burn nice. Some people like raws. I'm not a fan of raw. I find raws don't burn as well, but these burn. So I use these now because I was a blue zigzag girl. Everybody fucking knows that. And I do still have some blue zigzags. But they're not made in Canada. Just saying. So if you're sticking to your buy Canadian only, like most of us nasty Canadians are, Canadian lumber. Like I said, they are out of Nova Scotia. They are made in Nova Scotia. Definitely Canadian made, 100%. 100%. I know that for a fact. So we've got those two. Anyways, back to what I don't even know what I was talking about with a break. I totally got like sidetracked with this. Oh God. I was talking about how many times I've been to fucking Ottawa. The Aller case, that's what I was talking about. Now I remember. And how far we've come. But again, patients have been left behind. Like we're not able to go into a store. Oh, little flies. Fucking ton of little flies this year. Aphids and flies. Anyways, so many, like I said, they've got a wellness area where you can buy topicals. Not this one. This one wasn't able to make it into the legal market as hard as she fucking worked. Legacy. That lady's been around fucking since well before fucking anybody else. And she didn't get her stuff in. It's top of the line. It's better than anything else I've ever used. To be honest, I haven't used anything from the stores, to be fair. But that one there, I don't use anything else but. And wrinklies, CBD oil, man. Yoo-hoo! And Korean skin cream. But again, like cannabis has got so many uses, right? And again, with hemp oils and hemp derivatives, like hemp has got no THC, it's all CBD, CBHs, but they're also finding CBN, CBHs are beneficial too, right? So again, but I'm not one to want to rip the plant apart. I'm a full spectrum. I want the RSO. I want the full spectrum oil. I want it gold. I want it gold and I want to see through it. And in 1989, I used to get fucking 9-ounce baby balls full of it. Full of it. Fucking gold honey oil. And that shit was banging. I haven't said. And I mean, those tips and stuff, sure, it looks gold and everything. But what are they using to make it? Because there's no bang to it. None. And I'm not saying that I'm so saturated that I need to take a break, that I don't want to get high. That's not it. I need pain fucking derivatives. I need something to take this fucking edge off this pain. Just saying. And nothing's working. Anything from the fucking legal market's not working. And like I said, I don't have my own plants. I don't have my own stuff anymore. I lost my blueberry hash strain that was beneficial for me when we moved here because I lost my fucking mom. She died. So yeah, like it's frustrating to be somebody that uses cannabis for medicine that can't find any medicine that's any good. It helps in the legal market in my area. Right now, maybe I'm not looking. Maybe I'm not getting the right stuff. I don't know. But again, when you go in there and you're buying one of everything that's there, try it once and not going back for seconds. What does that tell you? Like, it's not like I go in there and buy one thing and say, okay, well, and then I go back and buy it again. Now I'm always going in and trying something else because what I bought is garbage. You can't see it. You can't smell it. You ask the people behind the counter, hey, what's good? But everybody's level of what's good and what's not are different because it affects everybody differently. So there's that. It gets really frustrating. I don't know if anybody else is finding that too. I know I mentioned that to Alan. He said that he'd heard that from other people. But again, I don't know if it's just me, right? Like, I don't know if it's just me or if it's just the whole thing. Maybe, comment, and if anybody's here, put your comments up. Like, what do you think of legal market? And if you're using it, what do you think of the product? Because I'm crap on lots of it. I mean, every once in a while you stumble across, I'll stumble across a good bud. But again, here we are. And I don't even know what to say anymore because it's just like, I just keep banging on about the same things. In fact, let's see. Does Health Canada recognize marijuana as medicine yet? Let's check. We'll go to Health Canada. Health Canada. Cannabis. Let's go look. Cannabis, but cannabis legalization, purposes, blah, blah. Any regulations patient continue to be able to. Okay, I want to see Health Canada's website. cannabis. Let's go to this one. Okay, let's share this page and go through it together because might as well. Okay, let's see. Share screen. We want this one. No, we want that one. Okay, share the screen. Okay, so it says cannabis in your health, online calculator limits for public possession, types of cannabis in industry. This has totally changed. Drugs and health products. Let's go there. Recalls, licensing authorization for medical health, drug manufacturers, self-care, buying and using drugs, health marketing, side effects, recalls, drug medication, patent medical preview, recalls and safety. Magic mushrooms. What do they got here? Drug most requested. Let's go under magic mushrooms. Psilocybin. Are you guys seeing this? Magic mushrooms are mushrooms that contain hallucinogens, usually psilocybin. There is an increased interest in the potential therapeutic use of magic mushrooms and psilocybin. One of the active ingredients in magic mushrooms, while clinical trials in psilocybin have shown promising results at this time, there are no approved therapeutic product containing psilocybin in Canada or elsewhere. Clinical trials are the most appropriate and effective way to advance research with unapproved drugs such as psilocybin. Magic mushrooms have been used for thousands of years. There were 200 species of magic mushrooms. Since many species look alike, it can be hard to tell the difference. Holy moly! Are you guys seeing this? Potential therapeutic use at this time, there are no approved therapeutic products containing psilocybin in Canada or elsewhere. This means that safety, efficacy, and quality of product containing psilocybin have not been assessed by Health Canada, and they are not undergone the rigorous scientific review process required to be authorized for sale in Canada or elsewhere. There are ongoing research looking at the potential of psilocybin to treat various mental health disorders such as anxiety, depression, obsessive compulsive disorder, and problematic substance use. While some initial clinical trials have shown promising results, the evidence is currently limited. Clinical trials are the most appropriate and effective way to advance research in unapproved drugs such as psilocybin, while protecting the health and safety of patients. Health Canada encourages Canadians seeking support for these disorders to talk to the healthcare provider. Access to psilocybin for therapeutic use. Health Canada recognizes there are times and access to unauthorized drugs may appropriate patients suffering from mental health disorders that should discuss potential treatment options with their healthcare provider. In some circumstances, with the support of a regulated healthcare practitioner, it may be possible for individuals to legally access psilocybin through one of the three pathways. Clinical trials, special access program, individual subsection 56 exemption from the CDSA. Let's look there. Individual 56 exemptions. We used to have, well, I never did, for cannabis. Oh, I guess I should add it to the fucking stage. Blah. So here we are. I'm going to go back. We have individual section 56 exemption. Subsection 56 of the CDSA is discretionary power that allows the Minister of Health to exempt persons, class of persons, controlled substance for procures of the application of any provision of the CDSA or its regulations for scientific or medical purpose, or for a purpose that is otherwise in the public interest. Each request for an exemption under subsection 56 is carefully considered on a case-by-case basis, taking into account the public health and public safety objectives of the CDSA and all relevant information. Many factors are considered when reviewing and making a decision on a request for subsection 56/1 exemption to psilocybin in relation to a medical condition. These factors may include, but are not limited to, the available of clinical trials or other regulatory pathways such as special access programs to request access to substance, the medical condition for which a psilocybin is requested to be used, the existing scientific evidence to support the use of psilocybin for the treatment of the condition, whether other conventional therapies have been considered, where the use of the substance is supported by the healthcare practitioner, public health and public safety objectives of the CDSA, other federal, provincial, and other municipal laws or regulations that may apply to the proposed activity, risk including risk division. Psilocybin exemption requests in relation to medical conditions should include a letter of support from a medical practitioner. This letter of support should demonstrate that they have pursued other available legal routes to access psilocybin or demonstrate that these routes are not available to suit them and provide diagnosis, prognosis of patient's medical illness, clinical evidence of psilocybin use, if applicable, and details of the recommended treatment regime. Individuals may contact the Office of Controlled Substance for more information to submit a request for exemptions from the CDSA. Wow, that's interesting. See, these are things I did not know. Learned something new today. All right, let's go back and look up. They have here for, okay, they got psilocybin. Okay, so we're going to go back to Health Canada. Sorry. So these are the most requested drug products, cannabis health effects. Okay, let's go look here. Health effects of Canada. Effects can be felt within seconds to minutes of smoking, vaporizing, dabbing cannabis. These effects can last up to 24 hours. If you eat, drink cannabis, these effects can occur within 30 minutes to 2 hours and can last up to 24 hours. And then it goes on this page. Short-term health effects, long-term health effects of different age groups, blah, blah, blah. Short-term health effects, feeling high, okay, smoking damaged blood vessels, blah, blah, blah. Long-term health effects, long-term development or time dealing, months, weeks, months, years. Memory, concentration, intelligence, ability to think and make decisions. Effects to be worsened if you start using early in adolescence. Frequent effect, bullshit. Bullshit, bronchitis, lung infections, chronic, and bullshit. Effects on different age groups, blah, blah, blah. Effect during pregnancy, blah, blah, blah. This is all bullshit too. Potential therapeutic cases, uses of cannabis. Oh, potential. Information for healthcare professionals for authorized patients, blah, blah, blah. So potential therapeutic use, dosing, warning, adverse effects. And then they go to this. What is chronic pain? Thinking about using cannabis for parenting. Thinking about using cannabis for parenting. Like, for more information about cannabis. Like, who's writing this shit? What is chronic pain? Let's read this. Let's see. Chronic pain. Let's tell me what the government thinks chronic pain is. About chronic pain. Resources to manage chronic pain and what we're doing to help people living with pain. What? The government has a page about chronic pain. I guess I should wander through the Health Canada website more often. I don't do this often, obviously. Okay, so about chronic pain, let's see what they say. Let me see what the government thinks. Learn about chronic pain and how to manage it. Okay, chronic pain resources. Contact us. Canadian Pain Task Force. Talking to your healthcare provider about opioids. Why would opioids be the first thing you'd go for? Why is opioids always the first line of defense and not cannabis, and cannabis is the last line of defense to get you off the opioids that you've already been using, that the doctor prescribed to you? Does that make sense? Like, why would cannabis not be there instead of opioids? Like, talking to your healthcare provider. Okay, let's see what they say about that. Talking to your health. Oh, I didn't share the screen. Let's bring the screen back up so you can see it. Okay. Talking to your healthcare provider about opioids. What? Okay, let's see what they have to say. You may be prescribed an opioid to help manage your pain. Opioids are medications prescribed to treat pain that may have caused by certain injuries or illness. While opioids may not take your pain away completely, there are legitimate medications to be considered as part of your overall pain management strategy. With all medications, opioids can have risks, potential dangerous side effects. If you're prescribed an opioid, it is important to have a conversation with your healthcare provider, such as your physician, surgeon, nurse practitioner, or sport medication doctor, to determine if this medication is appropriate for you and how to use them in the safest way. About opioids: fentanyl, morphine, oxycodone, hydromorphine, methadone, naloxone, or ibuprofen, propene, naloxone. I didn't know naloxone was considered an opioid. Some of the medications on the list above, methadone, naloxone, hydromorphine, are also sometimes used to treat opioid use disorders, addiction. Oh, okay. When being prescribed opioid, you should always follow the instructions given to you by your healthcare provider to use the dose. Possible to control your pain, take the medication for the shortest time amount possible. If you're opioid, extend period of time for one example. Make sure you are regularly checking in with your healthcare provider to discuss how medication is addressing your pain management needs. It's important to discussion with your health. 2 weeks? Are you fucking kidding me? It's also important to discussion with your healthcare provider about the appropriate doses of opioids treating your condition, how long you take them. And starting with everything, you should discuss it whether you're great pain. Fuck you. I take fucking opioids when I need them. Short-term side effects: drowsiness, no. Constipation, no. Impotence, I don't know. Nausea, no. Yes. Euphoric, no. Difficult breathing, which can lead to worsening, no. Headaches, dizzy, yes. Long-term side effects: increased tolerance, yes. Substance use, no. Liver damage, of course. Infertility, I don't care. Worse in pain, maybe. Life-threatening withdrawal symptoms as baby is born. Okay, not having a baby. Physical dependencies. Continuous use of opioids, including for medical purpose, may lead to physical dependencies. No shit. Why do you think we have so many fucking addicts on the street? But not there. This is a natural reaction that may occur in the body when using opioids, particularly when using for extended period of time, for example, 1 or 2 weeks. 72 hours, motherfuckers. 72 fucking hours. You may experience symptoms of withdrawal, may include restless sleep, heavy sweating, chills, shaking, increased pain, twitching, aching muscles, psychological distress. If you're considering reducing or stopping your opioid medication, it's important to discuss it to be weaned off of it. And half the time they don't. Overdose, rare dizziness, ability to stay awake, hallucinations, heavier, unusual snoring, slow breathing rate. Other treatment options, questions for your healthcare. Like, oh my fucking cripes. I can't believe I just saw that. Like, that, like, what was that? Anyways, yeah. Health Canada still is not recognized. Well, they do recognize it as a therapeutic, but there's still not enough, evidence. None of evidence. But here they are telling us chronic pain resources. Where are these? Free virtual resources for chronic pain management available here through Power Over Pain portal. Why are these resources actually like advertised for people that live in chronic pain? Like, I mean, BC Pain Management. I, tried going through that. My physiotherapist, and honestly, like, I don't want to talk to somebody about my fucking pain on the phone. Like, that's not helping my pain. Somebody calling me to just, I have a therapist, right? I don't need somebody to call me to talk about my pain because my pain's not in my, like, and how I manage it. How I manage it? I don't. I just roll with it because some days are better than others. And some days what I did before working didn't work with the next day. Like, that's the thing with revolving fucking rheumatoid arthritis. What works on one joint sometimes doesn't work on the other. So it's a revolving trying heat and cold and rubbing and topicals and cannabis and pills, medication, whether it's over the counter or whether it's prescribed. It's still revolving, meditation. I'm attention deficit. I can't even sit still for 2 minutes. Don't tell me to meditate. Deep breathe. I'm deep breathing every day. I'm watching the news. If you're not deep breathing every day watching the news, there's something fucking wrong with you. But again, like, here we are, chronic pain. And then they're trying to tell you how to do it. Like, fuck off. Yeah, I said it. So I guess I found some beans from my buddies from BC Bud Depot that no longer exist anymore. More. In fact, Eric's passed away too. God. Like, every time I turn around, I'm saying somebody's name and they're not even here anymore. That fucking sucks. But yeah, I found some BC Bud Depot seeds and I'm going to try them and buy some new LEDs and try growing my own again because I am done with this fucking bullshit. And right now, like I said, I don't have any gas even to get out to the res. Never mind cash to go out there. So I'm not. Oh, fuck. Anyways, yeah, it's been a nice chatting with you. It's fucking flies. I'd like to thank our sponsors, who are Limestone Hydroponics and Campbellford Lifestyle and Easy. You check his stuff out. He's got a variety of different mushrooms that aren't psilocybin based that also are very helpful and for your health. And to you guys for hanging in with me for goddamn, it's been like 10 years because I've been here 11. I think I started this portion of the show with Al Rap in 2011. No, was he doing the show before? Were they doing the show? Maybe I was. Maybe I started it in Coronation. I can't fucking remember. In fact, we were trying to figure it out the other day. We couldn't remember. But I remember Ross Middleton making my first logo. God. Right? And then I had Angie do my last logos. And I've got to change my logo again. I got to get Angie to do it again. But I need cash for that too. Because nothing in life is free, right? I got, I could use a Bitmoji or, But I like supporting Canadian artists. And Angie's a Giuliani. She's a Canadian cartoonist, and she does all my logos, and I love supporting her. So support Canadian art, because support Canadian brands. Back today, I was trying to find a Halloween costume, but I want it, everything I look at, proudly made in the U.S. Well, I don't want it. I'm a nasty Canadian, but I'm not buying it if it's made in the USA. So I'm trying to find a costume for Halloween that is actually built here, and I can go on Etsy, but they're in the States too, and I'm not paying an American for a costume, and I can't sew. My mommy told me that she didn't have time, because my mommy's an amazing seamstress, but she used to make my clothes when I was a little girl, but my mommy said she's got no time to make my costume for me, so I got told no. But again, I'm buying Canadian. So again, if you're buying like rolling papers and stuff, make sure you're buying Canadian lumbers, because Canadian lumber, I'll bring them out again, are Canadian brands. They're made in Nova Scotia, and they're nice papers that come with filters and everything in them. And these are my sponsors for CSP. They sent me I've got 1,800 packs of papers to give away, and I've given away lots. Trust me. But they come with filters and everything, and these are made with raw wood, and they burn nice. So again, Canadian lumber. If you're buying Canadian, there you go. There's a Canadian brand paper made in Nova Scotia. Hit them up. In fact, I'm not sure we've got them in my local store. Maybe I should go in there and take them a box and tell them to buy some. See their rep out here. And again, we got a donation for CSP from my lovely, lovely volunteer, Jessica. She's an amazing person. I love her to death. So we got a start on that. We got some stuff to start with again. So we just need a little more cannabis and maybe some RSO, and then I can make some candy, and we're on the go. Because I can bake. That's what I do. I make my own candies. In fact, I've got probably enough Kif in that box. I'd have to weigh it to make a batch of candy. I might just do that. I don't have any sugar. Fuck, I don't even have sugar. So I guess I'm not making anything. I got flour, but no sugar. Fuck. I got corn syrup. I think I used my last year. I have to look. I think I used my last batch of candy. And I haven't bought any sugar. Oh, God. Anyways, we're going to wrap the show up. I want to thank whoever it is that has been watching through the whole show. I really appreciate the support. And next time you'll see me is Wednesday night on Pace Radio with Al. So that's Wednesday night at 6 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, our Pace Radio show with me and Al. And we go over news and research and talk about cannabis. And that's what we always do, is talk about cannabis. So you guys have a great week. I will see you again Wednesday. And y'all take care and have a good day. It's beautiful up there. Oh, and happy equinox, because it was first day of fall yesterday. My favorite time of year. My anniversary's coming up. Alrighty, it's harvest time too. A lot of people will be taking down their outside plants. Outside harvest, right? Maybe another maybe another couple weeks actually. Probably 2 or 3 weeks before they start pulling. Because 12 and 12 is just 12 and 12. I'm noticing now we got 12 hours of sun and 12 hours of dark. It's at 7:40 in the morning, sun's coming up, and it's going down by 7:40 at night. 7:43. That's how close they are to 12 and 12 right now. So them buds will be tightening up. Nice. So good luck to everybody out there that's either waiting on their harvest or pulling fans leaves off already and getting ready for harvest. It's a good time of year. Anyways, y'all take care, everybody, and I am going to say goodbye. Have a good week.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
You're watching the 420 Pace Reroll Saturday.
This one comes to me from theounce.ca, and the headline on it says, pre-rolls overtake flower as consumer favorite, according to report. Now, pre-rolls have passed flower as the top grossing cannabis category in Canada, according to a new report. Using data provided by sales analytics firm Headset, the report reveals pre-rolls generated more than $1.27 billion of revenue in 2024, with nearly 69 million units sold, securing 32.8% of the market. Second at the time to flower. But by the mid-2025, pre-rolls had overtaken flower in sales to become Canada's top grossing cannabis product category, the report says. It goes on and says that through September 9th of this year, pre-roll sales reached $982 million and a 34% of the market share. That's up 72 million, up from 72 million. That's 8% over the previous year-to-year period, and on pace to break last year's record. Now, it also goes on to say, by comparison, flower recorded $909 million in sales and 32% of the market share over the same period. That's down $23 million. Now, as far as what's the most favorable pre-rolls and stuff, they say general admission has risen to the top of the Canadian pre-roll market on the strength of its flowered or flavored and infused pre-rolls. And they also say that other top performers on this list include Shred, famous for its terpene-rich blends, and Back 40, which is a heritage brand known for accessible, large multi-packs. The report also highlights Jeter. That's America's best-selling pre-roll brand, which made a powerful entrance into the Canadian market in 2024. And Redican, an Ontario-based company recognized for its iconic Ready Slim pre-roll packs. So there you go. Those are the pre-rolls have taken over flower. I guess the convenience of just buying something that is already made and ready to go. And all you got to do is take it out of the tube or out of the package and light it up. And you're not fighting the wind or the rain to try to roll one while you're out and about.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
You're watching the Hi Guys podcast with Al and the other Al on the 420 Pace Project.
Hey.
I need to put music in there.
Yes. I think we talk about that each time we have the show.
Yes, we do.
We do.
So I wanted to start on a high note.
Okay.
And I got a song.
All right, let's do it.
Dr. High.
Oh, okay.
So
Dr. High's music.
Let's see if You haven't heard this one, I don't think.
No, I haven't. No.
All right, here we go.
Rub my eyes, feet hit the floor, and are the tan light one up for sure. Ain't no rush, ain't no stress. Start my day feeling blessed. Coffee hot, got my paper stacked. Took one hit, now I'm bouncing back. A little Skinner playing on the deck. And Dr. High said, boy, respect the set. Fire it up, roll it tight. Ain't no way I'm starting my day dry. Exhale slow, feeling right. Time to face the world, let's take that ride. Roll it up, light it up, start the day right up. Smoke it up, toke it up, let the sun rise up. Got coffee in one hand, joint in the other. Wake and bake, ain't no better way, my brother. Dr. High wrote the book on this vibe. One hit, one sip, time to ride. Now I'm flying, mind real clear. Speakers bumping, smoke in the mirror. Truck bed loaded, headed down the line. I'm high, but hell, I'm feeling just fine. The breakfast hit, biscuit stacked, eggs fried up, got my munchies packed. Ain't no way this day gonna be slow. With one more hit, man, let's roll. Fire it up, roll it tight. Ain't no way I'm starting my day dry. Exhale slow, feeling right. Time to face the world, let's take that ride. Roll it up, light it up, start the...
That's a long one, Al. Oh.
You didn't look ahead of time.
Yeah. Well, anyways, it was a long song. It's not even half finished.
Yeah. Yeah.
My point was to uplift everybody.
Uplift everybody. For the wake and bake, 10 for the morning, right?
I've been up since 4:20.
Really? Yeah. I don't think I saw that.
6 of these already.
If I'm up in the middle of the night, the last thing I want to know is what time it is, because then I start waking up.
I have no choice. Steven starts howling around 4:30, 4:20, literally. Yeah, you know.
Is that when the bear goes by?
No, it's when Steven goes, I'm hungry.
Sherry Ann says very long, and I'm assuming she's talking about the song. Very long song. How long was it? Did you notice?
Let me look here. It's only 3 minutes and 32 seconds. I think we're just stoned out.
And it's first thing in the morning, maybe. Oh no. I'm in the process of doing something, and I started last night at about 11 o'clock. And that was starting to upload all my pictures on my phone. And it's still going. I still got another 4,200 pictures to download.
On your phone?
From my phone.
Yeah, I'm probably up there. I have not done a full dump since I've had this, and I've had this. How long have I been here? 3 years and a bit. I've had this 5 years, this phone, 4 years.
Yeah. Ours is, I've had this 3 or 4 years now. It's just first time. I tried to upload them onto my computer. And
I have to do the same thing on my digital SLR, on my Rebel, because I've got no more room. But it's got like the kids' pictures and pictures of my mom and pictures of the farm. And I mean, at the farm, I took a lot of pictures. I sat there in my chair and just was
Did you see I shared a memory from
I
the
saw that.
farm?
Not when?
The
Today?
other day, I shared it on my Facebook wall.
I didn't
You'd
see
have to
that.
go scroll through my wall. You'll see
I
it.
will. Yeah.
It's only like about 2 days ago, maybe 3 at the most.
Oh, that's a long time ago.
It was a 5-year memory.
Oh, yeah, it's been 5 years. Yeah. I
think that would have been probably the first time I went there, I think, by the looks of it, from the memory.
Yeah, I've seen those pictures. I found the one of you sticking your head in the window when we went to visit you at the hospital.
Hospital, yeah, that one. Correct. Yeah.
I found the picture of finding Mary Jane in a Timmy's parking lot in Nova Scotia. She pulled up beside me. I mean, I knew she was coming, obviously.
Right. I see that one of our cannabis community cohorts, friends, and all that is rattling some sabers. She is making more noise, and looks like maybe some challenge coming up. And that's Allison.
You know the way Allison is. She doesn't take no for an answer, especially when it comes to health.
Yes.
Allison has several different things going on, including MS. She is in a wheelchair most of the time these days. But she's very active. And I haven't read much of it. I'm sure that you could dive into it, but there's a challenge coming because she was at an event.
She was out celebrating her 37th anniversary with her and Gary. And they're out that night, and she was ticketed for using
at an event.
At the bar, basically, is where she was at. Yeah. And she was charged because she was consuming psilocybin, which I believe she was using it as a tea.
As a drink. Yeah, she had a drink with her. She's as far as I know, these days, she's always got that with her.
Yes, exactly.
I do mine in the form of whatever amount. I did 2.7 yesterday. I haven't done that before. And
it says here, Section 4 of the Controlled Substances Act makes psilocybin possession a crime.
Oh, yeah.
Canadians are denied safe and regulated access. Mental and medical health care professionals could make psilocybin use safer, but risk sanctions from their colleagues. The law blocks harm reduction and breaches Charter 7 rights. And they go on to say that this case is more than one woman's mistreatment. It's about creating safe legal spaces for psychedelic healing and ensuring mental health or healthcare professionals can do their jobs without fear. In a call to action, they're inviting healthcare professionals to support this initiative by providing short sworn statements to show their gratitude for their contribution. We will file a S56 application on your behalf to Health Canada.
What is S56?
It's a Section 56.
Okay, so that's the old Section 56. Yes,
correct. Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
Now Health Canada was allowing people with major illnesses that psilocybin and magic mushrooms will help. But then too many people, including Allison, applied to be able to use it. And then they went, oh, now hold on a minute. Let's just talk about end of life for now. And so that's where we are now, unfortunately.
Yeah. She's asking if you are a mental health practitioner willing to contribute, please reach out to lawyers Paul Lewin and Janelle Volina for details.
I knew Paul was jumped right in board there.
Yeah. Let's see what all it's got here.
Allison,
She says here, Allison is a pioneer of cannabis and psychedelic.
I was just going to say that, Al.
She suffers from bilateral trigeminal, neurologic.
Big names.
BTN, and primary progressive multiple sclerosis and cluster headaches. She's living with excruciating neurological pain, and psilocybin is the only medicine that provides.
And she's got a tick in her head, tickmania or something like that, where it knocks her equilibrium out and everything.
That'd be the BTN. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I've known Allison. Allison's one of the first people I met in the community. Oh God, 20
She was forcibly removed from the pub by the police, and she was ticketed.
How much does it say?
No.
I should ask her.
Yeah. Canadians choosing psychedelics medicines have few options when they opt for underground ceremonial use. Sometimes this happens without proper preparation and integration. And it says mental and medical healthcare professionals could make underground ceremonies safer. Well, you could bring them above ground. What else? Yeah, that's what she's got on her post there. So anybody who doesn't know, on Facebook, search for Allison Mirden, and you will see the write-up, or even on my wall, because I've shared it on my wall as well.
And I've just asked Allison how much it is, and hopefully she'll answer me during the show.
Okay. All righty. How much a ticket is? Yep. Yeah, or did she just get no ticket, just a summons? Not a fine. She didn't get the fine.
Well, if she doesn't get
down to the court case, and
if she doesn't get back to me, she'll give me some details. If she doesn't get back to me during the show, we'll know for next week.
Yeah, for the next time, sure.
Oh,
ding!
Dinged me.
Get an answer?
No, it was Mary Jane in the other chat.
All right.
I forgot to turn my ringer off. Excuse me.
All right.
The other day, you could hear Bear Bang go off during the show.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and unfortunately, I heard it wasn't a Bear Bang. And they found another bear. They found a bear dead at the Canco, which is the gas station on the highway here, like right in town. Dead. Maybe a yearling, they said.
2 tags still up and going?
What's that?
2 tags?
No, it was a younger bear, a yearling, what they call a yearling. Yeah. And they're thinking that it was somebody pulled it off the highway. It was hit by a truck or something. The truckers won't stop. They're used to it. The cars, there would have been an accident or, into a tree or something.
The truck might have had a plow on the front of it. And
right.
That's not, and that's not for snow. That would be for wildlife.
Unfortunately, yes, there's a lot, and just like the trains, you hear the trains going through town. They're not supposed to honk unless there's wildlife in the way. Well, or a person.
Yeah. Okay.
What are you smoking?
A little too much. Thank you for asking. I had a hybrid middle of the road while I was loading stuff up, and while I was waiting for you, I had an indica, which I'm just finishing, and it's just my dime bag thing. They put the price up. I'm not happy. It's no longer $10.
Oh, I know. I went in and bought my regular cartridge from my regular store that got bought by another cannabis company.
Oh,
one in town. We had Sunfish in town, but it got bought out by one plant. And so now all of a sudden my cartridges are $10 more.
$10 more.
Yeah.
That's not okay. Now, I was told by somebody in the know about stores that if you see price increases in your legal stores, OCS will have your old prices still, probably. For a little while.
You order through them. Yeah, then all your information goes to some third party in a different country. Like all your credit card information that they like to keep.
Yeah, probably.
And your ID that you have to submit when you order from them.
They don't work here, Sherry Ann.
The whistles.
The wildlife just turns and looks at you.
But as far as smoking, $50 more, $10 more. It's my comatose live resin.
Okay, I got an answer from Allison.
Did you?
Sorry to interrupt. Hi, Al, honey. I've known her a long time. Wasn't a dollar amount, was 2 charges of trespassing and having an unknown substance on the premises.
Oh, so she wasn't charged with possession of having psilocybin.
Maybe that will happen because the what do they call them here? The Crown can add shit as they go, right?
Yeah.
They don't like one angle; they can go after another.
So what was the charges again?
Trespassing and having an unknown substance on premises in a bar. Like, I mean, if you were to spark up a joint in a bar these days, you'd probably get the same charge. Even though it's legal.
I'm with Sherry Ann on this. This is why she's got trespassing ? In her comment.
No.
Trespassing.
She was uninvited, I guess. Once you're asked to leave, the police automatically switch gears and it becomes a criminal trespassing. If you refuse to leave, that's where they can switch gears and actually remove you. Right? They have to do it that way.
Yeah.
So,
wow. All righty.
Thanks, Allison.
Thanks, Al. I know you're not watching, but you'll catch it later.
You don't know that. There's 3 people watching.
Well, yeah, that's right. Yeah, she could be watching. Yeah. And what does the defense lawyer in you say, Sherry Ann?
I worked for my mom's boyfriend when I got my license because he had a DUI, and drove him around I spent my late teen years in courtrooms watching stuff like this.
Yeah.
It wasn't so much. It was about drugs back then, but not legal drugs. Although, okay. So my doctor, who's unfortunately now retired, was completely on board because I had talked to Jack about doing the same thing Allison was going to do, right? Yeah. Because it really was open. I know I switched back to this topic, Al, but it really was open to a more wider spectrum of people. And they've just closed that loop, which isn't right. Like, I can't qualify for it now until they change that. I was going in under the mental health angle.
Right. Yeah. And like we said earlier, the SAP program is really SAP, which is supposed to be special access program. But
they don't want to do it, and they'll push you and push you and push you until a judge says, "Hey, no, you got to do it."
Yeah. Exactly.
We do have some rights here in Canada. Right? We do have some rights here in Canada.
Yeah. Thanks for the love, Misty Lee.
That makes it very hard for Health Canada to push us around, because we do have rights to medicating with what
for cannabis, and I can see that down the road for the mushrooms too as well.
Obviously,
yeah.
There's a doctor. There's a doctor at the hospital here in town that's
maybe,
doing a study.
Maybe that's why Allison wasn't charged with psilocybin possession, because she would take it to court and fight it right through to the end.
Morning, Misty.
Yeah, morning, Misty. You have a great day as well.
Oh, of course, but they would know, and they would know, the Crown would know this.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, exactly.
Allison is, for people who don't know who Allison Meriden is she is a retired criminal corrections officer. Yeah, so she has a police background, and
yeah, she's been advocating on the cannabis end for a couple of decades, easily, maybe even 3 now.
She is usually for the first time that I've known her, and that we've been going to the GMM. This year was the first time she was not able to be at the front, even before the banners and all that. She was always at the front of the parade, rolling down the street.
Yeah.
On
the street.
Somebody, usually on the street, somebody forgot to bring her charger this year, so she couldn't roll down through the streets of Toronto. Everybody else had to do it for her.
Oh yes, yeah. Her chair, it wasn't holding. Yeah, exactly.
I can hope so, Sherry Ann.
I hope so too, Sherry Ann. If it was a charge for the psilocybin end of things, that would be. She'd be, even if they went to drop the charges on psilocybin, she would demand to be charged so that she could fight it.
Well, I can assure you that if Jack Lloyd is needed on this, he'll jump in as well. I can assure you of that. So this is right up his forte. Although, he tends to stay with the business angle, right? With the business and stuff like that. And Paul handles the people end of things.
Does he? Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Paul, Paul Lewin.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Okay. From a little
I wish we had a little commercial for his office. We call Paul Lewin.
Yeah.
Don't know his number. Sorry.
No, neither do I. All righty. From that, we're moving on to.
It's certainly high on the list.
One more thing I have to change. I'm going to stop putting pictures of people on things, because when those things change, I have to redo everything.
Yeah, we'll put both of our pictures on them. And that way, because if we both bring something to that segment.
Well, that's what I was planning on doing.
Yeah.
I've been talking about magnesium depletion.
We were talking about that in a previous
a lot of cannabis. Right. I've talked about it for a while now, because I'm having that issue. Right. Some people do, some people don't. A lot of people have, their magnesium levels under control, but when you smoke a lot of cannabis, it depletes it. Recently, I have been using several times a day. I take a little bit of a olive oil and FICO mix, a full extract, and put it in my tea or whatever. And I found out that olive oil has a substantial amount of magnesium in it. I'm not getting the leg. I'm not. Yep. Virgin olive oil. So I'm not getting the twitching and the nerve pain as much as I was, and I'm not feeling draggy like I would if I was just taking oil.
Right.
You've done oil.
You're getting some benefit from the olive oil.
Well, this is my point. Yes. So I'm getting some magnesium and other nutrients that are in olive oil and it's helping. I'm feeling more alert. And it's so yummy in my tea.
Is it?
Anyways, let's have a look. I'm just sharing this tab.
Alrighty.
At where's damn squirrels are out. They want their food. Alrighty. Just give me 1 second to get this set up here.
All right. We'll pretend that we're at a commercial break. I'll sing.
Blah 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 blah.
What's he saying? I can't hear a word he's saying.
You can't hear it?
I can't. No.
You can't hear it, Al.
No, I can't hear that. I can hear you though. I see you got it cranked.
Huh. Okay, let me just.
So I don't know. Hey, Sherry Ann, if you're still there, can you hear that out there?
Okay. Maybe the sound. Oh, okay. I just did that. It's telling me I have to reshare the window.
Oh, she can't hear it either.
Okay. We'll get there. Don't worry.
Thanks, Sherry Ann.
I lost the
7 weird signs. Your fucking body is screaming for magnesium. The last one will blow your mind. 1. Muscle twitches, random eye spasms, or night leg cramps. That's your body yelling, "Hey dumbass, give me some magnesium." Without it, your muscles will refuse to chill and start glitching like a broken robot. 2. Headaches and migraines that won't quit. Low magnesium makes your blood vessels and nerves throw a tantrum. More deficiency equals more brain splitting pain. 3. Heart acting shady. Skipping beats, random palpitations. That's not cute anxiety. That's your magnesium levels screwing with your heartbeat rhythm. 4. You're tired as fuck all the damn time. Doesn't matter if you sleep 8 hours or 12, you still feel like roadkill. Why? Magnesium is the power supply for your cells, and when you don't have enough, boom, no energy. 5. Can't fall asleep. Your brain won't shut up. Running like a laptop with 200 tabs open. Magnesium usually calms it down. Without it, good luck, insomniac. 6. Weird tingling or numbness in your hands or feet, like tiny invisible needles poking you. That's your nerves misfiring because they're magnesium starved. 7. Craving chocolate out of nowhere, not just your sweet tooth. Dark chocolate is loaded with magnesium. When you suddenly want it like crazy, it might be your body begging for a fix. Save this before you forget.
What do you say about them apples?
Well, I know somebody who's on magnesium supplements, and there's a lot of signs that they discussed during that little clip. That
and is it working?
And it's working for them. Well, I wouldn't say 100% sure, but they are. It was something that the doctor did talk to them about.
Something I'm going to talk to my doctor about as well before I start taking supplements, because multivitamins and supplements are not always very good for somebody with diabetes.
Right. Okay.
So, but anyway, yeah.
So what I've got for this is I did a Google search for the best places to consume cannabis in, I think it was Ontario, and I found a list that said the best places to smoke legally in Canada.
Okay,
instead.
Cool.
So they've got a bunch of information on the website, but I've brought it down to this spot right here. I'll share it to the screen here, and there we go. Best spots. Top outdoor legal spots by province. Stanley Park, Vancouver, BC. It's got wide trails, plenty of privacy, and ocean views. Hyde Park, Toronto. Massive space, ideal for picnics and sessions.
Yes, I'd say. Yeah.
Nose Hill Park in Calgary. Great elevation, sunset views, less crowded. Point Pleasant Park, Halifax. Coastal, wooded, and usually quiet. Toronto Island. Take a ferry and light up in peace.
Yeah, I don't know about the island because it's pretty controlled and there's kids.
Is it? Pacific Spirit Regional Park, perfect for hiking and mellow hits.
I'm sure there's a lot of that going on in there.
Yeah, and this was this list was put together in August, so it's not an old list or
at bongs.ca.
Yeah, bongs.ca. It's got all kinds of information on here. It goes through each province, lets you know what the general rules are in each province.
Yeah, well, let's just also remind people that in Canada, where you can legally stand or sit and have a cigarette, a tobacco product, or a vape, you can use cannabis as well. And there's not much anybody can tell you. And if they say that's not true, they're full of shit.
Now they do mention cannabis lounges and cafes, and they say legal lounges are still in the gray area in most provinces, but some private cafes have found creative ways to operate. They say notable lounges. This one really surprised me because of this being 2025, and this one closed in 2020, and they list the Hotbox Lounge, and it even says closed in 2020.
Is Gunjanistas on there?
No. THC, the Healing Center in Vancouver, and Cannabis Carnival.
It's never heard of any of THC. I have, of course, in the hot box, but the others.
Yeah. So Sherry agrees with you.
There were at one time there were a lot of lounges.
Sherry Ann's comment. What the hell? My balcony isn't on there? No, it's not. Thank you. I think I've seen some views from your balcony. You'd have have some views from up there. So
she's facing the wrong way though. She's facing.
I don't know.
I believe she's facing north though.
Oh yes, Velvet Underground. That rings a bell.
Oh, I know about that place. Yes, I do.
Rings a bell. It does. So yeah, there you go. That was my list of things. All right. Yeah, I thought, hey, I'll check that out, see what we can find. All right. From the list, we move on to
right when I have the munchies. Perfect.
All right when you have the munchies. Well, maybe my munchies will that I've got listed here will help you out. Or maybe after the show you'll go make them.
Maybe.
All right.
Or I'll have that box of Kraft Dinner with my name on
it. First up, we're gonna start with breakfast. We're gonna have just breakfast stuff today.
Are we doing breakfast?
And we're gonna start with a side order of cannabis infused bacon. Yes, really, that's what it says.
And asparagus from the looks of it.
Look at that, eh? Wrapped around the asparagus.
That would be so good, dude.
Okay. Yeah, I know, eh? So the ingredients: bacon, sliced, cannabis ground into fine powder, they say. Preheat the oven at 225. Spread the ground cannabis onto a cookie sheet and bake for 45 minutes. I like to put mine on parchment paper. Seems to stick to metal as things melt.
Sometimes, yeah.
They say place the desired number of bacon strips on an ungreased baking sheet. Yet again, if you can put that on parchment paper. Once the cannabis is done baking, remove and preheat the oven to 275. Sprinkle the baked ground cannabis over each strip of bacon, adding more or less depending on the desired potency. Bake the bacon. For 10 minutes, remove it from the oven, flip the strips, and sprinkle cannabis over the other side and bake for another 10. And they say, notes, all leftover fat on the cookie sheet is medicinally active, so you may want to save it and get creative. One quick option is to soak up the grease with bread and Viola, cannabis, bacon, bread. And you can use it as
sandwiches.
So there you go. Cannabis, bacon. What do you think? You can make that tomorrow for breakfast?
No, but I could use some of that butter to make a couple grilled cheese sandwiches for lunch.
All right. From cannabis.
I love bacon, but it doesn't love me, unfortunately.
Oh, really? Eh? I stopped eating it for years, but I have started eating it again.
What about chicken bacon or pork bacon? Or not pork bacon, beef bacon, like the faux bacon.
I had chicken. Yeah. I agree with Sherry Ann. It did look yummy. It did look yummy.
Yes.
Greasy. As far as the chicken, there is chicken bacon, but I don't know. I've never. I spent a long time since
beef bacon. There's what do you call it? Vegan bacon. All that. Fake bacon.
Okay, and our other recipe that I've got picked out here,
another one,
is something that I have actually made in the past, and I never thought about this as their name. Poffles.
Poffles. Oh, Poffles. Waffles. Yeah.
Poffles. So yeah, cannabis infused waffles.
A poffle waffle.
They say you need 2 cups of cannabis flour, 1 teaspoon of salt, 4 tablespoons or teaspoons of baking powder, 2 teaspoons of granulated sugar, 2 eggs, 1.5 cups of warm milk, and 1/3 of a cup of melted can of butter. I used to put my can of butter just right into the powdered stuff out of the box. But if you want to use, the what do you call that? Use the raw ingredients, then this is the way to do it, they say. Preheat the waffle iron to your desired heat. Take the dry mixture, combine the flour, salt, baking powder, and sugar, and set it aside. As far as the wet stuff, in another bowl, gently beat the eggs carefully, not to over whip and create a frothy texture to your eggs, as it's negative for the outcome. Stir in the can of butter and the milk. Pour the wet mixture over the dry mixture and gently beat until well blended. I used to just throw the butter into like I said, the butter into the thing.
Throw it all into the same
pot. Throw it in there. Yeah, they say pour it onto your waffle iron and cook until golden. They say alternatives for reducing the amount of cannabis. Well, just to put less in it. If you want to lessen it, the first is to either replace the can of flour with regular flour or cut the can of flour with regular flour. Maybe try the 1-to-1 ratio. Another is basically the same desire as the can of flour, but involves the butter. You either replace the can of butter with regular butter or do a blend as well. There you go. Poffles. I never thought about calling them poffles. You?
I just came back, Al. I was spinning.
Were you?
Yes, everything. I was loading stuff, and everything just went. Everything disappeared. Did I disappear?
You missed out on the poffles.
I saw some of the poffles.
Oh, okay, all right. I'm just putting it in. I'm just putting it into the chat.
All right. You should put the other one too.
Yeah, unfortunately, I closed it. But I have to go looking for it again. So there we go. I got the poffles recipe in here, and I will just. There we go. Waffles.
Potfuls. A potful waffle. That is much different than a twat waffle.
Waffles.
A twat.
You know what you can also do? Not only that, you can get your infused maple syrup and put it on top of your poffles.
I have maple syrup. I got some maple syrup the other day, and I don't know. It's not maple syrup. It's syrup. It's the Aunt Jemima syrup that they put the lady back on the bottle.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I just get some maple syrup. Usually we've got something around here that we bought from the store, like a local maple syrup or something along that line.
I'm sure there's a selection here
Then
too.
I just infuse it and mix it together, right?
Yeah, it's very easy to do to infuse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And why not put a little bit of that can of butter on your waffle? People put regular butter on there.
As I've said many times, I've made macaroni and cheese with can of butter.
Cannabis, yeah. Just substitute one butter for the other, for the infused stuff.
All you're really doing is adding a cannabis flavor to it. That's really the only noticeable difference, other than you're going to notice it after you've eaten said box of craft dinner.
So I'm down to 3,100 pictures, just so you know.
Oh, really? It takes a while, eh?
Yeah, it does. And I put my charger back on my phone when it got down to 28%. So my charger's on my phone for the last, 10 or 15 minutes. And I'm at 25%. So even though I'm charging, I'm losing power.
When I was studying photography, I had a filing cabinet full of negatives in folders and pictures. And we don't need a filing cabinet anymore. Even with I got my digital SLR, I can take a picture and put it right on the computer.
Oh yes, yeah.
So it's
my phone's getting warm.
Now there's no more. I haven't been in a dark room and I don't
long time, eh?
Yeah,
I can't remember the last time I used film.
I have
say 2012, 2013, 2013.
I probably have about 20 some vintage cameras, ranging from 35 millimeter to the cartridge and a Polaroid. I even have an old Polaroid camera.
Do you really?
And, really, the only place you can get film is directly through Kodak.
Yeah, that's it.
And blacks and some of the stores in Toronto, the camera stores are still there. They're smaller, but they're still there, and you can get stuff there.
I'm trying to think. I went Japan Camera. Was
Japan Camera's still there as well.
Yeah, that's where I bought my my first camera, and it wasn't digital.
I got all my camera equipment at Henry's.
I did that too. That was where I bought my first camera.
That's where I got all my school stuff. I had to buy 3 different formats of cameras: a 35 millimeter, a 2 1/4, and then a 4x5, which is the big accordion studio cameras. And I mean, it was not cheap then. I can only imagine how much a sheet of 4x5 film costs now. And then you got to take it in. I don't have it. I used to have a dark room and everything. Yeah, no more. What do you want, baby? Not talking to you, Al.
I thought you were talking to me.
What do you want, Squishawish? How about we put on another song, Al, and I can go feed my.
You deal with the cats, and then I got a product review when we get back. All right. What's the song? He's looking.
All right. I have to find the song we're going to play is by Jeff, and this is. I've been told by their press person that they are 420 and psychedelic friendly. This is their psychedelic song. I'm just going to do this.
All right.
Yes. I'm going to put the video because the video is actually very suggestive. Should I put it? Yeah, let's put the video. Nope, the video is not even here.
And I can
Hold
just.
on.
Yeah.
I'm getting there. Don't rush me, Al. I
No rush. I've been, like 12 hours, downloaded
It'd be
8,000
quicker
photos, and it's still going. So
for Al, but he's having the same problems now as both
you froze.
down to our laptops. Oh, it started, Al. It wasn't supposed to start. All right. This is Jet Black Roses, and we'll be right back.
All right.
It didn't go full. Sorry. Here we go. Here we go. Second a hag Bacchus. Let's try this one more time.
Yeah.
Damn it.
How come it's only a little picture? There we go.
Hey.
Hey.
I know this little voodoo lady. She hails from home of Louisiana.
Uh-oh.
She knows just how to.
Uh-oh.
You do, baby. That's all you do. I'm telling you, baby. Psycho boogie hoochie coo. I wanna do it for you. Yes, I do. Got a freaky dicky licky little shack in the bayou. Funky shrunken heads up on the wall. She got a triple alligator named Leon. They like to get stoned to the bone, skinny dipping in the stone. Psycho boogie hoochie coo. That's what you do. I'm telling you, baby. Psycho boogie hoochie coo. I wanna do it with you. Ow! You don't need $1 million. You don't need a shiny car. You just need a little music and just stay right where you are. Yeah, Psycho boogie hoochie coo. But that's what you do. A little by you, baby. Psycho boogie hoochie coo. I won't do it with you. Psycho boogie hoochie coo. Psycho boogie hoochie coo.
We're back.
Do you like that, Al? Do you like that kind of music? Do you like that?
Oh, it's a song.
Not your kind of music? It's a song.
Either way, I'm not, it's fine. Nothing.
You know, it's country rock.
This is who was that again?
Jet Black Roses. I'm just looking where they're from. I can't remember where they're from. But they've toured with Styx and a few other well-known bands, Collective Soul. So yeah, they're I enjoy them. I've listened to every song they've made so far.
Okay. The Sherry Ann says that she thought that they were groovy.
They're very wide in the genre. They've got a little bit of everything.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. No, nothing wrong with it at all. No. All righty. What do we got next? Song. There was, when you were gone, there was a little bit of freezing with it, and then it's finally as if it caught up and it's
What do you want for nothing, Al?
What? Yeah. All righty. It is time for our all right, product review. What have I got? What have I got?
Oh, shut up, Stephen.
Oh, your cat.
He just left the room and he eats and then runs down the hallway screaming at me. It's all gone. It's all gone.
Supper, give me some food.
Little fucker. From 4 o'clock in the morning. That's when it's
So my product review.
All right. That's a big bag of weed, dude.
That's a big bag. That big bag holds 2 pounds of cannabis. Recommended size for 2 pounds of cannabis. This is a grow bag. And they talk about how it keeps your cannabis at 62% humidity for storage.
They got packs in it as well.
Pardon me?
They got the packs in it as well.
No packs in it. No.
Oh, okay. It's all included. Everything's in there.
Yeah, it's just a bag. They come in different sizes. Some for an ounce, some for half ounce, some for a pound, 5 pound bags.
Smelly proof? Smelly proof?
Huh?
Smelly proof?
Smelly proof? Yeah, I guess so. I've never noticed the smell with them.
Like, could you use those to ship?
I wouldn't do that. I don't think I'd do that.
You know that
you can see here. You can see the 2 white lines.
Yes.
Below the white lines is an actual, like a Ziploc baggie.
There's 2 zipper thingies.
No, just 1 zipper. But what they recommend is for long-term storage, because they can't guarantee that plastic seal will. These are terpene bags that help preserve your terpenes. They recommend that you seal with an iron. Seal the bag itself with an iron right across there.
Oh, okay.
You need in it, you just cut it, right? And then if you seal it again for long term, then you got more room to do so. They have different kinds of bags. They have some even with
different shapes and sizes, eh?
Yeah. They got different ones now. Some come colored and stuff. I just get the regular old black one. For years I used jars. What I found with the jars is that I had so many friggin' jars, bins and bins. Mason jars that always had to be cleaned out and maintained and all that type of stuff and burping. And this bag, I just throw it in the bag there and seal it up.
Vacuum it and throw it in the freezer.
So one day I thought, well, because I don't put any what do you call those moisture bags or whatever packs in there. So one day I threw one of my little humidity meters inside the bag, left it there for a day or two. Then I opened up the bag, 62% on my meter, just like the bag promised.
I wonder if that would
I
be
just
good.
went, wow,
Here,
holy fuck, really?
it's 98% right now here.
So
Outside.
then I have some older cannabis, and I threw it in the older cannabis bag and let it sit in there for a bit, and I pulled it out. 62%.
It brought it back, eh?
It's still at 62%, and that's a good percentage of humidity, and good for doing creating your dabs for squishing.
Oh,
So, and now that I've got the press set up,
did you get your plates?
yeah. I show you the picture, but my phone is unloading pictures. I'm down to 2,850 to go. And I had to take my phone out of the package so that it cooled down quicker because it's hot. Because if it's working so hard and I'm having to charge it up at the same time. So, alrighty, Grove Bags. You can check them out at grovebags.com, and they come in Terp Block pouches, Terp Block liners, and Terpy bags. These are Terpy bags. Neat. There you go. They deal with mold prevention, weight retention, and terpene preservation.
And you can throw those right in your fridge or freezer, correct?
I don't throw them in the fridge or freezer. I just put them on the shelf.
That's what I was getting to. You don't put them in the freezer or
no,
you just put them
I haven't got enough. I'd have to buy a freezer or a fridge. Yeah. No, I've never stored mine in the fridge.
Doesn't you think it makes a difference?
Freezer's always been a concern for me, anyways. Because
do you think it would make a difference? Right? Would it make a difference? Do you think?
What, that freezer?
Yeah.
Yeah, freezers. Well, some people, from the information I've read on it, was that it can over time do damage to the terpenes. And when you handle a frozen bag, your trichomes are frozen. So when you move that bag around, you're breaking your trichomes off your cannabis, and they're
now. I have heard. I've also heard that if you're going to squish, then put it in the freezer for a little while and you want the terpenes frozen.
Frozen, yeah. Depends what you're going to do with it. You're just going to store it and then bring it out and smoke it. And you got a bag that's frozen. You take it out. It gets warm. It goes back in the freezer. Comes back out. Gets warm. Goes back in the freezer. What else are you going to problems you're going to cause?
I put a 1/4 pound in the freezer at the trailer.
Yeah.
I figured safest place for it. I won't smoke it. I came back in the spring to get it, to squish it. The freezer, the trailer lost power at some point, and it was just when I went into the freezer, it was just mush.
Yeah. And Sherry Ann says that she's only seen one person in her whole life put it in the freezer.
I know people who put them in the
freezer. I know a guy who put it in the freezer.
I used to store. I'd get my 1/4 pound and throw it in the freezer. Take a little bit as I needed, but I don't now.
Yeah. I've never stored mine in there.
I keep my oil in the fridge. I keep my mushrooms in the fridge.
Yeah.
But now the cops know where to look when they come to my house.
Yeah.
And I keep. I've got half a dozen cookies in the mix.
Yeah.
In the freezer in a bag as well.
Mm.
I didn't want to make all of them because I'll eat them all. Yes, I know.
Yeah.
But if you keep them in the fridge, you
can slow down the aging process.
Right.
But yeah.
Also, it's also because it's dark in there usually, right? But every time you expose the light to the cannabis, it starts that degrading process again, right?
All righty. From recipes and products, what's next? Oh, I know what's next.
No, what's next? What's next?
What's next?
Surprise me.
So, I was reading this article this morning, and you won't believe what happened.
Tell me.
I can tell you what happened. I was
What happened?
a bit surprised, but not totally surprised at what in the news of this today. Headline on this article says that pre-rolls have overtaken flour as a consumer favorite.
Yes, they have. Although I do prefer rolling my own.
Yeah, I use pre-rolls, but I pre-roll my own. But
Do you have a machine?
Pre-rolls have overtaken flour, according to this report, and they say that how is this? Data provided by sales analytics firm Headset. They say the report reveals pre-rolls generated more than $1.27 billion in revenue in 2024, with nearly 69 million units sold. They said, but by 2025, pre-rolls had overtaken flour in sales to become Canada's top growing or grossing cannabis product category. They say that through September the 9th of this year, pre-roll sales have reached $982 million and a 34% of the market share. That's up $72 million from the previous year. By comparison, flour recorded $909 million in sales and a 32% market share over the same period. That's down $23 million.
Down.
Wow. Because people are switching over to pre-rolls.
Yeah, that's why the pre-roll prices are going up.
Yeah. Now they say here, General Mission has risen to the top of the Canadian pre-roll market on its strength of its flavored and infused pre-rolls. Other top performers include Shred. They say they're famous for the terpene rich blends. And I don't know, I haven't bought any of this stuff. So 420, they say they're a heritage brand known as for accessible large multi-packs. Jeter, America's best-selling pre-roll brand, is being sold here in the Canadian market. And then Redican, recognized for its iconic Reddy's Slim pre-roll packs.
Yeah.
So there you go.
I've tried back 40 stuff, but not the pre-rolls. And as I said when we were talking about what are you smoking, where's my camera? It's over here. Here it is. Here. I get these. This is called a dime bag. They're about $11 now.
Dime bag. I remember those.
Yeah.
$10. Dime bag used to be $10, man.
Yeah. And this has 4.5 pre-rolls in it. They have an indica, they have a hybrid, and they have a sativa. I like the hybrid and the indica.
Yeah.
And, I've got a $23 a day habit now.
So I think Sherry Ann says that she must have a girlfriend that works at a store, because she said that her friend said that 100% her customers want pre-rolls over flour. She says it's a younger generation, yeah. They don't want to learn how to roll.
I prefer hand rolled myself, but I don't mind.
Oh, so how is it? Sherry Ann says that she's got some shred in front of her. Now, I haven't got any pre-rolled today. Show you, but when I pre-roll my doobies and I put them in my doobie container,
doob tube,
that tells you it's sealed, right? No smell gets out. And they by the end of the day, when I pull my joints out of here, they're covered with spots like leopards because the trichomes are.
This something gets on them.
It's trichome on the paper. I don't see that in the store ones, but
But
Sherry Ann says that she
unfortunately,
makes the Monster Funk Master milled, so it must be already ground up.
unfortunately, in my time using pre-rolls, the times I do, some of the things that I don't like is sometimes, and I'm not talking about Dime Bag, they've been relatively consistent, but some product, it's very dry. Sometimes you'll find that it's more of a shake than a bud, and is very harsh. Sometimes you have no control of what goes in that or how tight it is, and sometimes you open up a package and they just fall apart.
Oh yeah. Well, we've seen during when we did that Karma Cup test in there.
Yes.
The end, some of the ends are folded right in there, really tight that you can barely even draw on.
Correct. And just on the Karma Cup, it is coming up next month, or is it?
Yeah, I figured we'd get to that when we got to the events.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fine. Al.
Fine.
I was just going to mention that Sherry Ann will be going for us.
Oh yes, right. You mentioned that. Correct. And now, as far as the pre-rolls, and to Sherry Ann's point, millennials born 1981 to 1996 lead purchasers at 47%. There you go. And the convenience is the top consideration for buying pre-rolls.
Yes, it is convenient. I can walk in, get what you want. And I mean, look, for 10 years, we sat here dumping on anything going legal.
Oh, yeah.
And now, look, we're going to the fucking store and buying pre-rolls.
There was lots more. There was lots more about fighting.
You started doing that before me, and I was shocked because you are an avid grower. You have been for a long time.
Yeah.
And you grow nice weed. I know. I've had lots of it.
Yeah.
And but it's different. It's nice to try other people's stuff, even if it's a corporation, you know.
Well, I also looked at it as when coming into legalization, and I really haven't done this too much, to tell you the truth. But coming into legalization, I thought it'd be a good opportunity to be able to go in and get an idea of buy some pre-rolls or buy a few grams of a certain strain, and then make that decision on whether to grow that strain.
Well, when I find a strain in any context, be it from somebody that has given it to me or sent me a taste or whatever, I always ask, what is it? Especially if I like it.
Yeah.
But you know, it is convenient. The pre-rolls are very convenient. But what I also like what's going on at the legal store is I get a big bag of buds.
Right? Yeah. You've had them on the show before.
Yeah, and that is a half an ounce of a sativa and a half an ounce of a hybrid, or you get what I mean. You get a half and half. And there are other products I've also talked about. Oh crap, I can't remember the name of it, but it's 4 quarters. So usually 2 indica and a hybrid and a sativa kind of thing, right?
Right.
Potluck. Yeah. I agree.
Metal rules. You're right. Cramming a bud into a bowl is just as easy.
Yeah. Unfortunately I can't do bowls anymore.
No,
No, I like my shatterizer though. I'm good. Right. I can't even use the Happle. I have not bought hash in a while. I'll make some.
Wow.
But
I had a guy write me this morning.
I can't use my student glass either. I'm just like,
coughing. Right.
So what did they ask you?
Actually, a friend of mine wrote me late last night. I got it this morning. And as far as the apple, he thanked me for connecting him to the apple. They went camping over the weekend, and they spent the weekend at a spot in their campsite that they called the Apple Bar. They sat there, and they just constantly all weekend long kept going over and using the apple and standing around shooting the shit. So they called it the
Awesome.
Apple Bar. Yeah, he was really excited and really happy that he got it.
You know, I really like it. I like it. I have the, what's the one I have?
Mm-hmm. You had a dewdrop.
I have a dewdrop, which is a water version of a
Water
apple.
version. Okay.
And even that is too much for me.
Mm-hmm.
No, I mean, I'm like, I love it. I love the taste of it that comes out of it, and you're literally drinking your whatever you got, your smoke there, and it's just. But 10 seconds afterwards, you can't talk to me. I can't hear you because I'm coughing.
Well, Metal Rules, he commented about that. He says, I cannot do 21st century hash. Makes me hurl up a lung coughing.
Yeah. I have been, what's the brand there that they're connected to?
Nugs.
Nugs. Yeah, I like Nugs. It's a soft black. And then there's what's the other one that you get, Al?
Hash?
Yeah.
I got some Afghani hash.
Vortex.
That's what it was.
Like Vortex. They call it an Afghan, but it's not. It's just it's your soft old school. They call it old school hash, don't they? Al?
Yeah, the Nugs puts out the apple for Dave, and Nugs has got a product called Old School Hash.
And I love the Nugs. It works really nice. You know, one of the things I don't like is I keep losing my fucking snake in the water, and then you got to fish
water
in my
apple
little bong there.
The
my dewdrop.
Yeah,
my
because
dewdrop
there's
has water.
even in the dewdrop, there's a dry spot in there where the smoke gathers.
Yeah, no. It still gets in there. You can hope that it doesn't drop down into the water, but it always does. But you know, let me tell you one thing that I absolutely love about what Dave has made here, these products that he's made. If you break your stem, tell him he'll send you a new one.
He'll send you a new one. That's right.
Yep. I broke my stem and he sent me 2. I got a 2-for-1.
As far as Metal Rules, as far as I know, yes. Old School Hash is like the brick hash back in the day. The old style stuff. So.
Well, they hope it is, anyways.
And Sherry Ann says that only vapes make her cough. I don't know whether she's talking about vaping cannabis or vaping like the carts.
Some vapes do. I like. There's a couple of products that I like from the vape pens, but there are some of the cheaper ones. I like the rosin pens. The live rosin pens.
I get the live rosin ones. Yeah. Vape carts. Yeah, a lot of people say that as well. I'm staying away from the distillates and the added flavor agents.
Yes,
that's what it says.
And even the added terpenes.
What the hell is that added flavor agent?
Even the added terpenes. I don't want to try them. I look at it and I want to have I don't want to distill it. Okay. I want an oil or a what do you call it? Okay, I've had way too much doobies today, Al. Move on. I forgot what I said. I don't.
Cart vapes are like hash, wax, half, and Slay are not worth it.
Well, and that's why I love my Shatterizer, because as you see behind me, I know it's dark back there, but that right there is my Swisher. And the reason I have that here is because Al stole my old one.
That's the one I got set up.
He come over and just took it one night when I was in Toronto, and
yeah. Matt Rule says, never
well,
thought I'd
and
say
it's
this,
working
but I'm
good.
a hilly now, or hippie. Yeah.
Is it working good, Al? You got it all dialed in?
I actually haven't. I have to get some bags.
I don't like using the bags because I want to be able to take that puck and throw it into my magic butter machine.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I have more than 3. I have been using the Shatterizer for as long as I've known Matt and Val. They always make sure that myself have one, and Al and all of us really. And I love my Shatterizer. They have so many different types of cartridges you can put on there.
And then you would put your own rods in that you pressed yourself to consume it.
And you can they even have oil cartridges where you can load it up with your oil or your rosin, whatever you want.
Oh yeah.
The only thing that I wouldn't advise you to try and do in it is put a nug of weed into the pen, because Matt will get upset with you.
Sure. I've never heard of Papa Herb's vapes, and the vape carts. Yeah, that's the complaint. Cough, cough, cough. Alrighty, we should move on from that, from news.
All right.
And I got some.
Go!
Yes.
Hockey's coming. That's all I was going to say about it.
Well, I'm not even going to talk hockey today. I'm talking football.
Yeah.
That is because they are making changes in the CFL.
I was watching Global News last night and saw that. And when you're done that, I have something I want to say on.
All right. So what they're doing is they are going to have shorter fields and goalposts moving behind the end zones, or
like the NFL has done. Like the NFL has done. And there's also one more thing they're going to do.
What?
Something with the proximity of the fans. And that also is one of the things that's holding things up. None of these changes may happen until 2027. They say.
Yeah. They say that starting next season, teams will no longer be able to win games with a single off missed field goal that sails through the end zone. No points will be awarded for errant field goals, punts, or kickoffs that go through the end zone. If a returner fields a missed field goal, punt, or kickoff in the end zone and either kneels or is tackled in the end zone trying to forward the ball, a single will be awarded. So they're awarding points differently. They say this is going to create more touchdowns,
a faster game,
which creates more highlights, drives up the scores.
And it's exactly going along exactly with what the NFL is doing or has done, that they did in the 50s or something like that.
There's going to be the automatic reset on the play clock is going from 20 seconds to 35 seconds.
They're going from 110 feet, I guess. Yeah. Is it feet?
Yards.
Okay, so they're going from 110 yards to 100. They're shrinking everything down to make the game faster, like they did in the US many years ago in the NFL.
They're going to make the surface shorter in 2027, as you said.
And the representative that was talking also said the reason the NFL did it years ago was a safety reason. The players, and they had some players talking about it, and they said that it's a safety issue as well. because when you're coming in to do a goal, there's a lot of, in the CFL, there's a lot of hitting of the post. By moving it back, they're hoping that happens
Makes
less.
that safer. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now they also say that next year, once the play is dead, the 35-second clock will begin, and in 2026, they're going to start moving the players' benches to the opposite side of the field.
That's what I was talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. And then in 2027, they talked about reducing the size of the field. And they say that this will make CFL fields look very similar to those in the NFL.
Yep.
However, the playing surface will remain 65 yards wide as opposed to 53 yards in the NFL.
Yes, I heard that as well. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, some changes coming in the CFL. There we go. I haven't got any sports scores or anything for today.
I have completely forgotten what I was
Right.
going to
See you, Sherry Ann. Have a great day as well.
I've forgotten what I wanted to mention about sports.
We were talking about CFL. We're just starting.
No. When before you started, I had something in my brain that I wanted to mention about sports, and I can't remember. Oh no, baseball. Do you know anything about this Banana League?
No.
You've not heard about it? Yeah, they dance and they sing and they have performers come out in the middle of the game.
About that?
Yeah, a few months ago. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, so now they have they'll have a lead singer from a band to come out and sing a couple of songs to the crowd while they're playing the game, things like that. It's just, we need something like that in Canada. I would go to something like that. It's just so fun. They're bouncing around. They're all athletes and they're bouncing around and flipping and they dance and then they line up and they swing.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's hilarious. It's like watching a bunch of clowns on the field play baseball for real.
Hey, Sherry Ann's got 3 shadow risers. I got 2.
I have there's one on my green guy.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately I've broken my what do they call the big one, Al?
Oh, the bubbler?
The bubbler. I broke my bubbler, and Matt was going to give me another one, but they're not cheap.
Oh yeah, I got my bubble one is in my other room.
I missed that.
I got the old one right here.
Yeah, I've probably got 20 of them. I could probably, and I've killed 15.
And it had the little thing on the bottom.
That's the first thing I take off. I can't stand it. You're gonna lose it anyways.
Got my package of my atomizers. Box.
Which do you like better, the coil or the ceramic?
Ceramic.
You can burn hash in that as well, in the ceramic.
I haven't tried it.
Unfortunately, what it does though is it dries it up into a really hard rock.
Oh, does it?
Yeah, it's not fun to clean. I like I said, as you can see, I got my big shatterizer. I got a bigger one than you do, Al.
I haven't got a shatterizer poster like you.
Why don't you ask Matt for one? I'm sure he gave me that. That poster was hanging at Gunjanistas. And then when we closed it off, I took it and I put it. I think it was up on my. No, it wasn't even up on my wall in the apartment. But that's an old banner that he had that ripped. So I cut the top off, I cut the bottom off, and there it will sit.
Alrighty. Oh, did the sports thing. Where do we go here? I got the wrong tab open.
Uh-oh.
That's all right. Down to our last segment of the day. Alrighty. I had an event, but it was last weekend.
So
well,
this
I
week
have
it's been
others. I had others.
preempted.
No, Naomi sent me an event of a store, something going on at a store, and it was on the 20th. So we didn't show last week, so I couldn't show it last week. So what we got? September the 23rd. Today's the last day of Woman in Cannabis Expo, and I haven't got a clue where that is. I'm gonna bring it up and find out. Nevada. If you're in Nevada, just so you know.
I'll head right there right now.
Women's Cannabis Expo going on. The Flower Expo is going on in Illinois. Tether's a tobacco sampling event. So that's going on in Toronto, Tobacco, unless you know somewhere else that's got the same name. It's happening on September the 24th. And it is happening at the Mirage Banquet Hall. Highlights include sampling bags for bud tenders and retailers, complimentary food and drinks, private patio for on-site consumption, exhibiting brands that they have there. And it's 19 plus event, and tickets are limited and samples are reserved for bud tenders and retailers. So that excludes you, meow. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Now I got another one that yet again Naomi sent me, and this is from in the legal world again. It's for bud tenders and the things, and that is the Roll and Bowl. It's happening all across Canada. It's going on in Vancouver, Calgary, Toronto, Ottawa, Winnipeg, Saskatoon. And in Toronto, it happens on October the 15th. So I'm sure we'll bring that up again.
And what is the Roll and Bowl?
Roll and Bowl is, they say, is a fan favorite from the Bud Tender Surprise and Delight series. New, bigger, bolder, and open to all. What started as a Bud Tender only experience has evolved into a celebration where Bud Tenders, consumers, and industry guests come together and enjoy the very best our community has to offer. It's on from 5 to 10. 5 at night to 10 at night, 19 and over. Event. They say expect interactive brand activations, epic giveaways, Candy Mountain Station, tasty catering, good vibes all around, fully licensed consumption zone, all with playful bowling twists to keep the fun rolling.
So it is actually bowling.
It is actually bowling. Yeah. Each ticket unlocks access to the main event and the official after party, keeping the celebration alive. And this is going on at 1681 Lakeshore Road in Toronto. Lakeshore Bowling Road.
The last time I went bowling, I used to bowl in a league when I was younger. But the last time we went bowling with the kids, David had never been before, and he literally pulled a movie flip off as he's bowling. Whoop! Bang on his ass. It was fucking hilarious. I got a picture of it.
Gail used to bowl in the league.
I did as well.
They did.
Till I was about 18 or so. Yeah. Then
Yeah, she would have done that.
And I discovered alcohol, but then I didn't realize that you could put the two together. And we started bowling every Friday night at the Rock and Bowl.
Yeah.
They shut the lights off. They crank up the fucking, hey buddy, they crank up the tunes and
hey buddy Weeds, how you doing, buddy?
Serve you your drinks.
Yeah.
You didn't bowl?
Right. Huh?
You didn't bowl?
Not in the league. I've bowled.
Yeah, you like your cars.
Just for fun.
You like your cars.
Yeah. I like my cars. There's no doubt about that. I enjoyed my cars. Automotive end of things.
By the way, it took me three weeks to recoup from that little ride of ours.
It did that?
Yeah. Oh, fuck me.
Wow. They want you to ride out back.
Yep. I was so sore, but it, probably from all the driving too, right?
Yeah.
That really bounces you around.
13 hours. Like, no wonder. Yeah.
more than that, because it's there, going down and then coming back,
Right.
and then walking around with doing family stuff.
Yeah.
Cheeseburgers and stuff.
So we got one more thing to cover. That was the events, entertainment. You got anything for the entertainment end of things?
Yes.
Okay.
If you look in our Hi Guys thing, you will see an article about Whoopi Goldberg.
But the only problem is if I go start up Facebook right now, it'd be
all right. Well, we'll skip that.
And everybody would freeze and the whole bit.
Let me see if I got it here. Let me see. There was something else. Entertainment. Okay. If you have Netflix, even if you don't have Netflix and have other ways of viewing stuff, if you have Netflix, go in and if you are a fan of the show Ozark, which is Justin Bateman, okay, he has a new show that he's directed called Black Rabbit with Jude Law. I watched it. It's classified as a mini series, so there's only 8 episodes. But if you are a fan of Ozark, he has said this is Ozark on steroids. And
really?
It's very well done. I watched it. I sat there and I watched the whole fucking series just in a row. And so Black Rabbit, check it out.
Check it out, Black Rabbit. Then I'll maybe look at that after I'm done watching the new series that I just started on the weekend.
Oh yeah, what's that?
And I started to watch Keep Breathing.
What is that about?
It's about a small plane crashes into the middle of the Canadian wilderness. A lone survivor must battle the elements and her personal demons to stay alive. And in the one that we watched is, it was a lady who was in a hurry to get someplace. And instead of waiting till the next day to take a plane, because her plane ride was canceled, and she said she had to be there right away, like that day. And they said, we can't do anything to help you until tomorrow. And she ended up jumping on a plane with 2 guys in a small plane that crashes into a lake. And so she's got to survive that. And actually,
is this reality? Like it's actually happening, or it's a show?
It's a show. It's not a reality thing.
Okay. So it's like Lost.
So there's just one person though. There's only one person, and that's it. Because it's
one.
I don't want to give away the whole story, but
no,
you know, it goes from 3 to 1, and then she's in the wilderness by herself. And being it's one of the first show, I don't know what's going to happen down the road yet. But
do you remember a show called Cube?
Cube?
The Cube? No. It was a prison where it held people in boxes, and they get out of one box. They all get together and they try and get out of this maze of boxes. The same kind of thing, except for that's in the forest.
Yeah.
Right. I don't like shows like that.
Yeah. Well, they say that this show is dark, emotional, adventure, deadly disaster, wilderness survival, thriller, drama, and limited series.
Huh.
So, yeah.
I just finished last week was the end of I love all of the Below Decks.
The who?
Below Deck.
Below Deck.
It started with Captain Lee and his crew, and they do charters, and it's all reality, and it's the relationships and all that stuff. It's drama where drama's supposed to be.
Right.
But now they have several spin-offs. So, you know, one day during the week you can watch this show, and then you watch a new one of the other one, and they've got Sailing Lot, Mediterranean, Below Deck Mediterranean is with Captain Sandy, who and then there's Captain Lee's no longer. Anyways, doesn't matter. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Anything
done
else?
yet?
I
Are we
think
done
we're
yet?
done.
All right.
I haven't got anything. We got no more segments, and I haven't got anything tabs open to.
Oh, I'm sure there's something, but
there's always something. There's always something. I know here's something. Yesterday we finally got some more rain again, but it come down in buckets. And
here as well
today, and I went out and checked my ladies.
They're all okay.
They're okay. They're okay. They didn't. They were happy for the rain, but they are okay. Nothing's broken this time. I had some breakage there a week or 2 ago. 2 weeks ago, I guess.
I've had breakage too, but it was my greenhouse, not my plants. That's what I'm worried about at this point is the windows collapsing in and breaking.
Yeah, on your plants.
Yeah.
No
and
snow yet?
I killed my heater. So yep.
They couldn't keep up.
You know what? Those little Mastercraft electric heaters are not made for greenhouses.
No.
There's a lot of moisture in there, you know, and it might be the thermostat because of that. It might be because it's beside a fan. Who the fuck knows? I just know that it's time to get everything in.
The inside, that's right.
Yeah. Well, you know, unfortunately I'm about 2 months behind. I still have. All my plants have just started budding. And
it just started. Holy smokes.
Just started like a week ago. There was one that started a couple of weeks ago. But so they've got another 6-8 weeks to go, at least. Right?
Wow. So mine was showing signs late August.
Yeah, no, nothing. It's because it drops down so like it's getting down 8, 6 at night some nights.
Oh, we've had some ones.
We've had our first 2 frosts already out.
We've had one frost that I'm aware. I could see it on the roof on the shingles.
Yeah, on my car. On the car as well. Yeah, so and the bears are out in full force because
I see the bear camera going on at your place.
They are
already, just so you know, good news. I'm down to 2,000 photos still to upload.
And then you've got to edit them all and get rid of what you don't want.
Oh fuck! I got rid of piles and piles and piles of pictures.
Oh, I sit here for hours and do that.
And because I couldn't get it to work on my computer to switch it over, someone suggested that I buy an external drive that you can just plug in and you can put it onto a drive.
I have one over there.
Yeah. So I thought, great. So I looked it up, $50, all that stuff.
I have a terabyte drive.
I have a terabyte. I have for my computer, but for my phone, this is to plug into my phone to download my pictures off my phone. Okay. And the 2 that I've seen, the 2 makes that I've seen so far, they recommend you download an app because of it being an Apple product instead of a Droid.
I have a suggestion for you.
And every review on the apps stuck like a 1. Every one of them. So I didn't want to really buy something that I couldn't use.
Well, you know what? Before you go spending any money, I just want to tell you, if you are an Amazon Prime member, you have unlimited photo storage and video storage on your account.
Oh, dear. Oh, no, yeah. I'm not a Prime member.
I am.
Yeah.
But I just don't use that. I'd rather have everything here.
Yeah, I'd rather have everything here too, but I haven't been able to update my phone in 6 months because it's
my sister goes out and buys sticks for every group of stuff that she wants to save.
Oh yeah.
right?
Yeah, I got sticks. All right, they're over here, but not with the lightning end on them. Yeah.
You can get a cord.
Cord from my Apple phone to
a
my
phone.
computer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I plugged it into my computer. It ran. I sat here
Apple's
last night
weird,
for
you know.
4 hours trying to upload my pictures to my computer, and it ran. It says they're uploading all that stuff, and all of a
then it
sudden
errored.
crashes and errors. Exactly.
What you could do is plug your phone in, and then find the drive itself. Because on your phone you'll see it has a drive that shows up on your desktop. Okay, and then you go into that and look through the files till you find all your photos, and then just take that folder and drag it into your big drive on your computer, and it will take just as much. It'll go quicker than your phone, but it basically transfers all your everything in one, as opposed to going
sweep.
1, 2, right? So you could try that as well.
We'll see what happens when I'm done here, and I'll give that a try. I'm not gonna stop this from doing what it's doing.
No.
And
It's frustrating.
Yeah, I'll go from there once it's uploaded. But I see here on my phone, it's not called a JPEG. It's called a .heic. I don't know. I've never heard of
what?
HEIC. HEI. Oh, there's some that say JPEG, and others that say HEIC. There's a picture. I see a picture of me and Julie Corello down. Oh, shit! I know something that we should have talked about going on down in Tenaganaga today. Raids, cannabis raids going on down there today.
Are they raiding?
Yeah, they are raiding.
They've
the
started doing that all
police
over.
are raiding non-native locations.
Oh, so is that happening in?
Alone?
As far as I knew, the only thing that was on Tanganyika was native. Obviously not.
Yeah, non-native locations is what the notice said. Let me just see if I've got it here. No, it's not there.
Wow, that's been going on. That's been going on in Nova Scotia as well now. They've been raiding in Nova Scotia.
Well, this is they're not raiding the native stores.
They're raiding the non-native stores.
Correct.
Which means native non-native people living or working on native land, basically, right?
Actually, I know who's got it posted. Let me just see.
I didn't see anything about that this morning at all.
Oh, I've seen it.
Even from Tim, and I see everything that Tim posts. It's a balmy 19 today.
Is it?
Yep.
I'm not seeing it on her wall. Who else had it?
Here, let me look on my phone, see if I can help.
It showed up in my thread.
Is it not on Tim Barnhart's wall?
I haven't gone to Tim's wall.
All right, I'll look at Tim's wall.
I'm just sort of trying to go through some of these people I know. Oh, there it is right here. Okay, I found it. And I will bring it up on the screen here. Okay. Here it comes. Right there. Statement, ongoing investigation. After an extensive investigation, the Tioga Police Service, in partnership with the OPP Organized Crime Enforcement Bureau, will be executing search warrants on the Tioga Mohawk territory relating to illegal cannabis production. During this operation, there will be a significant police presence necessary to preserve public safety and apprehend those responsible. The public may encounter restricted areas of containment, although every effort will be made to secure the affected areas. There is potential for suspects to evade police. We request that members of the public do not approach these individuals and report them to the police. This investigation involves non-Indigenous criminal organizations exploiting Indigenous rights and lands, regrettably aided by a limited number of community members. The projected profits, estimated in the millions, serve only to benefit those community members and the associated criminal organizations, not our community. Tioga is not alone in this struggle, as numerous territories are plagued by the presence of criminal organizations. In response, many territories have put aside ideological differences, taking action to remove these criminal organizations and those jeopardizing the safety and security of our communities. Further information will be provided as it becomes available, and that's from the Tioga Police Services.
And the OPP.
And the OPP. Now that's where'd we go? Come, we're not on the screen. There we are. That's the first time I've heard of any police raids down there since, I'm going to say 2015, when Tim opened up.
I wonder if that's going on in Alderville as well.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
As far as I know, all of the stores along the Green Mile there in Alderville, Ontario, are all Indigenous.
Yeah. Now
I'm shocked.
It uses the words production, so I take production as growing cannabis to not the actual retail end of things.
They're leasing some land from Native.
Could be, yeah. Could be.
Oh, it's bound to happen.
Yeah. So I'll keep an eye on that.
It's too bad though, because it puts a crank into doing it right.
Yeah. Yeah.
All
right, again. Well, we'll keep an eye out for that and see what comes of it. And
yeah,
go from there.
Yeah, man.
All right. Anything else? Nothing.
My pillow.
Just your pillow. All righty. Okay. All right. That's it, everybody. We will see you all again next Tuesday. Let's see what's coming up. You've got Newbie and the Doobie coming up Wednesday evening on the 420. Yeah.
Yep.
And today is Tuesday. This afternoon, I'm not sure what's going on with the Mushy Moment. I'll have to take a look into it. I did see that Cindy got home, so
I didn't see anything in there yet.
Yeah. All righty. You have a great weekend as well, Buddy Weeds. Or great week. It's not the weekend yet.
It's the beginning of the week.
That's right. Yeah, unfortunately, we still got 3.5 more days to go this week. So before it's the weekend. All right. Other than that, we'll talk to everybody later. Bye-bye. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're watching the 420 Pace Reroll Saturday.
Tune in Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on 420radio.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network. here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
You're muted, Steve.
Good day and welcome to the Mushy Moment. What's going on?
I don't know. You're good. I'm not sure. We're having some technical difficulties. I think Steve is in BC. He's left for a minute, but he will be back. He was having some technical issues earlier. But thank you and welcome to the Mushy Moment for today, Tuesday, February 4th, 2025. Steve is just rebooting and he will be back on in just a second. Today is an exciting day. It is episode number 100 for us, which is really exciting. Steve is back on. He's just doing his thing. I should say the computers are doing their thing. Hello, Helen. Yeah, so show number 100 for Steve and I, and hopefully he will pop back on the show live here in just a second. There he is. How you doing, Steve?
Good. I'm so excited. My frequency is messing up how the computer's working.
That's exactly what's happening. Yes. Yeah. So it's our 100th show.
Yes, it is. I can't believe we're actually at a 100th podcast.
100.
That's pretty amazing. Thanks for making this happen.
Oh, thanks for wanting it to happen. You're the one that said, hey, when are we going to start our podcast? And 2 weeks later, we started our podcast. And now here we are at 100 podcasts.
Wow. Wow. Yep, that's pretty amazing. Almost as,
it is.
Almost as amazing as this show is going to be.
This show, we do have 4 guests actually on in the back. I'm super excited about all of them. All of them are very meaningful people to me, as well as Steve. But for me, these people brought positive change and impact into my life. A few years ago, as I've told this story many times before, I went and watched the movie Dosed, thinking I was going to go learn a little bit about microdosing some mushrooms and helping to fight my addiction cravings. And that movie led me to reaching out to Mark Howard in particular and having a conversation with him. After talking with Mark, I had a consultation with another iboga provider, and she directed me to reach out to Gareth, which I did. And in reaching out to Gareth, we decided to work together, and I headed out to British Columbia to go take this crazy medicine from Africa called iboga that I got to see in the movies. And I was going to go across the country and I was going to take it from some guy who ended up to be Gareth Moxie and his partner. And it was probably one of the most life-changing experiences I have ever had the honor of being part of. Yeah, so I would like to share the trailer for Dosed. It's a movie that, honestly, if you can go find it, which is really easy to find, I highly suggest watching it. I was on the healing path before I saw it, but it is. That movie was that turning point for me. Are you there? Am I just taking over? I'm so sorry.
No, I think you should play the trailer because I'm
Okay.
just sitting here listening and just I know the story, and I just find it beautiful and amazing that we actually get to have them on the show right now as well.
Yeah. Okay. Let's play this trailer. I hit the wrong button. I'm going to do this. No, I want to do this. I'm playing with buttons here because I want to get the trailer up without us. There we go.
Do you think those people downtown grew up thinking that that's where they wanted to be? Do you think they want to be face down with their pants on the ground and like fucking needles sticking out of their arm? That's no way to live.
Like, my only friend is heroin.
Addicts tend to feel alone and depressed.
I'm surrounded a lot by the dark thoughts.
Magic mushrooms allow you to change your mind.
Psychedelics will be able to help with many mental health problems.
There's one that fucking nails it right home.
Opiate addiction is completely unbearable.
I'm so sick of this.
God is not coming.
She has to go in and find out why she's an addict.
Memories will come up that they've never conscious of before.
I have a memory of going to this house.
She's reliving some moment over and over and over. Something happened in that house.
Teacher Ann, are you still with us? What's the best way to love yourself? That's good. Now you can look for that too tonight. Iboga goes deep to the root cause. Trigger post. We ended up going to the hospital just to make sure that she was okay.
I should be dead from 20 milligrams. I didn't feel a fucking thing. They didn't fucking give it to me. They were restraining me. I'm still in withdrawals. Make it stop.
If it was easy, it wouldn't work.
Okay, Dad.
My father, that really hurt.
It's taking out so much.
When it turns, it's just there.
That's Iboga. I'm trying to deal with it.
All of a sudden, that soul has a new set of eyes to look through.
Sometimes the scariest thing we choose to do is take the dose.
Wow.
Yeah, even I get emotional watching that.
Yeah. No, it
And
of
meeting
course,
people like you, I've seen you change your life. I've seen your life change, and I've seen the medicine happen, and I've seen the growth and meeting others and watching the miracle that medicine can do when it's done with reverence and gratitude and ceremony, with a person that's just looking for that moment of hope to change their life.
And that's and there's a lot of psychedelics out there that can help people change their life. The focus of today's show is Iboga, four, but we've got a husband and wife team coming in from one company, so we've got 3 companies represented. You saw the 3 gentlemen of the companies in the trailer, Gareth and Mark and Patrick, all appeared on film there. So I commend these folks for putting their face, in the movies and in this documentary, and other documentaries actually, and getting it out there, and teaching people that, there are tools, there are these beautiful tools out there that can help change your life and help you gain back control of your life and heal why. For me, it was healing why I became an addict in the first place.
And I want to say thank you for giving faces for people that are searching, for taking moral high ground over legal high ground. because these medicines are gray areas and fight areas, and people are struggling to get them so that they're out of those areas, and they're just the healing plant medicines they are. And it takes people putting faces, and being on the forefront and making the movements change. And I just want to say thank you to these three for taking on that role, and at the same time changing lives for the better and helping people find their healing, helping people heal themselves. It's beautiful.
It is. And, we Steve was just saying that, they're in the forefront in an area that's very gray, or actually very black, to be honest. A lot of illegalities. And we've been making the news. With this one is coming to us from Stanford, looked at it. Psychoactive medicine, let me change that word, ibogaine, is effectively treating traumatic brain injury in, special ops military vets. Another one is coming to us from the Washington Post. Psychedelic medicine ibogaine hailed as healing. U.S. patients ask why it's illegal. Worldwide patients ask why it's illegal. Coming to us from the Rolling Stone, he took a psychedelic to cure his addiction, and it was his last trip, meaning that was his, his last psychedelic trip, right? So it's really, and we have one more actually that we can bring up, coming to us from the BBC News. Can a hallucinogen from Africa, which is iboga, cure addiction? With the right facilitators and the right work and the right desire within yourself to find that healing. Yeah, it can. Yeah. Have I been sentimental enough? Should we bring these people on?
Let's bring them on. Oh, I can't do the Bruce Buffer introduction for this though.
No. Well, I'm gonna bring them up in the order that I mentioned them, in the order that I talked to them and met them. So, ladies and gentlemen, from Iboga Soul, Mark Howard. From Inner Realms, Gareth Moxie. And from Soul Reflections, we have Patrick and Michelle Fishley. Hi, everybody.
Hey. Hi, everyone.
Wow.
Hello. Thank you for the introduction. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, well, you guys are very important to me. I found my healing through this movie, and through reaching out to Mark, then finding Gareth, and then, having the most amazing nurse in the world, Patrick, to sit with gentlemen that we have as guests today. I found some incredible healing, and I can honestly say that without iboga, without this particular pathway, I probably wouldn't be here today. So I have found life, and I have found security, and it is beautiful.
It's amazing. And you deserve it, Cindy. You deserve it. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
Everyone deserves it. Everyone deserves
it. Sure do.
Everyone deserves to have this insight,
We just showed some headlines that are starting to make headlines in the power of. And and you guys have all been around for a while. You guys were obviously all ahead of the curve. Myself, I met you, Margot.
Oh, we lost him. He will be back. He was going to say that he met you a year and a half ago at the conference in Vancouver, 2.5 years ago, because it was the year before I was up. And you microdosed him. He tells the story often. You microdosed him with iboga.
Yeah. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Gareth. Oh, I should be on. I hope I don't have trouble with my Wi-Fi. Is she not going yet?
We still got you. You're
yeah. I met my niece has been some of the oldest memories I have of Paris, like something like 12 or 13 years ago, at that conference. Cindy, one of the headlines you read was not a good one. I don't know if you realize it when.
Oh, and we lost him.
Yeah, he was talking about one of the headlines you.
Yeah.
It's actually a tragedy. One 49-year-old person.
Oh, is that that? Oh, that was his last trip.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
But that's an important thing. There's a huge safety issue and factor around this medicine, and it's not because it's scary. It's not a bad medicine, but we have a wild component we throw in with this medicine. And it's called humanism. It's us. We're the wild card. And if we approach these medicines with reverence, with knowledge, with respect, and some experience and real safety, then it's just beautiful medicine. It's not a scary thing. I remember when you were laying in bed there, Gareth, there, I was sitting beside you, and you had an amazing experience. You saw ancestors, you danced, and it was beautiful. And that's what it can be.
Yeah, it is. Like, I mean, like, as you reminded me, when you go into these medicines, I did a lot of work with these ancestors and with these spirits, and they were very good to me. They were very gentle with me, and once I had done the work, they gave me, they took me on wonderful sightseeing trips, which is really amazing. And I've told Gareth this story, but I haven't had the chance to tell you guys. That first iboga that I did, it was the handshake dose that I did with just Gareth. Gareth and I were in the house, and I started off downstairs, which I had to climb the stairs with iboga pulsing through me. That was hard. I don't recommend that to anybody. I should have started off, upstairs, but I took the iboga, and Gareth said, you will feel heavy, you'll want to lay down, you're going to want to close your eyes, and that's when your spirit walk starts. And when I closed my eyes, it took me to flying over these most beautiful mountains, and they were very, very green and lustrous, and it was incredible. And then I ended up down in Mexico to graduate, to do a practicum and graduate from the 5 course. And when I was there, I went down a couple of days early, and I hired a guide, and she took me around and showed me some beautiful scenery, and she took me to these pyramids, and she kept pushing me to get to the top of the pyramids. You have to see the scenery, Cindy. You have to see the scenery, Cindy. And I said, okay, so off I went. We finally get up there. It took a while because it was big pyramids. And she said, you're about to see the most beautiful, in my mind, the most beautiful scenery in all of Mexico. So we go up and we go around this corner, and it was literally where iboga took me to on the first, like when I closed my eyes and iboga took me on that spirit walk, and it took me to those mountains. I now know that iboga took me to Mexico. I know beyond a shadow of a doubt that it took me to Mexico. He showed me those mountains, and he told me that you are going to be meant to be here. Like, when you see this, you will know that this is something that you are meant to be doing. And when I came up and I came around and I saw it, I burst into tears. Of course, it was very emotional. And my guide, she came up to me. She was quite concerned. I told her that little bit of a story, and she put 2 flowers, and you can barely see mine, but I put one in my phone case, and she put one in hers. And it was one of those things that, honestly, when I saw that, every horrible thing in my life that led me to that point, and every glorious thing in my life that led me to that point, showed me that I was supposed to walk the path that I was walking, and I was meant to be where I was headed. And you folks helped me get there, and I am forever grateful. Yes.
Are you making some oil, Steve? Got some filter going or something?
Oh, sorry. Say that again.
There's like a machine sound someone's got in there.
Oh, I've got my generator running out. I'm low on power. I'm in my motorhome, and I've got my generator to keep some power going right now. Sorry, if it's irritating, I can stop it.
It's okay. No, you know, like you guys, this is great to have us on. I really appreciate it. You know, you have like some really amazing like, you know, advancements and realizations in this field. I think everyone's kind of like, you know, as we grow, it's starting to get onto a lot of years, you know. And I really appreciate, like, you know, this division that we're understanding now, not division, but, you know, Gareth, I think you've been a really, such a positive figure in this movement, like with your steadfast groundedness with Ibogaine, you know, and its role, you know, and how we see it different, how I see it differently now, like, you know, from Dosed, we've, you know, those are the days that kind of like, you know, I see it now, like, you know, I got introduced to this medicine that allowed me to see myself in a much different way than I was. And so I was able to transform my life, and, you know, I wanted to share it with everyone, you know, and so I went to Africa and I learned these things, and I come just rootin' tootin', and, and it's amazing. A lot of people get help like that. But as we're moving forward now into this tradition, you know, working with Patrick and Michelle so long, like they've really adapted into the Bwiti culture. But I just want to also throw out, like, now I realize, you know, it's not everything. You don't want to be like just molded into one thing. And I think, you know, when you're adapting these medicines to a westernized civilization like it is, there's a big interface that needs to come between in the way this is done. And I want to, you know, reach out to these two here, like, and Michelle, like, three of them, you know, how it's beginning to articulate really meticulously where we need to be. And like, if someone, for now, I'll explain to you guys, if someone contacts me and says, you know, I'll say, are you on a substance or not? Like, you know, because I don't know, maybe Gareth wants to elaborate on this more, but there's people need to get off substances in a very smart, methodical way, which I think Gareth's probably, you know, one of the best in the world. I know it's kind of a big thing to say, but
I agree.
It's not like, you know, like there's a lot of people doing it. But I mean, you know, Gareth's always had this approach where it's been very methodical, patient, and safe, you know, and that mixes so well with Michelle and Patrick. I had the honor of working with Patrick for a long time, right? He's taught me so much. So I just wanted to say that I've evolved a lot now. I'm working with this, and I'm really learning a lot about it, and I'm excited to have all of these panels on. So I just wanted to say that so we could get, you know, Gareth rocking and Patrick and Michelle.
And I'd like to say that one of the things that I really want to point out to break anybody's cognitive dissonance that they might have, we have 3 of 4, 5 of the best happening right here. And there's no competition being looked at. There's no competition in helping people heal. And some people kind of get in competitive mode and start looking at other people in the industry as competition. And I just want to show that this is the cognitive dissonance to prove that that is a wrong thought.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Healing isn't a competition. It's about helping and uniting and sharing the information. What you just said, Mark.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you've been doing it a long time, but you've just shared that in the working with the people you have, the other knowledge that you've gained on the pathway and how it's made change in you. You know, that's what sharing it all is all about, and sharing in safe manners.
Mm-hmm. You know, that saying, it takes a village, right? You know, when we go to Africa and we talk with our elders and we have ceremonies, it's not just one healer there. You have healers come in from all over Gabon. They travel days to get there. It is a whole bunch of people, and together they lift people up, you know? And it's because this medicine is a community medicine. You know, it wants to be treated as such, and we should be working as such, because there's no competition. We're a very traditional advanced care team, you know, where we can talk to each other. Not all of us have the answer, and to think we do, that's just foolish. But we have a great care team that we can talk to and reference to bring the best healing for the participant coming, because that's really what it's all about. It's the person coming. It's all about them, not about what we know or what we can do. It's what can we offer them And, I talk with Gareth all the time. We talk with Mark all the time, and vice versa. We talk. And it's good. We throw things off, what's working, what's not working. And that's how you move forward. That's how we evolve.
Yeah. Thanks for those kind words, Mark. But like I'm standing on the shoulders of others. I mean, it's like Rocky and Claire and all of those people, Christopher, people that went before me, and then I learned from them. So it's just and that crowd are the old school in Ibogaine as well.
So what have you brought to them? Have you learned anything? Like, 'cause I know that they're the legends and they've been working and really, there's a lot of different approaches, but what have you learned anything, and maybe not surpassed them, but complemented or added on or enhanced maybe in your own work? You might want to mute for a second, Steve, until you say something, just because
I don't know about that. I think that we all have our slight little, the same with the 5-MeO thing. If anything, maybe I've influenced the aspect of bringing 5-MeO into treatment, because that's not something that they were doing. That's something that I've done, and then I see the benefits through that.
Yeah.
But really, and we all have our own little nuances on how we work. We're all kind of like getting somebody from point A to point B. We're roughly doing things in a similar kind of fashion. But then we have our own just little, ways of doing things, which kind of, I guess, probably occur through our isolation. It's good in the 5-MeO world how, there's some shadowing going on with other practitioners. So you shadow people, so then you can pick up on things, or, there might be better ways to do things. And Ibogaine's not really like that. We're all isolated off in our own little worlds, and then also that kind of goes, the people we see the most are clients. Or when I get down to the pool, I nod at some people in the hot tub, but that's about it. For the most part, we're kind of tucked away in isolation doing our work, because it is very isolating work. So I was just at a gathering of a Gita gathering in Tepoztlan in Mexico, and it was good to hear of different stuff that's going on and what have you, because we don't do it enough. Really, not in Ibogaine. The last time I did anything like that was Porto in Portugal in 2017 or something like that.
So what you're saying is there's a huge opening for somebody to put together a place for Ibogaine and Iboga practitioners to come together and.
Yes, and it needs to happen on more regularly. But again, people are kind of like, isolated in their work and stuff. Mark, you're off up there. Patrick and Michelle are off up there. It's not like we're all in Vancouver, They get together and trade notes or anything like that. But we do chat a lot on the phone. So
yeah, which is good.
Yeah, we have a good support network. Like if something goes and this has happened lots in the past. I've called both you guys before, going like, look, this is going on. I don't sit there, oh my God, they're going to judge me. Like I'll say it straight up, because I'm here to learn. Like, this is so serious what we do, and that's become apparent over the years. And there's I'm sure there's ways that Gareth has learned to actually, I know he takes a really, that's the thing, you have this money model, right? And that's where a lot of this competition comes in. And if you're not cured on your own soul level of not even competing against something else and making your soul upset, try to survive.
Oh, Mark, you did the thing. I don't know what you did.
Okay.
Sorry, my wife just. Yeah.
Hang on, Mark. We'll just go to commercial right now. We can get the tech stuff fixed up. You can do what you got to do, and we'll be back.
Am I talking?
Yeah, you're talking.
It's my wife. Thanks.
Okay.
Okay.
Hey, we'll be right back. We're going to take a commercial break, fix some glitches, do what we got to do, and we'll see you guys right after the commercial break on Base Radio. PaceRadio.net and streaming everywhere.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
That way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Are we made it? Are we back?
Are we live?
We're live.
Oh, I figured out the airplane. Now that's gonna block calls.
Gotcha. Yes, so welcome back to the mushy moment. I think we've got some technical issues fixed. I was watching poor Steve in the back room there as I was, having a panic attack going, oh my God, what the frig is my partner doing? And
well, I couldn't see the ads. All I could see was us, and then it would glitch out, and then it would glitch out, and then the ad would come on, and then it would glitch out, and then I'd be gone, and I was like, what's going on? But here we are, and it's all good.
Well, so anyways, what I was just saying at the end there, when I got, it's talking about Gareth, and I think how you've learned to take maybe a slower approach. Is that true?
Yeah. Well, I went to, there was the Ibogaine Providers Conference in Vancouver in 2012, and Claire and Christopher did a workshop afterwards, and they showed us how to work with morphine and how Ibogaine actually makes it. And a lot of people in the Ibogaine world don't even know this. That there's this thing, oh, you can't mix Ibogaine and morphine together. Well, actually, there is a way of doing that. And so, I learned how to do that at very first at that conference with the workshop afterwards. But I remember we didn't implement it right away, and then for some reason I can't remember why we did, and I think you remember that, Pat, don't you? Because
I do.
Go in a certain way, and then we decided to do this thing where we'd drop people down a little bit for a few days beforehand, and it was almost like night and day.
Yeah.
Bam! That's the magic right there.
Going through treatment, you know, we no longer had people with the flopping fish in the frying pan and stuff. Do you know what I mean? And that's
you know, I mean, it's nicer. It's nicer on a participant. You know, it's nicer on the participant coming in, but let me tell you, it's a lot nice. Also nice on the facilitator facilitating when things are slowed down too, because it's not that big rush and flip flop, right?
Yeah. It's just always been this way that, you know, that people would come into treatment centers, and it's evolved a lot since like Rocky. We were just talking about this at this little gathering. You know, Rocky went and got his first treatment like 24 years ago or something or other. And that was in what used to be Crossroads, I think. And things have evolved and changed a lot. I mean, he went on to become a provider, seeing where areas were that, you know, it could be improved on. And you know, it was Rocky, I think, that was first doing that, stepping people down. You know, once you've got a stable dose of morphine, the whole game has changed. You know, we used to have heroin in the beginning, and a gram of heroin was about 400 milligrams of morphine. So even if somebody was doing a gram of dope a day, 400 milligrams of morphine, well, these days that's like easy peasy. It's when we get people showing up on our door. You know, like we had a guy last year that was 1850 morphine. And what do you try and flood those somebody out of that? And then we spoke to a guy that on the phone that was on 3,000 milligrams of Cadian plus a handful of Dilaudid and still using a little bit of street dope. You know, so just trying to tackle something like that, you know.
And when you look at the street dope now, you're not even just dealing with the down type stuff, because you've got the trank in there, you've got the benzos in there. You've just got this.
Exactly, and we're not. So it's changed the people that we work with a lot. And people pull us up now that are on these, you know, using street dope and meth and things like that. And I'm like, we really can't take that on. You know, we used to years ago, but we don't do that anymore. And people would be better off being in a full medical facility and having a really good aftercare plan. You know, people have always put too much emphasis on the Ibogaine, you know, and normally if you go to any kind of like recovery, it's normally minimum of 30 days and usually 90 or longer, 6 months. So, you know, people have had these like addictions for 10, 20 years, and they're like, oh, I'm going to go and do Ibogaine and not be a heroin addict. You know, it's kind of, and getting off of opiates seems like a really good idea when you're on opiates. It's when you start coming off of them, it's you know, and opiates are holding a lot of people together. You know, it can be a real support for a lot of people that have experienced a lot of trauma, which is why I think that it's so difficult to, like, when we see the extreme end of addiction in Canada, that's the downtown east side. And those people are probably the most traumatized.
You know, and you know, everyone's looking for a way to find relief, right? Everyone is reaching for medicine of some sort, and that's what they're doing when we're reaching for substances or behaviors or modifications that either, you know, help us escape or numb or get insightful or whatever it is. And we're looking for that, you know. And the unfortunate thing is a lot of these substances that people are reaching for, you know, they all have a small timeline where, you know, the benefits start running out and it starts affecting your health. And they're still needing it, so they might grab for even more and more and more, and that's where this addiction comes in, you know. And it's really just being able to. That's why this show, the movie Dose, was so good, because it showed hope that there's something else you can reach for medicine. There's someone else you can reach for hope. You know, it doesn't just have to be the beast, you know. There is something else.
And I think too, it's incredible how much we don't really consider sometimes what an addiction is An addiction is your support system. An addiction is your coping mechanism. Addiction is your personality. Addiction is your identity, right? Your friend base, who you hang out with. So when we ask people to give up a substance, we're not just asking them to give up the substance, or they're not just asking that of themselves. They're asking to give up their friends. They're asking to give up their social network. They're asking to give up their coping mechanisms. They're asking, you know what I mean? It's so much deeper than just, stopping using cocaine or fentanyl or what. I mean, it's more. And so that's why it's complex. And people, and why it will never be just a one thing. It'll never be just, I went and did this one thing and it worked and now I'm cured forever, because it's everything in your life. It's a huge component of what you do. And so we have to support, or try to at least encourage people to have supports in more than one way. So how are you preparing? What are you going to do after? Like Gareth said, what are you going to do after?
Yeah.
What kind of life do you want when you're done? When we're done here in this week or 2 weeks or month, then what? What's your plan? Who do you want to be? Yeah, so I think those are really important questions which don't always get, we're so busy. So much judgment is put in onto what they see as the end result, that they miss the person. And I think in our treatment of looking at people in addiction, why people are like, oh, in Vancouver it failed when we decriminalized narcotics or whatever, all these drugs. And we're like, of course it failed, because we just looked at one thing. We didn't look at a whole person.
It didn't truly fail, honestly.
No.
As a person that has a couple of daughters that are hardcore fentanyl addicts, last year they were on the downtown east side. This year they're in Surrey. There's a narrative that it failed, but if you search headlines for 2024, you'll read the headlines that say that it has dropped. It has dropped. Deaths have dropped. We're also a mecca where people come to because it's nicer here. So we get an influx of people in there. The big parts of it fail.
Yeah.
Because of the way it was put out.
Of course.
But what we did get, which wasn't failure, was we got a lot of data that says it needs to change. And we can see where a lot of the change needs to be. But to just say it's a failure and it was this and it was the most, well, no, you put a lot of, I believe in safe supply.
Yeah.
I agree that safe supply saves lives. But I don't think that you should be able to walk in, put your hand on a machine, get your Dilaudid, walk outside, sell it to somebody, and go buy the fentanyl that works because the Dilaudid didn't, and you really don't even have anybody to talk to. And there's nobody there to discuss recovery or to give any compassion or we took away money from recovery beds and put it into crack pipes and it's like it wasn't done correctly, but we did get a lot of information. Lives were saved.
Yeah, and here's the thing, Steve. Like if somebody does go and get a Dilaudid, go outside and sell it, and then go get a hit of fentanyl, that possibly could have been two people getting a hit of fentanyl, but somebody had the option of getting a Dilaudid.
Yeah.
You see what I mean? So, like, I'd say.
Oh, thank you for that other viewpoint. That's pretty
the
nice.
more that we can get stuff out on the streets, and like I was speaking to a doctor one day about Dilaudid, and I said, yeah, no, the price of Dilaudid's gone down. And he's gone, that's because I'm prescribing so much of it. And I go, well, that's a good thing, because that means that there's a lot of safer narcotics on the street. And actually, I think it's a pretty small percentage of people that are the hardcore that are shooting fentanyl on safe supply. There's an awful lot of people on safe supply that are surviving by that. And then there's also people that buy safe supply. I have a lot of clients that don't want to get on the medical records because of all the stigma and stuff. And so they're surviving on safe supply that they're buying off of the street. Otherwise, they're addicted to opiates. If they weren't able to get that, then they'd be using street dope. happens if you don't.
Thank you for that, because that puts a little piece in that allows me a little more compassion where I wasn't seeing it. Thank you. That's beautiful.
And then also they're all up in arms about people are up in arms about decriminalizing drugs. Well, what they didn't like was seeing people using drugs on the street. Well, give them a fucking home then. If they live in a fucking tent, of course they're going to use the drugs on the street. I would anyhow, just as a big finger to the society that's stigmatizing me. And do you know what I mean? Fuck them. So I understand why people get so mad down in the downtown east side. They're dealing with a health problem.
Yeah.
It's being dealt with in a criminal way.
Yeah.
Just sucks. And it shows what the drug war is about, really, in a lot of respects. We wouldn't be in this situation had we had heroin clinics downtown, heroin dispensaries downtown, because people didn't want the fentanyl. It's got a very short half-life. They had no choice. If you're addicted to opiates, you have no choice. Now, nobody wanted to start shooting dope with benzos in it, but they don't have any choice. There's very few people that know where to get clean fentanyl. Do you know what I mean? And so,
yeah.
Sorry, my little rant there about
no, that's
what's
needed.
And that's the thing. People don't give a shit if drugs are decriminalized. They just don't want to see people using them on the street.
I know.
Yeah.
And that's our homeless population. So
yeah. And I think it speaks to the bigger issue, of what people are going through. That it's never the drugs are never the issue.
I love how Gabor put it. Drugs are the solution being used for the problem.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Right?
Yeah. We had a lady here, really what she was trying to manage a lot of the time was her ADHD. I mean, really, that was sort of the beginning, is loneliness, feeling disconnected and not and alone, and ADHD. And so, there's a reason why people start using. It's not, it's not because they want to be where they end up.
They just want to feel normal like everybody else. Really, it's a way of kind of stabilizing their own nervous systems.
Yeah.
It's a way of not feeling defeated all the time or beat up all the time. It's yeah.
You're quiet, Mark. What's going on?
Nothing. I'm listening to everybody. It's my new skill I practice.
He looks cold.
Listening. No, it makes sense. I listened to Joe Walsh talking to Sammy Hagar. I think it was like yesterday. It was amazing. He was talking about addiction. He goes, it's about. Why did you hear that one?
Yeah.
I haven't. No. What did he say?
Just one part he said was really cool. He goes, it's working for you. You do it because it's working for you, and then you start working for it. It's like, I was like, yeah, no doubt. So like, I was thinking this question, like, when are you going to start working for yourself? Right. And that's, the underlying tones of everything here. I mean, really what I've narrowed this down to from my own personal practice at this point is like, what's underneath the breakthrough, because, that's what I want to really focus on, even making, what we do accessible to people who are never even going to use iboga or ibogaine. We get a lot of these people, right? Or they might want to use mushrooms, or they might want to, cannabis. I mean, cannabis is a big healer too. So what is underneath? Like, is it only restricted to those who do ibogaine and iboga? Are you going to get this, like, No, it's just another thing AI told me is that iboga is not a drug; it's a teacher, which I knew, and it's good to have AI remind me. What is it teaching you? It's teaching you how to work for yourself. Because ultimately underneath every spiritual practice, the ultimate thing underneath every breakthrough that we're looking for is this connection with ourselves, right? Like just, feeling like one and not, so we have to start working for ourselves like that. So a big part of my therapy lately has been, I've created this system I'm called Soul Amazing. It's amazing. So it's the art of soul guided life navigation, where I start to track people like over weeks or months. We can begin to look at the belief systems that are responsible for the choices that take them off the path to their ultimate goal, which is just in the moment anyway. And I find it really working a lot, like, to really start helping people even to look at, like open up the weeds a little bit and like, holy shit, you get these really heavy addictions down the streets like that. Like these are gnarly things. These are really like, and a lot of times, like, especially working with them, I saw back in the past that you're working with some real demonic forces that have overtaken these people, call it negative energy, call it bad mood, call it whatever you want, call it a bad choice, addiction. Like, there's no difference sometimes between someone who is an asshole all day long than someone who's on fentanyl. They both have an addictive problem making a choice. It's just one is not so detrimental to the body. So I just wanted to throw that in there. That's kind of where I'm at, and I'm seeing a lot of, like, you know, with Patrick teaching me so much about, you know, safety and the medical aspects, him and Michelle, like, with this, and really learning a lot from Gareth about, you know, taking the emergency out of this, slowing it down, you know. And I stopped doing addictions because that's an art that needed, you know, I would love to do it, and I know about it, and I could probably do it, but it's definitely an art form. And I start working with more of, like, you know, because what you saw with Adrienne in the movie, this is a combination of all of us, you know, like, you know, you won't see that anymore from anyone, because I back in the day was bombing people and trying to take them off without putting them back on. So I don't know, for those really listening to this, what Gareth is saying is that when they discovered, like, you can balance out the opiate, so you can take a bite out of the addiction, let them get to a certain balance, then take another bite out of the addiction. Whereas I was taught to, like, just blow them off of it. And, you know, so what you see with Adrienne was extremely sort of difficult, and I would even say risky in today's world for sure. It's not something I would do again. But she's still sober, you know, and it was effective because we get right underneath. And, you know, so what I like to say now is, like, I let Gareth do his thing, you know, like, really spend that time professionally working with someone to get them off of that physical addiction, you know, get that part out. And then as Patrick's kind of got his feet in both worlds. And then, you know, where I deal with people that are sober, and I really get underneath the, you know, the underlying issues that are, you know, just keeping them from not, like, you know, why are you self-sabotaging? Why are you feeling frustrated? Why are you angry? Why are you anything negative? Like, the whole goal, I think there's this thing called, I saw yesterday in Thailand or in Tibet, and it's called, like, these monks who can, like, transform into the rainbow. It's called the rainbow something, but they can, like, basically meditate themselves into the rainbow body, where they shrink up and they just become super positive energy, and they have to be, like, positive. They can't have a negative thought for, like, 7 years or something. So the more I go on, I want to also say one more thing is, like, what Gareth is also doing, and when he talked about introducing the 5-MeO, I think it's something that should be brought up here. I can't deny what I have seen now and what I've experienced in myself. This is a real thing. This is, like, a thing. I'm learning how to give it space with how I work. You know, there's been no Wiki shamans that I know have been sent on a 5-MeO trip yet. I don't know. Probably happen. It's going to happen. Who knows? But they're not going to be able to, like, I literally, you know, just realized I'm in heaven, and, you know, it's all good. You know, after courting is basically what happens. Act accordingly. So, you know, it's definitely it's such a new thing coming in, where there's such a good balance, where, especially with what Garrett's doing, where sometimes the struggle is really difficult. The first thing that people sometimes care about is just getting through the withdrawal. It's the most insane thing you can see anybody go through. Like, all of their fears wrapped into the moment, like every moment facing moment. So to have that bit of a breakthrough, Gareth, which I think you're learning to really navigate and have that, like, connection to something so powerful in a very, like, I don't know, Iboga does the same thing, but it's spread out, you know, spread out in a different way. And they work really well together. Maybe someone over there could comment. I don't know, like, Patrick and Michelle, like, if you guys are really, so my wife did it. Okay. Robin, I love her. She did it, and then you can't stop her now. She's, like, been shadowing people like Gareth's been talking about and stuff like that. And I've seen some incredible results. So maybe I'd like to hear what we have about this, because I think it's a real part of this that is, you know, it's obviously not going to stop. It's going to be another thing that we're going to have to learn how to sort of integrate.
If I can jump in, one of the things that I've found, because I've done a bunch of the various substances, I haven't done Iboga, but what I have found is they all speak different languages in connection to the energy, the God force, the universe, whatever you wish to call that experience. But they all have different languages. And depending on the traumas, the length of traumas, how many years you've been through, the patterns you've put in place, I find that each experience for me, every trauma, I put a shield up. This should stop it. Then another one happens. So I put another shield up. And then after, 60 years, you're buried in shields. And each of the communications enables me to understand why I need to remove some shields.
Mm-hmm.
And what
Have you ever put yourself up as a shield?
What do you mean?
I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm just like, this is a good point to point out. Like, have you ever put yourself up as a shield?
Yes. Oh, yes. 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 As in, you see something happening and you put yourself in to block that pathway of whatever it is that's going to hurt somebody else.
Or hurt yourself? Like, have you ever like reached for yourself instead of reaching for something else? Even apply medicine, like, you know, when you were talking about the traumas and you use things to shield it. Have you ever connected with your soul to shield the trauma? You don't even shield it. You just doesn't bother. It affect you.
I'm learning that. That's as I've taken shields off. That's what I'm learning. I'm learning that, oh, the medicines teach me vibrations or frequencies that allow these to not resonate or hold me down. And I'm supposed to learn the frequencies that they're teaching me so I can resonate that from my heart.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. 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 You know, it's with this tradition that's behind Iboga and that the Bwiti, you know, it's about the study of life, right? Study of your life, my life, etc. And when we reach, we're always looking outside of ourselves to find love or to help or to shield or whatever. You know, we can obtain that a bit, but it can always be taken away from us. We reach into ourselves, connect with our soul, and use ourselves as our shield or as our factor of making love happen or happiness. People can't take that away. So that comes down to studying ourselves, really making a conscious effort to connect. Because as we stand with ourselves, no one can destroy that.
Oh, I hear what you were saying. I get it. Using myself as a shield as in holding my space of love and honor that can't be taken away from me. I can only give them or share them. Holding that space and not letting the negative hit or break or be traumatic.
Yeah. It doesn't matter where you are in your life, in your journey. It doesn't matter. The bottom line is, if you look deep inside, you're enough. Each and every one here is enough. When I met Cindy, you know, at Garrett's, I looked at her and went, oh, she's going to do okay. She's enough. And she was enough. But it's getting rid of all that bullshit, looking and connecting with self, your soul, and you go, whoa, I'm enough. And I'm a superpower. And we need to tap into more of that.
Yeah.
You know?
Natural abundance.
Natural abundance.
Yeah, quickly, like, what are you saying to your soul if you're competing?
You're trying to win if you compete.
I'm not enough.
But what are you saying to your soul if you're competing? It's just this simple thing, right?
Oh, not enough.
So what are you saying to your soul if you're shielding with other things?
I'm not enough.
So what is the whole life about the return to self-love? Like, and that's the experience, right? You'll be up for Iboga Ibogaine soon enough here. Don't worry. We're getting there.
I think he needs a triple dose, Mark.
Well, and then I was talking to Garrett and how he does the 5-MeO is amazing too.
She'll get there.
Like, with Garrett, like when you were talking about going and learning about it for a while and how you like take people on a bit and then you're like, and then we vaporize. It's like, now I've seen some of these different states and it'd be interesting hearing what you're learning and how that is and reflective of this conversation we're having when it comes to self-love and soul.
Before we get into Garrett talking about what he's learning.
Yep.
Let's do it right after this quick station break so we can have the sponsors come on and pay for us to be able to chat some more.
We'll be right back.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
And we're back live here on paceradio.net on the Mushy Moment. Welcome back.
Yes, welcome back. So we, Millie, hi baby girl.
On the podcast.
Yeah. So cute. So we had just posed a question to Gareth, Mark had, about what are you learning in the 5 realm?
Oh, right. Well, I've been working with 5-MeO professionally for like 8 or 9 years. When we started Inner Realms, we were doing just a little bit of it at Liberty Root, but not really. And then I picked it up at when we started Inner Realms, and then I have a mentor who I learned how to work with 5-MeO from, and her mentor was Ralph Metzner. So I kind of come from that Metzner lineage. And all of the stuff we were doing before, in the early years, was all insufflated. You know, it was intranasal, which is a much slower onset of working with that medicine. And then after a while, we got hold of some freebase. Freebase came up on, like, you can smoke HCl, but it's kind of gnarly and messy. And back then we were doing it in bubbler pipes, you know, meth pipes, which is a little icky as well, you know. So things have evolved quite a bit. We started, then once we got freebase, I got turned on to using the micro mesh screens for bubble hash. So then no fluid will drop through those. And then we heat from above, which is a much better way of doing it. Then when we were using the old bubblers, when you heat it from the bottom, the 5-MeO would go up around the sides of the bowl. So it'd be very difficult to get to hit it right and everything, you know. It was hard. But then we switched to the screens and then heating from above, and quite quickly I learned how to administer in a certain way. We have little measuring spoons that are 3 milligrams when they're level. And that's kind of where 5-MeO starts when you are vaporizing, or like 2, like that, you know. And so often I will get a sense of how sensitive somebody is in that first dose. Or if somebody's particularly nervous about working with the medicine, then I'll start with insufflation, which is a much gentler way of moving into that space. And also provides quite a different experience. It's a much more somatic experience. People really feel into their bodies. So, you know, I was working with it quite a bit just at the end of treatments. And then slowly but surely, you know, it was all N-DMT. That was the one Joe Rogan was going on about it and everything, you know, which is the type of DMT that's in ayahuasca, which is, you know, you're still an observer when you're working with the N-DMT. All of the psychedelics work on the 5-HT2A receptor, and they're partial agonists. 5-MeO DMT is a full agonist on the 5-HT1A receptor. So it makes a very different experience. The deeper you go in with that medicine, the less egoic structure there is. You know, the default mode network is radically altered to the point of non-existence when people reach that state of non-duality, which is easier to do when you're vaporizing. So anyhow, I had done, there've been some trainings happening over the years, but not much open to people that weren't nurses, clergy, or something rather, therapists. And then so synthesis, which was the psilocybin one, came up, and I was like, well, this seems very credible. I really feel as if I should do this. I have a certain, you know, want for knowledge, and so I did that course, which was pretty expensive, and it was all while COVID was going on. And it was a good course. I really enjoyed it. But then when the 5-MeO course came up, like a year later or something like that, months later, I was like, and an old client of mine actually, who's a therapist, had signed up for the training, and I'm like, I can't miss this one. You know, we'd invested a lot in synthesis, but this is much more my medicine than psilocybin. You know, 5-MeO is my medicine, that and ibogaine. But for my personal choice, 5-MeO is the one that gets everything done that I need to get done. So when this training came up, I just felt that it was a good investment in working with that medicine, an investment in inner realms to go and do that. And, you know, 5-MeO is a lot more popular now than it was 10 years ago. It's kind of the new kid on the block. But at the same time, there's a lot of considerations working with a medicine like that. And so, you know, it's not psilocybin. It's not. And so I would encourage anybody that really wants to work with it, like Cindy. You know, Cindy went and did the course herself as well, and I'm encouraging other friends and clients that we've worked with before to go and do that course. You know, the more people that we can get trained properly out there working with that medicine, the better. And there's a lot of different ways of working with the pure molecule. I don't like to work with bufo. Never worked with bufo. Pretty sure the toads are not fucking into humans. Chasing them down for their enlightenment. I mean, it's their defense mechanism. So, and especially when we have an alternative, why would we even fucking use bufo? So, and then people like the hippies get, oh, it's got to be natural. Bullshit. Anyhow, so, well, the pure molecule is a much safer one to be working with, and you know exactly how much you're giving somebody when you're giving them the pure molecule. Bufo, the 5-MeO content varies from toad to toad, when they were last fed. You know, there's so many variations that go into that. So you can be much more precise in. Anyhow, I learned a lot through that training. I really did. It was very trauma informed and everything, and then also understanding what possibly can happen with this medicine. We went over a lot of case studies and stuff of people that should not have taken it. You know, should never have been served to them. And so I think working with this medicine, if you can do the proper preparation with people and try to get them to understand where they might be going, that's very difficult as well, because people will come out of that experience and say, well, I had no idea it was going to be like that, you know. And that's how expansive it can be, you know. So it does need some special attention when working with people with that medicine. But I find it so useful, especially when working with people in addiction, because, you know, people have often just been berating themselves for the last 15, 10, 20 years or whatever, you know, and it's the first opportunity to really experience some self-love. And I find it to be a very important part of the equation in working with people in addiction, and also in psychospiritual work as well, because there's a lot of neuroplasticity and malleability with the brain afterwards, especially with 5-MeO as well. So it's easier for people to go out and make positive change, and especially if they've managed to change that narrative that they've been speaking to themselves for so long, you know.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
I learned a lot during that course, and I encourage anybody who wants to work that medicine to go and do that course with those guys, because they brought people in that have been working with that medicine for years and years, you know. So it was really a good course. So that's what I got to say about my learnings with 5-MeO and that important medicine. Thank you.
Well, as a person that had you facilitate a 5-MeO journey for me, I have to say that was my first experience with the insufflation, and before going in, and that whole experience was a beautiful and healing experience.
Yeah, it's a slower onset and moving through. You know, the vaporizing can be and the insufflation is quite a bit different. There's a very interesting interview with Ralph Metzner with Martin Ball on YouTube, and it's like an hour and a half long. It's a really interesting interview, and it's them discussing the differences between the two approaches of working with 5-MeO on YouTube.
When I did take the course, I was in the second cohort of the course, and we also did suppositories when we were there, which was a very similar onset to the insufflation. You know, we were told we all did 17 milligrams, and we were told that they've never had anybody full release off 17 milligrams. And then they had me, and they can't say that anymore, because I had an incredible full release off the suppository.
Cool.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. Range, apparently.
And that was long as well. It's normally about an hour long from start to finish.
Yeah, my full release on the suppository, we took the suppository at 8:30 in the morning. I was still feeling the medicine at 3:30 in the afternoon.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, it can really rock some people sometimes, and also the setting. Like I had a session there where I was doing a lot of deep breathing and sighing for hours afterwards, you know. And we had a guy as well that did a full release early in the morning. He was kind of coming out of it late afternoon, you know. He was just rolling away.
Well, it makes such an energy shift at the end, and once that energy shifts, and it just seems to keep making little shifts.
Yeah,
you know, and then reactivation aspects.
Yeah, it can be a steady opening for people that can go on for ages. Like it's a very relatively short experience compared to other psychedelics, but it's a gift that can keep on giving as well.
Yeah, just quickly, I think Iboga offers a really good spiritual structure within the body. Like it's a little slower, you know what I mean? You kind of with Bufo, you access that and then it's gone. It's a really good experience too. But I love the way that Iboga really works to help sculpt yourself into, and and I find I don't know if this is true. I know Patrick or Michelle will be able to answer. But Garrett, just quickly, I'm not taking over this interview. Like, are you finding that people are having more sort of positive results after Iboga? Because we are finding that.
In what way? Like positive results?
Well, like some people have done, like, say, 5-MeO or Bufo many times, and then they do Iboga, do a bunch of work, and then they do the Bufo. They find it a lot different in a positive way.
I mean, Garrett probably knows more than we do. Because he works with it with Iboga.
Yeah.
Patrick and I don't use the 5-MeO after Iboga because I feel like we don't have the time. I feel like you need more. We would need more time at the end to experience that, and I think it would be good for those people that don't get deep into the spiritual when so much of their work has been physical and mental.
Yeah.
And I think Iboga holds no bars there. Iboga's like, no, you don't get to go play in the spirit realm when your mind is getting in the way of everything. You know what I mean? Or when you so badly need that physical detox that's all we're working on tonight is your body. And Iboga is unapologetic in that way. It is not.
I can see how it would do it. It would, because if the Iboga breaks down a lot of those shields, then the next experience you have with 5, you have the ability to hear quieter language, softer vibration, and more of the love factor that comes out, more of the me, universal love, we're all one. You can hear that the more those shields come off. Yeah. And I think the reason I've been scared of Iboga is because Iboga seems to kick a lot of the shields off in a real hurry. And I've slowly...
Yeah, but it gives you yours back.
Yeah.
Be the shield. Steve, come on, let's come on over.
Steve, I want to ask you a question, Steve.
Oh no, Steve.
What is fear, Steve?
You know what?
Fear
is not a universal energy, but it is an energy, and it's an energy created in the brain, and it takes the same brain that creates it to let it go.
Right. And so is fear
Doesn't
real?
mean I can stop it sometimes.
Well, not with an attitude like that.
I'm gonna have you up for a night of Iboga or something. It sounds like
fear is important. It stops us from doing stupid things.
Well, it can serve us.
It does. Yeah.
But when the fear that stops us, it's more of a healthy concern.
Right. Yeah. No, I agree.
In a comment to like what in response to what Mark was saying about Iboga before 5 can make a difference. I have to agree with that. I have done one of the other medicines I've run off and done before 5 was combo, and it's an extreme body detox. And I find that I have found when I have done Iboga or Ibogaine that I do get a detox in the body, and therefore it sets the stage for the 5. It doesn't have to fight through all of those toxins and all of that bullshit, because you've now not just mentally and emotionally and spiritually cleaned them away, but you have physically cleaned them away from stopping the 5 from really getting in there and doing some pretty heavy duty work.
Yeah.
We don't normally, when I'm giving somebody Ibogaine and 5-MeO, that's the first time they're doing both of them. And very seldom do we work with people like we have. Do you know what I mean? Some of our Ibogaine people come back and do for 5-MeO, but often that can be different on the day, depending on what they went through last week or whatever. So it's difficult to kind of tell. But like Cindy was saying, both combo and Ibogaine will clean off those receptor sites. Do you know what I mean? So you're primed for sensitivity to medicine, and which is why I find it so effective when I work with people. When I work with 5-MeO after an Ibogaine treatment. It's kind of like the icing on the cake. And I've had like this one girl in particular, Patrick, I don't know if you did work with her actually, but she was from Kelowna, and she'd been involved in sex trade and gang stuff and everything like that. and I gave her 5-MeO, and she bawled like a little girl. And she said it was the first time she'd done that in over 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so it was we hadn't quite got there with the Iboga, but the combination of the two, do you know what I mean? And that made a huge difference into how she felt when she walked out of our place.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and that's what I'm interested in is you know, I know it's not really traditional what we do and everything, but then traditions change.
What is tradition though? Traditions are branches. I mean, we experience this even with the deepest tradition. There's branches that, like, there's definitely a different need from the west to the east here.
Well, it's becoming a different tradition. You know, like when I went and trained with Ibogaine in Mexico, they had just started doing it at Crossroads. They were using Buco, and they had only just started, you know, and I was like, what's this? And then they're like, oh, it's 5-MeO, which I'd known about because I experienced it when I lived in California, but it was very rare and like really didn't. And then I was curious, so why are they using this then? And he was saying like they're getting really good results.
Exactly.
And that's all I'm interested in.
Yeah.
Like,
what about
in a better place when they leave my place? Well, of course I'll throw that into the mix.
Yeah.
Exactly. So that's great answers. I don't think there's much time left, but I'm just interested in well, I don't know, Patrick, you guys run the last of it. I'm just going to ask about cannabis. I'm just interested in the it's more for Garrett. Do you use the cannabis with Ibogaine for people?
It depends. Sometimes if people are cannabis users, but and it can help a little bit with sleep, but pretty sparingly, really. And most of the people that, a lot of the people that, sometimes people reconnect with cannabis with us, and you know, because they used to have a connection with cannabis, and then, you know, once the heroin came in, or fentanyl or whatever, it normally, you know, goes out the window. And often, because when people smoke a little bit of cannabis, it's plant medicine, they're always like, oh fuck, I'm a heroin addict, so they don't want to smoke cannabis, you know. So some people have a reconnection with it, and it can be very useful for treatment.
Yes.
If I need to get somebody to sleep or chill out a bit, you know. So, but it depends. And again, because the Ibogaine really cleans off receptor sites, don't need to use very much. And
we've used like CBD, especially. We find with Iboga, like THC can reignite people, and we don't want that on, like, say, like the last night, like, you know, when we want them to sleep on discovery night, and sleep is really important that night. We want them to sleep, and if we give them the THC, we've just seen in the past people just get right back into like visions. And,
they'll use it.
But CBD works nice.
That's common nervous system.
Yeah, I found out that they use it traditionally, like the Babongos smoke it, and I found out they actually use it in ceremonies with Iboga sometimes, because they say it's a curious questioning medicine. So sometimes, because Iboga is very answering, so sometimes they'll use it to ignite that question and answer. They'll use it like but not smoking. They use like resin, whatever oil, like make it, like, you know, the oil from it.
Yeah. You take
Just drop.
You thought I was making it at the beginning.
I thought you were making some Phoenix Cheers here in the beginning of the show.
but what are they called? Babongo?
Yeah, like the original. Yeah,
pygmy, right? I think they use quite a bit of cannabis. I was just
watching. They did.
Yeah, and they do at the moment. They're the ones that sell. If you need cannabis, you go to the pygmy.
I don't think it's like super like we're gonna get here in the dispensaries, but I mean, I've been to Mexico, and then sometimes I've tried some of the really, like, you wouldn't think it's very good, and all of a sudden you're ripped. It's like, wow, okay. It works, but I love the medicine. It's just, I've been like learning a lot how to, again, balance all of these medicines together. I think it's a great conversation we're having, because we really have, you know, balancing safety. When does someone should go to Garrett to get stepped down off of addiction? When should they use Bupo? When should they use the combo, 5-MeO? Like, it's all this very consensus, aware, you know, how do we get back to us, Steve? You come up the road, Highway 99. We're waiting for you. Minus 15, I'm ready. I got ceremony tomorrow. I actually, exciting. I'll keep these all in my mind and heart.
Michelle, I just wanted to add in, CBD is amazing. And you're talking about helping people with sleep. Yeah. If you can find a cannabis with high CBN, them
or,
knockout.
or a tincture or
Really?
oil with high CBN.
Yeah, CBN is the sleep cannabinoid. Yeah.
Can you send me that message? Can you send that onto my message on
Yes.
Messenger?
Yeah. I will.
CBN.
Any last, like Patrick and Michelle? I mean, I know you guys have been doing a lot of work in Africa, working with your teachers there. Probably share some cool stuff there.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're heading back again this year. We have a group going with us, and we just keep getting deeper and deeper and deeper, learning more about the medicine, learning more about the other medicines that support it in the jungle, because it's. I mean, they don't just use iboga there. I mean, they use the whole forest, to help with it, and they mix things, and so it's really learning, to trust the medicine. Really learning to trust the medicine. A lot of the initiations, you just have to go, okay, I'm trusting, and it's important, right?
Yeah.
Learn more about ourselves.
And that's it, to learn more about ourselves. And I think that's what we're all here to do. It's just to learn more about ourselves and to grow. And that's what I love about all these three guys and Cindy and Steve. You guys, are beautiful people. You're just beautiful people. And working with plant medicine has connected us to beautiful people. And what a gift. And I said that the other night when we went out to dinner with our guests. When would I be sitting and having dinner with somebody from Germany?
Is this a mushy moment?
It's a very mushy moment, yes.
Very mushy.
Is this what you call a mushy moment right now?
It's a very mushy moment.
A mushy moment.
It is.
It's bringing in the feminine.
Oh.
Bring it in the
Which I'd like to say, actually, you guys are good at, is bringing in that.
Just had a baby girl.
Side. Yeah, Mark, you don't have a choice now. The feminine.
Yeah. She turned 4 months yesterday. We named her Love. If you guys don't know, we had a baby girl.
And she's
I met her at the conference in November.
Oh, did you? Oh, that's
that
that's
conference you weren't at.
No, I know. Where was I?
Nice to see you there, Mark.
Who went?
You were sick and your mom was in town.
Yeah, weren't we all on a call or something back then or something? What was happening back then? I seem to remember being on some.
Did I get locked off?
Was another thing. It was
You're there.
It was a WhatsApp group that we were chatting. The three of us were chatting in it.
Anyways.
Yeah, it was beautiful.
You're there. Can you hear us?
There, he wasn't wearing his headphones. Now he can.
Where are you, Mark?
Oh, I always say when technology goes, it's the spirits playing with us.
Yeah. Playing games.
Well, we are at that time.
Yeah.
So I should probably say thank you to everybody. And thank you for honoring us with this for our 100th episode. I can't believe we had 100. I can't wait for the 200th episode. And wow, all I have is thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
It's so great to get back in the same room with all these people again.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah.
And you
We're
guys,
so happy it was here on the Mushy Moment. That's
absolutely. Thank you so much for having us here. And
Oh, thanks for coming on. I really appreciate you guys.
Thank you. We
Thank you.
appreciate
One more time.
I'm back.
You back? Back in time to go.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. Are we? Where am I? I got another call. I thought I blocked.
That's okay. We're just gonna run the ending and whatnot, but if you can hang out for a little bit of after, that would be awesome.
Okay, I got 7% left on the phone. I'm in deep. Let's do it.
Okay. We will see everybody next week. Thank you so much for joining us today here on the Mushy Moment.
Thank you for having us.
Cheers.
Oh yeah, sorry. Thanks. I was having fun.
I thought you were talking to us. I was like, what are we doing next week?
Talking to everybody. Bye, folks.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at Pace Radio.
Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Yeah, you feel that? Welcome to the session. Let's vibe. Roll one up, let's take flight. Bass hits deep, ride the night. Smoking sound, it's paradise. High vibes only feeling right. High vibes, let it flow. Deep bass, watch it glow. Dub hits, rock and roll. We light it up and take it slow. Moonlight beams through the haze, blunt burn slow, lost in space. No stress here, just let go. Dr. High sets the show. Yeah, we vibing, we riding. Welcome to the High Vibe session.
Hey, Cat Fam. How are you tonight? Thanks for joining me for another episode of High Vibes with Dr. High. Episode 12, we're trucking right along. Tonight's going to be fun. We've got a mix of new songs, songs that are, some that are about hash and cannabis producing regions around the world. So some of the regional stuff, we got a remix. We got some good older stuff. So it's going to be a cool night. We have a good mix of things coming up. So I wanted to open up with something energetic, something interesting. So a lot of us have heard of Durban Poison, which originated from South Africa. It's very rare. I was told the other day by somebody who's highly intelligent when it comes to strains, somebody I work with at the Medicine Box, blew me away with his knowledge. I love working there, my new job, because I get to meet people like this who enlighten me, and it's nice to be learning. It's good to be learning stuff. In most spots that I'm at, I'm the guy who has, you know, a good amount of knowledge. That's for sure. But it's great to run into people who have so much more knowledge than me in a very specific area. So it's super cool. This one's called Straight Out of Durban. It's about Durban Poison, and it's trance, rock, and a little bit of the South African flair mixed in. So it's pretty energetic, and I think you're going to enjoy it. Let's go. Straight Out of Durban.
Some strains hit smooth. This one hits with purpose. South African sun, born in the heat where the runners run. Bright green buds with the wild heart. You smoke this strain, it pulls you apart from township hustle to coastal breeze. Spread through docks for stoners ease. Sticky and loud with a citrus bite. Double poison, don't wait, it strikes on sight.
Eyes wide, lips go numb. That's Durban talking. Here it comes.
Durban poison from the port, hit too clean. Eye so sharp, feels like a dream. Ripped off the street with a tourist skin. Think you're floating, now you spin. Bright green buzz, light and slow. Durban buzz with that coastal glow. It don't creep, it kicks the door. That's the Durban poison you were asking for.
Pass through hands that dodge the law. Grow with the hungry, learn what they saw. No package, no label, no glassy jar. Just good packed in a stolen car. Sativa soul in every puff. I stay open, thoughts no longer rough. Feds can chase, but they can't erase what's rooted deep in this wild place.
Eyes wide, lips go numb. That's Durban talking. Here it comes.
Poison from the port, hit too clean. Eye so sharp, feels like a dream. Ripped off the street with a tourist grin. Think you're floating, now you spin. Bright green buzz, lightning slow. Durban poison buzz with that coastal glow. It don't creep, it kicks the door. That's the Durban poison you were asking for.
Docks are shadows, deals made fast. Cash was smoked and hope your luck lasts. I saw a man in a red hoodie sigh. He dropped a match and said, Dr. High.
Not every high is mellow. Some are built to wake you up.
Wow, that has a whole lot of energy to it. I hope you enjoyed it. Straight from Durban, a little song about Durban poison and the South African town of Durban. That's it. So next song I'm going to play is a remix of Leaf and Flame, which I played for the first time for you guys a few weeks ago. I think is one of the best songs that was ever created, with the not ever created, but ever created by me doing what I do with AI and stuff. But yeah, ever created? Sure, Dave, no problem. No, but this is a remix because when you're doing this, sometimes you get different versions as you go through trying to find what you're really looking for. And I really like this one too, so I had to keep it. And it's just a remix, same lyrics, totally different music. This is a good rock song. It's banging. It makes me think about, you know, something Black Sabbath would have done back in the 70s. I could have heard it with just a little more doom and darkness to it, and Ozzy's voice would have been great. Anyway, here we go. Leaf and Flame remix.
Saw the mountains in my sleep where cannabis grew, its roots ran deep.
Voices called and winds unknown. Climb the path, but not alone. No map, no gear, not a spoken word. Just stars that glimmered and visions that stirred. They said a sacred leaf still burns up there, lit before the world could care. I wasn't high, not yet awake, but something went through me and I began to shake. The leaf and the flame, one and the same, buried in smoke beyond a name. I walked through fire to claim the light, with Dr. High as my guide through night. Fields turned green, the birds all sang. Time shifted sideways, my thoughts went bang. A phoenix spoke, blessed me with hash. Said, kill your past or this won't last. I saw myself a hollow frame. No joy, no truth, just broken ego and shame. So I lit the joint and stepped into the flame and called the ancient plant by name. The forest engulfed me, I bowed and knelt, and in that one puff the cosmos I felt. The leaf and the flame, one and the same, buried in smoke beyond a name. I walked through fire to claim the light, with Dr. High as my guide through night. Now I wear the leaf like war paint gold, fighting stigma because of lies that were told. I found weed and now I'm not the same. I found peace in its claim to fame. You can now find it in a store. We need to unlock access, still behind the door. But if you walk where dreams ignite, the leaf will find you in the night. The leaf and the flame, one and the same, buried in smoke beyond a name. I walk through fire to claim the light, with Dr. High as my guide through night. Yeah, I burned and came back bright.
There was Leaf and Flame remix. I just love that. It's just so good rock and roll. And I like this. It's the music I grew up on. So next is going to be another new song about a region in the mountains of Pakistan, India, where hash charas has been made for hundreds of years. It's traditional preparation. They've been doing it forever. It's done in the villages. You know, funnily enough, about 10 years ago or so, I had a buddy, I was introduced to a guy who was from a small village in India where they used to make charas. That was part of the way that the village sustained itself. But he had come to Canada and was a real estate agent here. But he used to make all my hash for me. And it was unbelievable. So beautiful, the work he did. Just incredible. So I know what the style is for sure and the craftsmanship of these people from their villages who make charas. So this song is called Charas in the Clouds, and it's pretty cool. I really like it. It's got trance, psychedelic rock, and threads of music such as the oud and the tabla running through it to give it a bit of a regional feel. So let's check it out.
In the mountains, the plant finds you.
Up in the clouds where the swamp winds sing, the plants grow wild, no need for kings. Barefoot on stone, palms stained black, rolling the shores, never looking back. High above war, beyond the roads, where silence hums and no one knows. Smoke and snow and old Sufi prayers rub from the plant like whisper layers. Sticky fingers, black stained hands, holding truth as they can't bend. Flowers in the clouds, lost in the blue, spun by the wind and old as the dew. One slow pull, your mind expands, drifting to places where happiness stands. Inhale the smoke, feel it burn, from the mystics a chance for us to learn. Cherries in the clouds, far from the crowd, no flags fly here, only stoners' heads bowed. No eyes, no towers, no ground control, just hash in the bowl and songs for the soul. The hash is black, thoughts chase gold. You feel so high, but you don't feel old. Stories carved with every puff, lessons laced in sticky stuff. The valley hides what the city fears, a truth that grows where no one hears. Sticky fingers, black stained hands, holding truth the stake can't bend. Chairs in the clouds, lost in the blue, spun by the wind and old as the dew. One slow pull, your mind expands, drifting to places where happiness stands. Heal on the smoke, feel it burn, from the mystics a chance for us to learn. Charas in the clouds, far from the crowd, no flags fly up here, only stoners' heads bowed. Found a sage in a cave of light. He passed me smoke and said take flight. He wore a hoodie black with pride sewn on the chest. Dr. High. Some plants don't grow in the ground, they rise.
And that was Charas in the Clouds. I'm stumbling tonight because I'm too stoned, I think. I was smoking some Tropicana cookies that really kind of opened my mind. And then I was hitting on my pen right before I started, and now it's got me stumbling over my words a little bit. So my apologies, but Cherish in the Clouds. Okay, so that leads us to our next song. We're going to do some hip hop. It's called Shorty Rolling Up. It's about women who can look out for themselves, don't need a man to take care of them, don't need a man to roll the joints, self-sufficient, which is a beautiful thing and should be always encouraged. So here we go, little hip hop. Bring the energy up a bit, and hope you enjoy it.
She don't need no man to twist her way. No. She got them long nails, but still roll clean. And that backwood hit just right. Aye. She's a real one, no weak lungs, no weak vibes. Shawty roll her own, she don't need no help. Perfect pearl, she twisted up herself. She don't hit no miss, she don't fuck with stress. Only top shelf, got the lungs of a vet. Short dress, red eyes, hit the blunt slow. One pull, now she high, sitting 10 toes. Pink nails, long hair, let the smoke blow. Said she love the vibe, told me twist one more. She ain't basic, she ain't shy, she get high, she get fly. Smoke that loud, feel that vibe, she roll deep, she ride or die. Get hypnotic, smoke, feel that anthem for every girl who rolls her own. Shawty rolling up, she don't ever miss. Hands so clean, twisting up the spliff. Eyes so low, lips so thick. We get high, then we take a trip. Took her to the spot, now we both too lit. Half a blunt left, she put it on her lips. Blew a cloud at me, gave me that look. She said, light another one, roll up some kush. Ducked her high, hoodie draped over her frame. Looking so good, might just change her name. Sativa got her giggling, we both insane. One more hit, now she riding my wave. Ooh, smoke in the air. Fingertips twisting while she pull my hair. She ain't no rookie, she been right there. Eyes red low, but she still don't care. Shawty rolling up, she don't ever miss. Hands so clean, twisting up a spliff. Eyes so low, lips so thick. We get high, then we take a trip. She ain't done yet, she just getting started. Roll one, roll two, now we both departed. Lost in the clouds, lost in the vibe. Shawty roll it up, let's go for a ride.
There we go. I just want to remind you guys that over on Spotify, I've created a playlist, 420 Anthems, the greatest cannabis music collection. And it's not just Dr. High music, but it's other cannabis music from other artists. As I go through and I'm able to find songs, I add them to that playlist. So it's not only about Dr. High, it's about all of the community, everybody who serves it, everybody who writes music for people's entertainment and information, education. It's all about it, and I'm all about it. So if you're on Spotify, go check it out. Dr. High's 420 Anthems. I think you'll love what you'll find there. Also, if you're not on Spotify and you like the music, you can find it at YouTube Music, or you can find all the videos that you see here and every video I've created on Dr. High Music, at Dr. High Music on YouTube. And you can just simply throw it on your big screen TV and let it run. while you're doing your chores or whatever it is. Guaranteed there's music there that's going to mean something to you. If you're a part of this community, you'll love your weed and you'll love the music that goes with it. I guarantee you, if you haven't had the chance to listen, give yourself just a little time. I think you'll be surprised. Anyway, on to the next song. Third Eye Open, Mouth Still Closed. One of my favorites, one of the first 20 songs that I created. I really like this one. And you guys probably haven't heard it in a long time. So let's go.
Rolled up a spliff the size of my arm. Took 2 hits and it did me harm. Heartbeat slow, eyes turn red. Whole damn body feeling like lead. Sound slow down, words don't come. Mouth stay shut, but the mind still run. World look weird, colors get deep. Brain wide awake, but my lips still sleep. 1 puff, 2 puff, everything froze. Third eye open, mouth still closed. Music playing, but I hear no sound. Feel my soul start lifting off the ground. Every third eye open, mouth stay closed. Now too damn high, I can't even pose. Room still spinning, mind unfold. I guess I found the truth, but I never told. Sitting in silence, just watching the floor. Time slowed down, but my mind speed up. Staring at my hands like, damn, that's nuts. Thinking about space, thinking about time. Thinking how the pyramids still align. Room full of friends, but nobody talking. Just sitting in smoke, brains all jogging. Someone say, yo, but I don't reply. Ain't no words left, just stars in my eyes. 1 puff, 2 puff, everything froze. Every third eye open, mouth still closed. Every music playing, but I hear no sound. Feel my soul start lifting off the ground. Third eye open, mouth still closed. Too damn high, I can't even pose. The room still spinning, mind unfold. I guess I found the truth, but I never told. Lifting off the ground. Sitting in silence, just watching the floor. Maybe words ain't real. Maybe time ain't real. Maybe the universe runs on how we feel. Maybe I should write this down. But I just sat there, didn't make a sound. Third eye open, mouth stay closed. Too damn high, I can't even pose. The room still spinning, mind unfold. I guess I found the truth, but I never told. Sitting in silence, just watching the floor.
Well, there it was. Third Eye Open, mouth still closed. Like that song a lot. I wonder if you guys do. I'd sure like to know. Some feedback would be awesome one day, but from what I see on Facebook, it's enjoyed, and I'm starting to pick up more streams. I just started to actually make thumbnails, which I didn't know anything about. I probably still don't know anything about, but I'm doing what I can. We'll figure it out slowly but surely. All right, so next song is a new song. It's called The Last Hit, and it's kind of about the last chance you get to smoke with somebody. Whether it's a girl you're breaking up with, a buddy who's going off to the military, somebody who passed away unexpectedly and you didn't know it was your last time. A lot of reasons, but the last hit, it's hip hop trance mix. It's pretty good. I like it, and let's give it a listen.
If this is the last one, let's make it sacred.
Every sesh had a story. Every puff had a price. We broke bread, broke buds, and broke the ice. Laughed loud in smoke, healed wounds in flame. We forgot our names, but remembered the game. Ash on the floor like a trail of days. We climbed from pain in a purple haze. Built this life from leaf and light. So if this the last one, let it burn right. Every spark had rhythm, every roll had care. Every exhale floated like a whispered prayer. We kissed through the clouds, we danced in the haze, and held each other through stranger days. You don't need words when the fire's true, and the vibe says more than I miss you. So if this is the end or just a pause, let's light this hit for every cause.
To the highs we shared, to the lows we hid, to the dreams we sparked and the tears we slid, to the love, to the crew, to the fire we lit, we give it all to the last hit.
The last hit for the first love, for the one that left, for the ones above, for the nights we own, the days we miss, for the leaf that held us with every twist. The last hit, don't rush, don't fade, let it glow slow in the world we made. We were loud, we were lifted, we were legit, and it all comes down to this last hit. From the spark
to the silence,
from the smoke
to the soul.
The last hit for the dreamers still high, with Dr. High inked across the sky.
Until next time.
The last hit for the dreamers still high, with Dr. High inked across the sky. The last hit.
That was the last hit. What would you do if you were in a situation where you were taking a last hit with a friend? How would you feel? Would you remember the experience? I think I would. That's for sure. Okay, so moving along. Next song is just a little bit about the history of cannabis, about the 30s, the craziness of reefer madness when prohibition was being put into place against this plant, when they were outlawing it and then putting tax stamps against it, and all in an attempt to pave the way for their petroleum and pharmaceutical industries to overtake what was natural and beneficial to people, so we could get them with rayon and polyester and nylon and all these synthetic drugs that they try to still keep us on to this day, almost 100 years later. So this song is called Devil's Smoke, and it's a good one.
A menace to society, a path to destruction. Lock your doors, hide your youth, for the devil's weed will consume the truth. They spread the fear, they sold the lie, said one small hit would make you die. Devil smoke, they called it sin, but the real crime was deep within. The men in suits, they passed the law, for greed for power, they broke the jaw. Not for the people, not for the land, but for the pockets of the businessmen's hands. They locked them up, they took their rights for rolling dreams and sparking light. A plan so pure, truth so high, yet they called it crime, they called it vice. Smoke, rise up, truth don't die. Lies fall down, open your eyes. Gifted of the gods they can't deny. Tough to hide, burn through the twisted sky. The jazz clubs played, the smoke still curled. Through beats and rhymes, we changed the world. From Harlem nights to ghetto streets, the herbs survived beneath the heat. They raided homes, they took the seed, but truth don't burn and fire don't bleed. The ones they jailed, the lives they stole, all for a plant that heals the soul. Ooh, smoke rise high, whispers loud in the FBI. Through the courts, through the fight, one green leaf still shines bright. Smoke rise up, truth don't die. Lies fall down, open your eyes. Gift of the gods they can't deny. Tough to hide, burn through the twisted sky. Whoa. Smoke rise high, whispers loud in the FBI. Through the courts, through the fight, one green leaf still shines bright. Smoke rise up, truth don't die. Lies fall down, open your eyes. Gift of the gods they can't deny. Dr. High, burn through the twisted sky. Let the green leaf light the way. They try to kill it, try to erase, but knowledge moves at its own pace. From history's dark to the light of today, Dr. High still leads the way. Let the green leaf light the way.
There was Devil Smoke. It's absolutely crazy, the mentality around this plant back then. Now still in some circles, it's unbelievable. You know, this plant is so beneficial to people. So many things we can do with it. We could change the world. We really could. If they adopted this plant and utilized it for all the purposes that it could be used for, it's food, fuel, shelter, medicine, it's just so many things. It's unbelievable. So, yeah, we got to work out there. We got to talk about this. We have to tell people the benefits of cannabis. We have to educate and advocate and push till people find this as normal as taking an aspirin or having a glass of wine. Nobody ever objects to that, do they? But, ooh, smoke weed. There's still people out there shaking their head at you, thinking that you're some kind of, you know, freaky drug addict or something crazy. So, takes all of us. We got to do it together. All right. Let's get on to something a little more fun. The Last Dab is the next song. Have you ever taken a dab so big that you didn't know what to do with yourself, that sweat dripped from the end of your nose and dripped off your elbows and just rocked your world for hours and hours and hours? I have. I can remember 2 distinct times that I just got absolutely wrecked off a single dab. Ooh, that's when I learned that you don't dab off hot nails. You have to dab at a much nicer temperature. Somewhere in the high 400s is real good. You get all the flavor and a nice little buzz. And after all, you can always do 2. You ain't going to get wrecked on the first one. So here we go. The last dab. Let's go.
Torch lit, wax drip, time to take that ride. Hit the nail, load the tool, man, my lungs about to die. Got the rig set up, got my boys on deck. Tell them watch me work, now they take a side bet. First hit, feel fine, smooth like silk. Flavor so clean, like dripping honey milk. Exhale once, chest feeling tight. But hold up, wait, I ain't feeling right. Wanna dab too much, now I'm speaking in tongues. Vision blurry, man, my brain go numb. Sweat dripping, I can move my feet. Why my soul leaving my body like a track meet? Hold up, move tongue down the gravity. I took the last dab, now my soul's on fire. Floating past Mars, higher and higher. I swear I just blinked, but I lost 2 days. Somebody tell God I ain't ready today. I'm stuck in the void, trying to find my way. Hey, Einstein, on the way to got Einstein. He talking to me, said welcome to space, have some THC. Looked to my left, saw a talking goat. He said, son, that was not the right dose. Heard my hands feel big, my arms feel small. Sweating so much, I might drown in my jaw. Call the paramedics, nah, I'll be fine. Wait, what's my name? What's the date? What's the time? One dab too much, now I'm stuck in the void. Brain moving backward, got me paranoid. Legs don't work, I can't even stand. Somebody call Elon, I need a re-entry. Bruh, I think I just traveled for time. I took the last dab, now my soul's on fire. Floating past Mars, higher and higher. I swear I just blinked, but I lost 2 days. Somebody tell God I ain't ready today. Now I'm stuck in the void, trying to find my way. What if my past self is my future self's clone? What if the government put thoughts in my dome? What if I just blinked in age 99? Wait, nah, I'm fine, I'm fine, I'm fine. I took the last dab, now my soul's on fire. It's going past Mars, higher and higher. I swear I just blinked, but I lost 2 days. Somebody tell God I ain't ready today. Now I'm stuck in the void, trying to find my way. Woo! Trying to find my way.
That was the last dab. Bring back any memories for anybody? Anybody ever had those experiences? I have. And I've had plenty of people come to my house doing their dabs for the first time or maybe the first couple of times looking for a hot dab. And I'd warn them and I'd warn them and I'd warn them. And they'd decide that they wanted to do it anyway. So I'd let them have what they wanted. And boy, a couple of phone calls later, people saying to me, man, what did you do to me? I said, exactly what you asked for. You wanted a hot dab. That's what you got. So there it is. I love strong women. I really do. I like a woman with character and a good backbone and stands up for herself and who's a boss. I like that in a woman. I think that's a very attractive quality. So when I put together music about women, I like to show them strong or healing through the process of using cannabis. So I always will portray women in a very positive light at the best that they can be, because I think they're that way. That's just all there is to it. So the dealer's wife, she's the real power behind the business. The husband's out front doing his thing, but she's pulling the strings in the back. Good little rock and roll number. I think you're going to love it. Let's go.
They see him stacking bills, they call him the king, but they don't know who's pulling the strings. I count the cash, I watch the weight. One wrong move and I seal their fate. Call him the dealer, the man in charge, but I'm the one making deals in the dark. They think I'm just standing by his side, but I hold the blade and I know how to slide. He talks real smooth, but I watch real close. I know who's real and I know who's ghost. A queen don't bow, she controls the throne. Ain't a damn thing moving that I don't own. Think he's the boss, but I pull the strings. I make the calls, I wear the rings. I load the scales, I count the tape. They never see me, but I run the game. Think he's the king, but I rule the night. I keep it locked, I keep it tight. They see his name, they hear his voice, but when it all goes down, I make the choice. They look at me like I'm just his prize, but I run the books, I know the lies. Every hand that shakes, every deal that's made goes through me before it gets paid. I hear the whispers, I watch the moves, know who's loyal and who's gonna lose. He holds the gun, but I load the rounds. If a war goes down, I burn it to the ground. He talks real smooth, but I watch real close. I know who's real and I know who's ghost. A queen don't bow, she controls the throne. Ain't a damn thing moving that I don't know. Think he's the boss, but I pull the strings. I make the calls, I wear the rings. I load the scales, I count the tape. They never see me, but I run the game. Think he's the king, but I rule the night. I keep it locked, I keep it tight. They see his name, they hear his voice, but when it all goes down, I make the choice. No one suspects, no one sees. Behind the scenes, it's all on me. One wrong step, one last breath. I take my cut, I leave no debts. Think he's the boss, but I pull the strings. I make the calls, I wear the rings. I load the scales, I count the tape. They never see me, but I run the game. Think he's the king, but I rule the night. I keep it locked, I keep it tight. They see his name, they hear his voice, but when it all goes down, I make the choice.
The dealer's wife. I can tell you, in my time, I have known at least a couple of guys who lived in that situation where their women were the ones who were the real power in the household, and they were more like the puppet out front, and they made money. It worked well for them. So more power to you if that's your situation. Love it. Okay, so now we're coming to our last song of the night. This one's called Bang and Bells. So it's another one in the part of the series of cannabis producing regions around the world and traditional preparations. This is about bang, which is a drink made with milk and cannabis and some other herbs, and it's traditionally drank during certain festivals that celebrate Shiva in India. So Holi is one of those festivals. And this song is about the preparation and the cultural significance of the drink. It's called Bang of Bells, and it's a great trance song. So it's trance psychedelic rock with the regional music threads running through it. So it sounds pretty cool. Let's enjoy.
Then the smoke began to rise.
At the steps of the shrine, I waited in line. The pot was passed like holy wine. Bang in a cup, weedy and sweet. Drank the green, felt my pulse begin to beat. It sang to Shiva in rhythmic tone. Smoke in the air, but I felt alone. Until the world got soft and my mind turned wide. And the god of the leaf took me inside.
Drums beat in the veil unwinds. Cannabis talks through ancient minds. Banging bells, fire and ash, joints from heaven in every stash. Jars of black smoke so pure, this ain't a high, it's the no cure. Sit with sages past the bowl, cannabis feeds the silent soul. Up in the clouds where the monks revel, we speak in hits with a bang and bells.
Hand-rolled hash in Himalayan stone. Fingers stained, but never alone. The sadhu smiles, the chillum burns, and in that moment the karma turns. No laws here, just sacred rites. Smoking hash like ghosts of ancient nights. They try to ban it, to tie to pride, but the plant still grows on Shiva's side.
Drums begin the veil unwinds. Cannabis talks through ancient minds. Banging bells, fire and ash, joints from heaven in every stash. Jars of black smoke so pure, this ain't high, it's the known cure. Sit with sages past the bowl, cannabis feeds the silent soul. Up in the clouds where the monks revel, we speak in hits and the banging bells.
He said, "You came here looking for peace." I nodded once, he handed me the key. He wore these and smiled sly. Pull his hood down, his Dr. High.
There was Can FM, Banging Bells, all about the ancient cultural drink of Bang that's consumed in India to celebrate the goddess Shiva. Okay, so that was our last song for the night. I want to thank you guys for taking the time to hang out with me tonight, stopping in, listening to some music, listening to me bullshit. You know what I mean? I'm just here to have some fun and try and bring some good music to the community, connect with you guys, and just enjoy the lifestyle. That's what it is to me. It's a lifestyle. So don't forget, check out Dr. High's 420 Anthems, the ultimate cannabis music collection, available on Spotify, or you can check me out on YouTube, either Dr. High at YouTube Music or Dr. High Music if you're looking for a visual experience. Once again, I'll be back next week to bring you another episode of High Vibes with Dr. High. I'm working on some more songs that focus on the cannabis producing regions around the world and celebrating that culture. That's all part of our roots, because before we were getting high in North America, they were doing this in Afghanistan and India and Vietnam and all over the world. People were using cannabis long before we were doing it in North America. So that's kind of what I like to bring to life, so people understand what was going on historically with the plant, and through seeing how long humans have used it for, that kind of normalizes it, right? The only thing that's unnormal about the plant is the last 100 years when it's been demonized for absolutely no reason other than capitalistic gain. So that's my opinion. I'm sticking with it. Hopefully we'll see you next week. Thanks once again. And high vibes, everybody. Peace.
Yeah, you feel that? Welcome to the session. Let's vibe. Roll one up, let's take flight. Bass hits deep, ride the night. Smoke and sound, it's paradise. High vibes, only feeling right. High vibes, let it flow. Deep bass, watch it glow. Dub hits, rock and roll. We light it up and take it slow.
Dr. High is a Pace Radio Network content provider. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke. And this one comes to me from the Marijuana Moment. Headline says, Colorado Psychedelics Board votes to recommend adding ibogaine to regulated healing centers. Colorado Government Advisory Board is recommending that the state expand its novel regulated psychedelics market by providing access to ibogaine in addition to psilocybin and psilocin, which were currently allowed. Now, at a meeting of the Natural Medicine Program Advisory Board on Thursday, members discussed the future of Colorado's psychedelic program, which launched after voters approved the legalization initiative at the ballot. Now, in a 5-2 vote with 2 absenteeism, the panel agreed to recommend therapeutic access to ibogaine. They say there is a lot of work to be done by the board and both agencies if the plan is to be implemented, ibogaine as one of the approved natural medicines in the regulated market. Now, Colorado Assistant Attorney General Ashley Mueller said at the meeting, she also stressed that if the board is moving forward with the ibogaine recommendation to the Department of Regulatory Agencies, statute will require the board to consider whether any of the existing rules should be different for ibogaine administrations, training, and the like, as compared to regulations governing psilocybin. Now, the recommendation from the advisory board stipulates that, if ultimately approved, the addition of ibogaine to the list of permitted psychedelics under state law must comply with what's called the Nagoya Protocol, an international treaty meant to provide for stability and cultural protection. In the press release, Governor Polis says Colorado has been a national leader in breaking through outdated laws around cannabis, and now we are doing the same for the natural medicines. Yeah, he's right there. They were the ones there that jumped on the cannabis end of things, and now they're moving ahead with the ibogaine and other psychedelics.
Tune in Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on 420radio.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Look at all that money. Look at all that money. Yeah, the money that they've spent. Take another look and take some time for him. Don't cut trees for paper, 'cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation, yeah, it's time for him. Well, an acre of hemp makes 20 barrels of oil, no need for pesticides to poison all our soil. People got no food, they got no clothes, they got no rent. Well, it's time for him.
Yeah, it is time for hemp, and we're asking you that you help us to make taking time for hemp great again. I am your host, Casper Leach, and we want to thank you for tuning in to the big broadcast today. And we want to thank all the people at Citizen Green TV to make it possible for us to reach a larger audience with our message. Also, if you get a chance, check out timeforhemp.news and share that with your friends. And speaking of sharing it with your friends, please hit the like and subscribe button below. And that's how we get our algorithms up, and we get to find people who like our content. And it makes it even more possible for us to create new content. Also, don't forget that anytime you hear the word joint on the big broadcast, we ask that you hit your pipes, your bongs, your vaporizers, and take time for hemp. And as we take time for hemp today, we're going to bring on some of my joint hosts today, starting off with my joint host, Al Byrne. Al Byrne, who also created this fantastic book, and he'll tell you about. Hey, Al, how you doing?
Good evening, Casper. Welcome, all of you that are listening. Yeah, I wrote that book. It's what it is for cannabis, country and cannabis. It's my experience with cannabis in the military. I spent 24 years there. And then afterwards, and the history of really how medical cannabis came about, who did it, and both nationally and internationally. So it's a history book. I didn't want that lost. I didn't want the people that were involved to be dismissed or forgotten. But anyway, let's leave all that behind, and let's introduce another one of our joint hosts with me, another Al Graham, up there somewhere in the woods of Ontario, Canada. You got to be in the woods.
Yes, yeah, actually, I am in the boonies, and I'm, small town is off in the distance there, and it's it's nice and quiet up here. I can tell you that so much.
Well, isn't just with some exceptions, like big places we've heard of down here in the States, like Montreal or Vancouver or something like that? Isn't everybody else on the sticks in the whole darn place?
Oh well, because the suburbs around those cities are so huge. Yeah.
Well, it can't be all that quiet up there because you do a groovy thing called Pace Radio Network, don't you?
Yes, we do make a lot of noise. Pace Radio Network as people advocating cannabis education. Not only do we cover cannabis, but we also discuss psychedelics as well. We have news broadcasts, we have discussions, we have interviews with patients, and we broadcast shows 7 days a week. And we actually have 3 content providers providing content with us.
And your content is stellar. And I want to say thank you for being so diligent and doing your work. Because of that, Canada is being enlightened about the truth about hemp. You do a great job, Al.
Thank you very much, Casper.
And I've got a hemp-tastic idea. I think it might be a good time to bring on our joint guest today, Scott McStacy. And I want to say hello, Scott. How you doing?
Good, Casper. How are you doing, sir?
Fantastic. And I'm having hemp-tastic ideas constantly, one of which is about how much fun it'd be to have you as a guest on our show and have your classroom roll into our neighborhood. You do a mobile classroom that I think is very, very enlightening.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun, and it's great to get your hands dirty and learn these things, in a practical sense, as well as just the knowledge.
So does that mean you got like a bookmobile that rolls in and you park it in a neighborhood for a couple of hours and people come in and borrow books, or they come in and get high, or what?
No, it's actually a trailer that I pull that I have all of my hempcrete type stuff in, and tables, and I have a projector with my laptop where I can do on-site lectures and all that. But I don't just show up in people's neighborhoods. That would be a little strange where we live. But I set these things up in advance, and then we get people to come, and we have a lot of fun with it.
Well, wait a minute. Where are you?
I'm in Virginia.
Virginia. Oh, I spent 35 years there and got the hell out. What part of Virginia are you in?
I live in Forest, Virginia, which is down there, Lynchburg. I'm from Charlottesville originally. It's in the center of the state.
Yeah, I lived out in Howardsville. You're probably familiar with that, being from Charlottesville. It's a little good thing. Well, so you're in Virginia, and let me get what you're doing here. You've got some sort of a traveling hempcrete exhibit or workspace, and you work with who, and who are you showing all this to?
Well, it varies. Sometimes it's organizations, sometimes it's groups of engineers and construction people. A lot of times it's people that we get that just are enthusiasts and are interested in the technology. And yes, it is a workspace. It's a portable workspace that I can pull my mixer out. I can pull my wheelbarrow, and we can start making it and actually build forms and tamp it in the forms and do all that. But it's more than just hempcrete. Hempcrete is kind of my soup of the day, if you will. But the overall lectures that I give are all about cannabis in general, and it goes back to the ancient history of cannabis all the way forward into the modern commercial applications of hemp. So I really try to cover all the bases there, because I believe that people can learn about cannabis, especially those that don't know the things that we do. And I think soon as they do, they start to think about the plant in a much different way.
Well, now you say that they've been using hemp back in the ancient day. Were they using it like hempcrete, like we're starting to do now, or were they just like building grass huts out of the leaves?
No, ironically enough, 1600 years ago in India, there was a temple. It's called the Ellora Caves. It's a UNESCO World Heritage Site. It's the front of the temple, or it's an enormous cave complex. And what they did, they went inside and they formed up walls and temples and prayer rooms and corridors. Wow. And it's all out of what we use as hempcrete today, believe it or not, except it had a little bit of clay in it. Was the only difference from the
Wow.
recipe that I use today.
Wow.
So this wasn't an ancient technology, believe it or not.
I believe it. And see, I want my audience to understand. This is why you come to Time for Hemp. You're going to come here and you learn stuff. All right.
Yeah.
I got to skip in. Everybody out there is going, Scott, what's in this stuff?
Well, it's actually very simple. So there's the industrial hemp plant is a very tall, woody plant. It doesn't have a lot of branches and it doesn't have a lot of side mass. So it has this main stalk. Now inside that stalk is a thing or things called hurd. And hurd is just cellulose that builds up on the inner part of the stalk. Now you take that cellulose, once you remove it from the fiber, you take the cellulose and you mix it with lime, a pozzolan, which just means a hardener or a drying agent. And that's usually something like a volcanic ash or a metakaolin. And then you mix it with water. Once you put that together into the right consistency, it's kind of like oatmeal. And then you can either make a block out of it, you can cast it in place to make your wall, or you can spray it now and actually spray it onto the walls and accumulate it and then finish it that way. So it's a very simple mix. It's non-toxic, completely non-toxic once it's completely carbonized, because it goes from calcium hydroxide into calcium carbonate, which is limestone. So it's literally it has the hurd that's kind of inside there sequestered, and it's a limestone thick 12-inch wall. So if you can imagine the R value on that, the insulative value is off the chart.
Let me ask 3 quick questions, if I may, Scott. I've heard, so this is rumor to me, but let me know. I've heard that this process gives you a home that is pretty much fungus-free and mold-free, and also is able to withstand enormous temperatures, like in a forest firestorm. Can you confirm or deny all of that, please?
Yes, all 3 are correct. It's antimicrobial in general, so mold and fungus don't get a foothold. And then it won't burn, as you can imagine burning, where something will burn through. It won't burn through. It'll turn black on the outside and smolder. It'll even turn red if it's hot enough with like a torch, but it won't burn through. Once that matrix is established and it's cured, it is virtually fireproof. We say fire resistant because nothing in this world is completely fireproof if you think about it.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah, but I mean, that's a hell of an improvement over what we got now as far as these. I mean, all of us, I'm in Florida, we got our forest fires, but California just every year is millions of acres. It just goes on for a century. And houses just go up like matchsticks. And I'm thinking, if you're going to build a house in the middle of a potential forest fire,
this is the one.
Now, like the hempcrete is all fire, like fire resistant and all that. But can you go above just the foundation, like as far as building the framing or anything within the house in order to help reduce any chance of fire?
Oh, sure, sure. So it's actually not the foundation that's made of hempcrete, and hempcrete is actually technically called hemp lime construction. And the reason they do that is because hempcrete can connotate concrete, and you think it's the same as concrete. It's really not. It does similar things, but it doesn't have the same compressive value and things like that. So it would be above the foundation in your walls.
Okay.
And then you can put it between your rafters in your rafters along your roof line. And so you can create an outer shell that is virtually, well, I'll just say that is significantly fire resistant. Especially if you use a steel
what about
roof.
insulation properties? You got this thing up in the ceiling. Is it an insulator?
It sure is. It's actually in the code as a rigid insulation. So it works at about 3.2 R value per inch of thickness. So a 12-inch wall is close to 39 R value. Now, just to give you an example of what is code, 19 is code in our area for an external wall. So this gives you nearly double code. Yeah.
Okay, here we go. It's just like everything that we have discussed this, and everybody's intrigued. How much it cost?
Well, ironically, right now that you asked that question, it's in parity. It's similarly priced and that's mostly because prices are so high in the construction industry right now in general, and there's a lot of uncertainty there. So I would say if you can get your herd at a decent distance, and you can find your lime close and find your pozzolan and all the things you need, I think you can currently, right now, you could probably build for about the same amount of money as you would for conventional construction.
All right, so what I just heard as an old logistics expert, the problem that you're presenting to us here, even though you didn't say so, is a logistical one. To make this a parity of construction, you need to be reasonably close to the resources you identified, and then I get it. So let me go beyond that. So what do you see in your future about getting more resources in more places to reduce the time, the transportation costs, et cetera?
Right. One thing that I would love to see is a nationwide system of decortication centers, and decorticator is like the cotton gin for hemp. It separates it. It made it go from a very labor-intensive crop to a very easily separated crop, and that changed everything. That was 1917. So we need those decorticators every, say, 100 to 200 miles in farm territory, so that they can handle the farmers in those micro regions. They would basically build co-ops and have farmers already ready to grow it. They'd come in with a center, and then those farmers would feed that center, and then that center would feed the raw material to people like me for hempcrete and for bioplastics and all these other things that you can make out of industrial hemp.
Well,
okay, wait a minute. Did you guys hear what he said? Come on. What's a bioplastic?
Well, can you imagine having a plastic bottle, one of these here, and it made of a plant material that will decompose in 96 days?
I would
Can you
imagine,
the
yes.
difference?
Oh, yeah, and I would love to see that. Is that what we're talking about? All right,
That
go
is what
on
we're
with that.
talking
Come
about.
on, this is cool. Come on.
Okay, so yeah, it exists and it's out there. There is plastic cutlery that is made from hemp bioplastics. There's all kinds of stuff. They make car parts. A lot of these fancy cars are using hemp plastic parts in the cars, and then hemp fiber to make like a wood-like material. There's just so many different things in the plastic world that you can do with hemp.
Well, I hate that word, but are you saying to me that plastic can be replaced by hemp. When you're saying hemp plastic, what you're saying is hemp replaces plastic. Is that what you're
That's
really
right.
saying? Okay.
That is, and that's actually one of the big reasons I believe it was made illegal to begin with.
How's that?
Well, it was a big competitor to the petrochemical industry in the early days. And because in 1907, Leo Baekeland invented hemp-based plastic. And so Henry Ford in the 20s, he was experimenting with hemp plastics. And he built a car out of hemp plastic that actually ran on hemp biofuel in 1942. The government came to him and shut that down. But see, they had made hemp illegal in 1937. And I believe, and looking at the facts of the time, there were industry leaders that just didn't want the competition from hemp. Knowing all the things that you could now do with it, and the decorticator made it much easier to do. I think they saw it as a big threat, and they just made sure it went away.
Yeah, that was like their red line, huh? When that decorticator come along.
Well, I don't think it helped, certainly.
Yeah.
Now, I understand that John Deere builds a decorticator. Is that the company that's still doing it?
Well, there are a bunch of different people making decorticators. Most of them now are made pretty much custom because they're a large multi-million-dollar machine. There are some the real leaders out there, though, coming up with some great systems like Tiger Fiber in St. Louis. Ryan Doherty's out there, and they're just doing amazing things. They have a system that breaks everything down into 5 usable parts. And so they can ship those things out to different people and for different uses.
Well, now I understand that the 2018 Farm Bill made it legal for all states to be able to have now a hemp crop and hemp farmers, as long as you have proper licensing. Are these farmers using those decorticating machines, or are they doing something different?
Well, currently there aren't enough decorticating centers. Yeah, if they have access to them, they're using them. If not, then they don't have much of a market yet. Now, there are some things and some technologies that are coming along that may be able to help that, like micro decorticators and things, but we're not there yet. And so one of the things I'm doing here in Virginia is I'm working with the General Assembly to have a hemp revitalization bill to basically bring industrial hemp out into the sunlight and into its own lane, so that we can move forward and not be kind of caught up in the argument, if you will.
Well, recently,
we want to see it go.
Recently, we had a guest on the program that said one of the biggest problems with the hemp industry is that it's hard to be able to establish a proper chain, meaning in order for a farmer to find it proper to grow the hemp, they've got to be able to get it to a decorticating center. And for a decorticating center to be built, they've got to be able to have manufacturers to make those products. And for those manufacturers to make those products, they've got to have buyers. And because of the lack of buyers and lack of companies willing to use this as a way of making products, it's been difficult for decorticating centers to be established. Is that the case?
Yes, it's a bit of the chicken and the egg syndrome. We need buyers to be able to make the decorticators, but we need decorticators so there can become buyers. So we really need, as a society, I think we need to look down deep inside and say, look, we need to make a change to more bio-based materials, and that being hemp especially. But you can use other things. You can use sugarcane waste and make sugarcrete. It's very similar to hempcrete. So any of these waste products and any of these plant-based products, we should start looking into creating the manufacturing here in America, where we can have local supply chains and circular economies where we're growing it here, we're making it here, and we're selling it here or building it here.
Yeah, one of the things that a friend of mine named Gatewood Galbraith has stated was that if America just used 6% of the land that the government pays farmers not to grow on, we would be able to produce enough fuel to run all of our public transportation. And he pointed out that you can make the same kind of fuel out of corn, but it takes more energy to grow an acre of corn than it takes to grow an acre of hemp. So now I know up in Canada, they've got a big hemp industry up there. Al, Graham, how do they handle it up there?
Well, just on the corn thing, I've got a corn factory right behind me that makes the corn fuel, just like within a 2 miles distance of me. So, you know what I mean? Yeah, hemp is big up here. There's lots of the growers. People get the license and stuff like that in order to be able to grow it. But I don't know the roots of getting the decorticators or anything like that. And I'm also looking at our time of the show as well, and we're getting close to that time.
Oh my gosh, it's already gone by that quick.
Yeah.
This is really an interesting conversation. Well, now, how do you see the hemp industry moving forward in America? Because it could be a multi-trillion-dollar industry that would create lots of jobs in our backyard and make our farmers very happy.
It sure would. I see it doing exactly what you just said. I think it's going to grow. It's already growing in a very rapid way, but just not in certain areas. Once people get on board and once the government start to say, okay, look, I'll give you a tax credit if you bring this decorticating center into this old building that's not being used, and you take something that's dead and create new industry out of it. I see that happening. And I think that if enough of us stay on top of it and we really push, that we can get a bio-based economy that can almost completely circulate around hemp and other bio-based materials. As far as just business and jobs, it would just create it's going to create a very, very large stream, if you will.
Well, we want people to be able to find you and your classroom that you have. So how do you promote? Do you show up in town and hand out free marijuana joints and let everybody know they come down? Or I mean, and where all do you go? Do you just stay in Virginia or do you go across America? And how do you promote?
Right. Right now, I promote through social media mostly. And I get a lot of response through that because I can target groups that are very sympathetic to what we're doing.
All right.
My Facebook page, which is under Seed to Structure LLC, that's kind of my go-to information site. I do have a website that I'm retooling, seedtostructure.com, that will be up again soon. But the easiest way is to find me on Facebook. I'm there. I do a lot of work there, and I find a lot of people that are very interested in hemp.
And so I take it that you are educating the construction industry coast to coast on this amazing product.
I am. And there's another thing that I'm doing. I'm working with a local college to start an online cannabis certification process for a certificate to get into the industry. And that can be international, not just here or in the States. Yeah, we're working on that as well.
Well, Scott, I have really enjoyed meeting you at the Texas Hemp Stock. I'm grateful for our new friendship, and I find you to be very entertaining, charismatic, and very, very informative. And I want to thank you for being a guest on our big broadcast today.
Thank you, Casper. Thanks, Al and Al.
Thanks, Scott. Thanks for coming on the show. Really appreciate you coming on.
I want to thank everybody out there for tuning in and making it possible for us to do this broadcast. And I want to thank the people at Citizen Green TV for putting this on the air so that we can reach a larger audience. The main purpose of what we do here is try to educate about hemp. And if you go to timeforhemp.news, you'll discover lots of free videos to download, lots of free audio content to download, including free cannabis music, woohoo, that you can download. And it's all about how important it is to take time for hemp.
Look at all that money. Look at all that money. Yeah, the money that they've spent. Take another look and take some time for him. Don't cut trees for paper, 'cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation, yeah, it's time for him. Well, an acre of hemp makes 20 barrels of oil, no need for pesticides to poison all our soil. People got no food, they got no clothes, they got no rent. Well, it's time for hemp. Throughout Earth's history, hemp has been used, no mystery. Hemp was legal to pay taxes for more than a century. Faxes, the founding fathers make sense to me. It's time to grow hemp legally. Think of all its uses, it's money that's well spent. Right now, no excuses, it's time for hemp. Sustainable green industry, that's our intent. A better place this world will be, it's time for hemp. Fuel and food and clothes and soap, housing, cars, yeah, cars, no joke. Henry Ford built a car of hemp. It's time for us to do it again. People being powerless for with Valentine as it's meant right now. It's time for him. Hemp is a true necessity for the wealth and protection of this country. Thomas Jefferson spoke those words. He knew the value of these herbs. It's time to lift the hemp brand. It's time to make a strong stance. Well, yes, we can. I know we can. We can make a difference. Yes, we can. Just like birds of a feather, we can work together to lift the hemp brand.
Time for Hemp is a Pace Radio Network content provider. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at Pace Radio.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. You've been watching Rerolled Saturdays. Thank you to our guests, our hosts, and our viewers. Up next, Rerolled Saturday Nighttime Edition. It gets started at 4 p.m. See you then.